So, last week we had go Ash, Julius, and Icy go with the Ranger General to discuss things. The first major thing was they met with Magni and Emir from Gallia, where it was revealed that what they thought was happening wasn't. The things they believed about the Isle of the Dead and things like that were all an illusion by Dale, and that he was planning to gather the three spheres to indeed go back. He wanted to rule that world, but he had left to avoid something he referred to as the Darkening. They then went to a planet where they discovered mass fossilized graves, and eventually found a cave that. First they found out that the planet was in fact Gallia, that they were not thrust through universes, but time. And then through going to those places, they discovered that the planet was that the darkening was the arrival of the one behind the black hole and his minions like Bayagona, and that if they went back, they would surely die. After that, there was discussions between Julius and oh my god, my brain is not working. Julius and Hunk about things there, and they had dinner with General Lorelei. It was a nice night, at which point the still crazy Integra came in and tried to kill Ash. Lorelei would fix her and take away her commander rank for the time being until she could prove that she deserved it again. And that's about everything, right?
Yeah. Yeah. That is everything. What the fuck? One sec. Oh, wow.
Huh? Oh. Everyone done vanished.
They were fucking. Their souls were taken away by Malcolm.
I guess so. They did all go back to Gallia.
That is a fate worse than death. Well, that is death. Unfortunately for them. Oh, thankfully that does not happen to our wayward heroes. So, it's the next morning. Okay. So the next morning, this actually kind of works out. So, there you go. Now, the camping trip Hunk wants to go on is out in the open. Everybody knows about it. You guys are going. You're going to go at the end of today. You got to do some shopping and stuff like that. General Lorelei is here for breakfast because she really likes Julius's cooking. I'm not sure how that makes Julius feel. Julius is cooking just your, it's nothing fancy. Just eggs, bacon, toast, hash browns, just the normal good old Americano breakfast. Doesn't have to be anything fancy. Julius is cooking that. It's almost ready and done. Pequod, Icy, and baby Leslie, excuse me, went off for coffee. They'll be back. Ash Gondar has come this time. You're showing him around the apartment. You just got done showing him, the upstairs part of the apartment, and you're coming down the stairs with him. He wants to see the armory. Julius, you're in the kitchen cooking. This is Memory Ann. She was a little kid a long time ago. She was basically 1 year old when you guys met her a long time ago. Now she's 7 years old, so she's all grown up for the most part. Young child, Suletta's daughter. Boom. And just get one more picture back in place here.
The appearance of Malk Flair.
And boom. She is sitting on Hunk's lap. Hunk's eating. Commander Integra's in the kitchen as well, drinking some tea, as Suletta and Leslie are in the kitchen. Suletta came at Leslie's request to have a wonderful breakfast. Ash, Gondar, and you are coming down the stairs. He comes all the way. You could walk with him.
Yeah.
Right here. You could walk with him. He looks down the hallway and he points right here. Whose idea was it to put up all this guy's fucking memorabilia?
Pequod.
Oh, right. Well, do you think she'd be willing to part with any of it? He turns around and kind of tilts his head.
I'm not so sure about that one. I think she's rather attached.
It's not my place to judge, but you got more pictures of this guy up and memorabilia of him than you guys do of, like, your own family members. Kind of weird, don't you think?
He's going to pull out, I'd assume he has like a compass with him. He's going to pull that out, open it with a picture of him and Saris. This is the only picture I really have.
Gondar looks at it and shrugs. You should take more. These are... I know it's maybe not the best times, given what could be on the... He looks off top right with his eyes trail up. Maybe not the best of times, but you should take more. Lucky to have such a big family. Beautiful family, actually. As he's looking through the door of the gym, seeing the girls work out, and Zanzibar assisting them. He's just watching, not creepily, just like looking at the Drake more than anything.
I do. I think it's just something to get used to. You gotta remember, haven't really had access to photography for the most part for most of my life.
Yeah, understandable, he nods. He's still looking at Zanzibar. I think I hunted one of those things a long time ago. Come from a Nova?
Mm-hmm. Scary bastard, but loyal.
Oh, I bet. Mind showing me the armory? And he gestures towards the armory.
Come on in.
I'll lead the way, armory master.
Walks in. Jennifer, Sunny, Snarf.
They turn and greet you. Rocco is here sleeping in the corner. Gondar comes in, puts his hands on his hips, whistles. Nice. Whistles, looks around the room. Decent selection.
It is. We're working on getting more. It just, you gotta start from somewhere.
What is this? And he's M4? Some type of M4?
Specialized M4 for me, once I get back on my feet. It's going to allow me the same ability to use trick shots as I have with my pistols.
Okay. It's up in its stasis field. He's looking at it. He doesn't have his bandana on. He's stroking his chin. Okay.
Yeah, he's gonna deactivate the stasis field, catch it, and hand it to him. Tell me what you think.
He plays with it in his hands. Very lightweight. He lifts it up with one hand. This must have been very, as he flips up the back rear sight, expensive.
I'd assume so. Good. We have a very good captain in Icy. And it's meant to be very modular as well.
I can tell the Picatinny rail system. He points to the Picatinny rails on the front of the barrel. I was never a firearms kind of guy myself, but when I did carry one, I used a revolver. And he hands it back.
He's gonna put the rifle in stasis. Well, isn't that a bit of a coincidence? Because, and he'll pull Ravage out of its holster, this is mine.
Yeah, this is more my speed. He takes it from you. Heavy barrel. Somewhat of a downwind shooter. He is aiming it this direction. Actually, he's aiming at this. Not anywhere near anybody. So he's aiming it out the door. Quite the piece.
It is, it's actually, with help from an old friend Blaze, who I believe you've met before he passed. That is an updated version of a very primitive revolver I built when I was younger.
You see him start to spin it in his, he'd have like, fingers, paws, whatever. He spins it and it starts to wobble and he catches it and I'm getting old. And he hands it back to you.
You've got more dexterity in you than I do at the moment.
He lights up a cigar, looks around the room. What is this?
That is Julius's karumbat knife. It was a gift from Hunk back in the day.
That is more my speed. Is that enchanted or something? Look at the blade.
Yes, it is. He's gonna deactivate it and hand it to Gondar.
He takes it. Oh, this is definitely Arcane Council tech. I can tell.
That it is. Aye. Julius is a master with blades. There's that, and he'll point over. There's his old scythe.
Scythe, he walks over here. Oh, Julius is a man after my own heart. This is from what? Headhunter days?
Headhunters. There's my old Ripper from the Headhunter days as well.
You got a Ripper? He walks up close.
Yes, I do.
Did you ever use one of these things?
Not against someone, luckily it never came to that, but I don't know, people assume I'm not able to use them because I specialize in pistols, but I'm not. I'm actually pretty competent with a blade.
He points to his wrist. You know, studies suggest if you use these too much, you can get carpal tunnel syndrome.
Really?
Yeah. Automated blade, kind of like a mini chainsaw. If you're looking for a blade, stick with something like that, in my opinion. This is good. I mean, it'll cut through power armor, but you can't beat the tried and true.
Of course, it's more of a desperation tactic or a tool in my hands. For me, I've always preferred guns, single-shot weapons, revolvers, that type of thing. I still, even now, have a bit of trouble getting used to automatics.
He points to this. Single shot.
Single shot. I don't know.
Ranger tech.
Ranger tech.
Makes sense. You got friends in high places. Huh? And he sees the TMP. Yeah, you really got a thing for guns, Ash, huh?
I do, well, in my life, when I actually got a hold of them, it was a path to freedom and living and actually having a life.
Oh, it's a hell of a nice collection, but he puts his hands on his hips and looks around the room. Doesn't seem like he'd be willing to part with many of these things.
No.
If anything, this looks like more of a glorified trophy room than it does an armory.
To an extent, yes. I admit that. I'm currently, looking for ways to expand more of a trading collection, if you will.
The heck is this? He points to the armor set on the mannequin.
That was a set of Helion armor that we got from the Rangers. I, on the ship with Malcolm, was not given many components, so that's the best we could keep it working, Snarf and I.
Do you mind? And he puts his hand up to the arm.
Go ahead.
He pulls off the pager. These are beepers. Back when I was very young, just a kitten, as they'd say. These were kind of a thing. Why do you have one of these on the armor, Ash?
Malcolm... you see Malcolm began to get paranoid about 3/4 of the way through the journey and started investing in old analog tech so that he could avoid being eavesdropped on by those who wanted to hurt him.
Right, you know, he points at you and stops talking. You see him put his hand down. He's thinking for a second. Oh, what the hell? Puts his finger back up. You do realize he put a bounty out on you, right?
I didn't know for sure, but I somewhat expected when I saw him looking through the bounty pages and asking somebody to get the average bounty price.
Yeah, he put a big hit out on you. 4 million credits.
Dear gods.
He was, I mean, you're a guy your age with no criminal record. I mean, that's way overpaying, dude, let me tell you.
I would assume so. I mean...
Well, the bounty never went through. I axed it. I thought it was you guys playing a joke on me.
I appreciate that, thank you. Trust me, the last thing I needed was bounty hunters coming from my head, too.
It does explain some... You know, I got phone calls as he's walking over here, putting his hands out and shrugging to his sides. I got phone calls from that Malcolm guy every once in a while. I thought you guys were just playing jokes because we were, you know, buddy, and he'd call and say things like, you know, here's my fax number and stuff like that as he's looking down at the queue.
Oh, he had a fax machine.
He starts laughing.
You want to see something very fun?
Yeah, he turns around, turns away from the queue.
We told you about the fight with Dagon, right?
I recall. Yeah.
Well, I didn't know this, but I actually recently found out that I have some footage from the Epion's cameras.
Oh, that's right. You were piloting that thing. My wife sent you.
Wasn't appreciated. Seems like she's starting to treat me a little less. Fingers crossed.
All in good time.
But, because the cameras on this old piece of junk taps the suit's helmet started to go out, the Epion caught this. So mind you, this is after this thing was pulling us into what is effectively almost a pocket dimension, or bringing it here, and had cut off teleportation magic, most magic, and was immune to many types of damage. We were losing, right?
I can imagine.
Well, and he plays it, and it shows, Dagon swinging. It's pouring rain, and they're, swinging at the Epion, and the Epion dodging out of the way. And it turns, and you hear, Malcolm, I think it's time to play the flute, please. And then over the radio you hear, no, I know what to do. And the head turns, and on the deck of the ship, you see Malcolm setting up what appears to be a suitcase.
Is that a satellite phone?
Yes, it is. That's a satellite phone from, I believe, the 1990s.
Why would he? And he paused the video.
He pauses it.
Why would he have one of the?
It was, analog tech. It can't be bugged. Ignoring the fact that that's far easier to bug than the encrypted communications that our wrist computers use.
I mean, how did you? Given the way satellite tech works nowadays, you realize that wouldn't work.
I realize it the same way the beeper wouldn't work.
Look, it says Motorola on the briefcase. He starts laughing.
It does. Well, do you want to know why he had it there?
Yeah.
He presses play, and you hear beep, 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 beep. Grundok! Grundok, answer, please. We need your help.
He starts laughing. Don't tell me he was calling me.
He was calling you.
Yeah, I remember how you remember the one time, it was like the second time you came into my office, and he walked by the door and said something to the effect of, "Stop playing with your little friend Grundok, Ash, and report back to the ship."
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
He also called Ruga Rubin.
Yeah, he takes the cigar out of his mouth. Yeah, that's another thing. I mean, it's one thing to call somebody by their wrong name, Ash, as he's gesturing with his hand and the cigar. It's another thing to accuse them of murder. And he starts laughing.
If it's any consolation, he accused me at the same time.
I bet. He turns around, Jennifer Gondar, and hey, young ladies. He starts talking to them. Jennifer, would you mind signing my journal? Puts a cigar in his mouth. No problem. And as he's signing her journal, he sees that. And what is that?
That, and he's gonna pull it out, is a void shotgun. This thing is imbued with the magic that the cult uses. It's scary, at least, but I don't know, I feel like it's useful. Here, and hands it to Gondar. We got it from one of them.
He's holding it, looking at it. You picked this up while you were on Sigma, in your time in Sigma?
We had one on Sigma, and I wanted to use it because well, look at it. It's a lever action. I can use that one-handed if I really wanted to. But more importantly, Malcolm, in his infinite wisdom, decided to give it to our Mercurius unit. Our healer frontline fighter Mercurius unit.
He hands the void shotgun back to you. You know those are supposed to come equipped with a crash shield and a beam saber. They're more melee fighters.
They are. And he did end up getting it after, I believe it was either the council or gifted it to us because he would not allow Snarf to make it for our Mercurius unit. No, the only weapons Mercurius had was his plasma pistol, or laser pistol, that he came standard with. Other than that, I think he was just a personal healing robot that had a 5-foot leash to Gurok's arse.
He starts laughing. It makes sense from some of the footage I've seen.
Yeah. I believe there was a few times where people would go unconscious like 40 feet away, and he would keep the Mercurius unit there instead of walking 10 feet to heal them.
I can believe that, especially given what I've heard about that Globnut guy. Gurok wasn't even really a soldier.
No, and yet another reason to make me really want his head. I don't like people who I don't like stolen valor.
Nor do I. As Gondar says that, Pequod and Icy come back with a bunch of, frappuccinos, frappe the fancy coffee people like. Pequod comes up to you, Julius, gives you a kiss on the cheek.
Hi, dear. Thank you for coming back.
She looks at you, nervous.
Oh, not at all. And he looks at both Suletta and Lorelei and Hunk. Three of the most powerful people in Earthco. And I made them eggs!
Hunk is sitting with Memrianne on his lap, very happy to see his niece-in-law. Niece, there's no in-law for them. Commander Integra, give her to me. And Icy hands baby Leslie to Commander Integra, she sets her tea down, holding her with a big smile. Icy has a book in her hands. She sits down in the chair next to Lorelei, turns herself horizontally, and leans against Lorelei and opens the book and starts reading. Lorelei looks down at her with a smile and lets her lean against her while she looks at Julius. Is breakfast almost ready, Julius?
Yes, of course, ma'am. It's right here. And he turns around and starts plating it, walks it over to her and sets it down.
Pequod assists you. She's grabbing some of the plates. Bacon, eggs, home fries, scrambled eggs, the best stuff, Americano breakfast. Pequod starts helping you play waiter/waitress, handing food out. And then she sits down and looks up at you and points at the table.
He grabs their 2 plates, sits down, and sets hers down next to him.
Extra eggs, Julius, as she pushes the plate back to you.
Of course, dear. He stands up, takes the plate over to the pan, puts extra eggs on it, comes back and sets them back down.
Gondar walks out here. If you're following him, still Ash talking to him.
Of course he is.
After he signed Jennifer's journal and you guys have talked, he's looking around. Well, smells like breakfast.
That it does.
But I heard Julius is a great cook. We got him this. And he pulls out an apron that says, "Kiss the cook."
Please get him to wear that.
Hey, Julius, as he's holding, it's a bright red, like fire red lipstick apron.
Oh. He stands up. What's that?
Oh, it's your apron my wife bought for you. Here you go. And he, makes his way around and hands it to Pequod. She has a big grin on her face looking at it.
Thank you very much, ma'am and sir.
General Lorelei nods and begins eating. Gondar, do you know anything about barbecue?
Yes, I do.
We should have a cookout.
Of course, yeah. Name the time and place.
I'm 7th place.
Sorry, could you say that again?
What did you say? 7th place or time?
Name
Okay.
the time and place.
Okay. He says, "Well, I'll think of something. I'll think of a time and a place. I'd like to do it outside. I love barbecue." As he points to himself, got the big cigar hanging out of his mouth, but the wife's isn't all that good. As Gondar is leaning in between Icy and Lorelei, she looks up at him and, "Get the cigar away from the children, idiot." And he, "Right!" And he comes over, puts the cigar in the sink, pours, from the faucet, and, "Sorry, Julius, dirtying your sink."
It's okay. It's easy to clean.
"Yeah, I'll clean it, don't worry." As he grabs a rag and is there a fan? And he turns on the exhaust fan to get the smell of smoke out of the room. General Lorelei turns to Ash. "Come, join us for breakfast."
Yes, good morning, ma'am. He's gonna hug You salute. Walk over. Auntie. Hug Suletta.
She nods back at you, gives you a hug.
Mom.
She's smiling with baby Lazuli.
Oh my god, look at how big you've gotten. I don't think you'd remember me very much, Memory Ann, but it's wonderful to see you again.
Hunk takes, she has like these, cat ear headphones on. Hunk takes her headphones off. Look who it is! She looks up at you, looks at Julius, and shrugs.
I didn't expect you to remember. We knew you very well when you were little. It's good to see you've gotten so big.
She smiles at you. Hunk pulls out a coloring book and some crayons, and she starts coloring. Not interested in eating.
They grow up so fast.
Suletta, yes, she's 7 now.
Gods. If my hair weren't already white, I'd be wondering when it would gray.
Gondar is making his own plate of food, and he sits down next to Julius. Bacon and eggs, toast. You got any strawberry jam?
Yeah, I can check. He stands up, goes over to the fridge, and checks.
You have one.
There we go. He sets it down next to him.
He starts jamming up his toast. This is pretty good. He takes a bite of eggs, puts some eggs on the toast, takes a bite. Simple meal. And General Lorelei cuts him off, but excellent. She puts more eggs in her mouth and starts chewing.
Julius somehow gets paler than he already is.
General Lorelei looks at Suletta. I didn't know he was such a good cook. Did you know he was such a good cook? He's not a cook. He's a chef. She takes a bite of bacon. And Suletta, my sister used to rave about his cooking. I believe he cooked 1 or 2 meals for her. As she cuts a little piece of egg off the, pile and sticks it in her mouth. And General Lorelei, right. 1 or 2 meals in 5 years. She takes another bite of bacon. What did you cook, Lazuli?
I cooked her beer steak.
Oh, excellent. When will you be cooking that for me?
When you come up to dinner next, ma'am.
Well, I hear you're going on a camping trip this weekend.
Yes, we are. Hunk has invited us.
Wouldn't miss it for the world.
Hunk, yeah, we're gonna watch a movie. We're gonna film my survival show as General Lorelei puts her cup up towards Julius for more tea.
He grabs the kettle and pours her some more.
Thank you, Julius. She takes the cup back, takes a big sip, and Hunk, yeah, it's gonna be a fun trip. We're gonna film my survival show. I'm looking forward to it. We're gonna watch. Would you like to come, General Lorelei? And she, no. And as she says that, Pequod turns the TV on, and you hear, it's on some music station, and you hear, and now for the #1 hit across all the Ethernet, My Ring of Shooting Stars Man by Coolem.
Aha, my ring of shooting stars, man. Deepest, bluest, my ring of shooting stars, man. Magical terror, thunderous jaws of death. You all don't cross Glabnak or you'll stop your breaths.
General Lorelei's fist hits the table. Turn it off. As Pequod turns the TV off awkwardly.
Ash pinching his nose. Thank you, ma'am. Trust me, I've heard that song enough times for a lifetime.
Everywhere I look on Gateway, I see that man's face now. And then she looks, just shakes her head.
If it's any consolation, and Julie, even more so than me, Julius had to see it constantly for 2 years.
He did?
Yeah, Ash was, sanctioned off to his room for most of the time. I had free reign because he enjoyed my mother.
She smacks her lips, looks down at the table, cuts some more eggs off, puts it in her mouth, points the fork at Ash. Why did he think you were a traitor?
So, for the first thing, he really didn't like me. It started when I told him not my backstory or my history, but just my military history. He asked about it. and I got as far as telling him I had been in the Headhunters for 5 years, and he proceeded to retch, run to the bathroom, and vomit.
Pequod and Icy start chuckling. General Lorelei, I guess I haven't seen that clip yet. My Rangers are quite fond of the compilation, montage, whatever you people would call it, of him saying, "Take them down, Julius," across various missions you embarked on.
Oh yes, he would teleport away and leave Julius against multiple enemies. What would you say? Every mission? Maybe every other?
Every mission, Ash. It happened with Nevermore, if you remember.
Ah yes, the demon, where he teleported away and left you to fight him, and we only barely pulled through.
Yeah.
Commander Integra, that man, as she looks up at the picture, and I thought I was crazy the past 2 years.
As I just was showing Gondar, when we were facing down a deity who could call his realm into ours, his instinct was not to summon another near-deity creature, no, it was to set up a satellite phone and try to call Mr. Gondar.
Who ended up, as General Lorelei takes a sip of tea, summoning your time dragon friend?
Well, I actually have footage of that, courtesy of you, ma'am. We wouldn't have footage of it were it not for you lending us the Epion. So again, thank you. He's going to play it as everybody's yelling at Malcolm. At this point, it looks like they're getting to, even Gurok, they're getting close to a mutiny. Just blow the flute! No, Globnock will come, as he picks up the flute from his belt and throws it across the ship.
You see General Lorelei's eyes widen.
Daviene, well, you want to explain, Julius?
Daviene shifts out of her dog form into her human form, jumps up, catches the flute, and just blows on it as loud as she can.
At which point, heavenly light starts flooding through the storm that Dagon had summoned, comes up behind her, and you hear over the radio, "I knew she was an angel!" As the time dragon begins to coalesce and the feed goes wonky.
Pequod spit takes across Julius's face coffee, some of the iced frappuccino she bought. So Julius, she spits all over your face laughing, the side of your cheek, left side of your face, given the way you guys are sitting. And then she immediately starts cleaning off the side of your face, apologizing.
It was a fun moment in time.
Interesting, to say the least.
General Lorelei watches Pequod clean Julius off. Naturally occurring feature of the planet Earth. Takes a bite of bacon.
Oh, yes, that highly experimental ship that we were using. From what the ship engineers told me on the way home, the thing was on its last legs, and I think 3 compartments had been filled with water.
General Lorelei shrugs, stops talking. Stops talking. Wouldn't it have just made more sense to blow the stupid flute once you saw what was facing you down? Conventional weapons would not work again. If the Epion didn't take it down in the first few moments, you should have just blown the flute then. Was he that far gone at that point in the journey? Or did he not know the significance of the flute?
To answer your questions, yes to the first one. What would you say, Julius? A distinct 50-50 chance on the second one, because he knew that the Time Dragon had gotten it, but he may have been so far gone at that point that he'd forgotten. But from what I've gathered, reading the logs that Captain Icy has provided us, ma'am, my best guess is he was saving it for something.
Is this, as she's looking at footage on her wrist computer, this is from the same day, and she shows you footage of Malcolm hiding under one of the tables after the flute has been blown and the dragon's fighting with Dagon. Is he hiding under the table praying to God?
Yes, ma'am, although I believe he was saying some prayer in which he attributed divine or at least holy power to Daviene, because apparently she summoned the dragon through just her own power, not that of the flute.
You see General Lorelai's eyes roll. He never had a chance with her. Takes a bite of egg.
No offense, ma'am, but I'm not sure anyone in the room right now would, even if you swung that way. No offense, of course.
Honk looks at his beer belly. Memory Ann sitting on his lap. None taken.
She's, without sounding creepy, she's the type of woman that if she asked a man to jump off a bridge, they would.
It's a shame she didn't ask Malcolm to, as Lorelai eats some hash brown.
He definitely would have.
He would have? It's a shame she didn't ask him to take a leap of faith into Dagon's mouth.
Icy laughs. Pequod laughs. General Lorelai looks at Suletta. You really never knew he was this good of a cook. These eggs, as she gestures down to the scrambled eggs, every 700 years, she puts her hand out across the table at everybody. I've eaten a lot of eggs. I have never had scrambled eggs that did not require hot sauce, salsa, ketchup, some type of condiment. These eggs are perfect. You see her look right at you, Julia.
Julius gets even more pale and sits down.
If he was a civilian, I would hire him as our private chef. And Gondar, oh, that would be a good gig, and looks at you, Julia.
Yes, I would enjoy it very much, man.
They are very good. They remind me somewhat of, vague memories of how I used to have them when I was very young.
General Lorelai, he never cooked anything for you up until this day, Suletta. And it is not his fault. I was not around as much as I would have liked to have been. Back when they were in the Headhunters, I was the junior dean at the Marauder Academy, and I had my daughter to raise by myself. Any free time I had, I spent with my daughter. Now that I'm the head dean, I can have other people do tasks for me. Therefore, more free time. She smiles. And General Lorelai, makes sense, and takes another bite of eggs, and you hear her utter the word perfect as she's chewing the egg.
I'm thankful for that, ma'am. We weren't around you nearly enough, and it's just always a shame to not get to see little ones growing up.
Pequod, you had to raise your daughter alone? And you see Icy doing the thing with her hand over her neck, like, no, don't. And Suletta, yes. My husband died before Memory Ann was born. And Pequod's face goes white.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I know how hard it can be to lose a loved one.
She takes a small bite of egg. He was an experimental fighter pilot. There's a saber pilot. He was very good at his job. She smiles slightly, takes a sip of tea. He piloted experimental crafts for EarthGov, and we'll leave it at that, as she takes another bite of egg.
Understood, ma'am. Again, I'm sorry.
She does not acknowledge your comment, and you just see Icy still doing the thing with her hand over the neck, and Pequod, so camping trip! Julius, what are you cooking for us on the trip?
Yeah, right. Usually when you camp, you want something hearty to eat, so I was thinking like beef and potato stew or chili, something like that.
General Lorelai, you didn't know her husband died?
We never really got much of a chance to get into it. And, during a lot of the time, it still didn't feel comfortable to ask a question like that up until more recently, ma'am. I didn't want to pry.
She blinks twice at you and just looks back down at her eggs and starts eating them. Not even salt and pepper required. She puts her plate up for Julius for more egg.
He takes it and shakily stands and gets her more.
Speaking of questions that have gone unanswered for too long, Suletta, would you be able to help me get... Would you happen to know the measurements for Lazuli's hands?
She looks at you, looks back down at the plate, takes a bite of eggs. Why?
I need rough measurements because I'm going to be making something for her.
What might that be? She takes some of the eggs off, cuts, the egg with her fork and bites.
There
Eats
was
it.
there was a style of knuckles in the world I came from where they were similar to brass knuckles, but you could channel magic through them to create blades of energy, like claws coming from where in between your knuckles were. I was going to make her a pair of those and see if I could get it enchanted to have a similar effect.
Icy looks over at you. I could do that. The enchanting part.
I wouldn't want to pry, but it would be appreciated.
I think it would be a nice gesture. Suletta, I can get you her hand measurements. Yes, I've had combat gloves made for her.
Thank you. I only need rough measurements because, well, I'd assume you've used brass knuckles. You know you want them to be a bit more loose fitting because too tight and you can really mess yourself up.
Suletta reaches for a glass of water, takes a sip. It's like room temperature, and you see the cup freeze over. So she's chilled it and takes another sip, types on her wrist computer, and you have the measurements you need.
Thank you, ma'am. Oh, I just need to see if I can find a metal that can hold up to her.
She continues eating her egg. General Lorelei, and this bacon, as she's holding a piece up with her fingers. Not too crispy, but not, and she's trying to make it floppy, but not floppy. Not too chewy, as she puts it in her mouth and looks at Julian.
Thank you, ma'am. There's also something I wanted to ask you, Auntie.
She continues eating, looking down at her plate.
Ever since I was young, there's only been really one thing that I've held dear to me, so whenever I think of a present for someone, I think of it. Do you know of any good place to get a locket for her?
She looks up at you. Perhaps you find something sentimental to you, have it melted down, and you and Ash craft something. Something made is always more significant than something bought.
Agreed. I'd gladly teach you. I've been bugging you to let me teach you for years.
If you
So
wish to purchase one, you could go anywhere on Gateway Station. There's multiple stores. Ring 2, 3, 4. There's nothing on Ring 8 as you see her tapping her finger on her chin, but it's up to you, whatever you want to do. And she kind of dismissively looks at you and continues eating.
Thank you, Auntie.
She keeps eating. Pequod, locket. Leslie, something we could melt down. She looks at Ash and shrugs.
Meltdown.
As you're thinking, you see a message from Hunk on both your wrist computer. Ask General Lorelei for help with Blaze. And it's from Hunk. And there's a smiley face.
Ash immediately starts to sweat a little. Oh boy.
General Lorelei continues eating.
Looks over at Julius. Almost scared in his eyes. Oh no.
Fabulous home fries. She puts more in her mouth.
He's a damn good cook. You should see the travesty in the kitchen whenever I try to cook. There's a reason that, I'm the honorary master and not allowed near the stove.
Everybody has their own skill sets, Ash. Julius, more hash browns, please. She hands her plate across the table to Julius.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, and another 2 pieces of toast.
Of course, ma'am.
In fact, just fill the whole plate.
Yes, ma'am.
Pequod with a huge grin on her face. Hunk sends you another set of messages. Ask! Do it for your father!
Ash is going to very discreetly message, do you want to have to go to the funeral of one of your sons? I can't.
He sends a message, please, Julius, with a sad face.
He turns around and hands her the plate. By the way, ma'am, there's something that we want to ask you.
She takes the plate with a big smile, puts her hand out, gesturing to go ahead.
There was this scientist who was researching ways to keep the Mind Stone of exoframes alive. Do you know whatever happened to him?
She looks up from her plate, cutting the eggs, tilts her head. And why would you want to know anything about that?
Well, as you know, Blaze passed away, and if there's a chance to get someone back, it's always good to go for it.
It's not often you have the chance to undo something like death.
She looks at you, Ash, and then back at Julius. He was Major Lazli's exoframe companion, yeah?
Yes, ma'am?
And damn good friend. Family. To us, ma'am.
Hunk, he was like an uncle to them, and like a best friend to me. She looks at him. How did he die? The Mind Stone gave out. Natural causes?
Yeah, the Mind Stone gave out. What was described to us was dementia. Basically, he would just forget things, and then his mind just started to go.
Yeah.
Hunk puts his hand out. The guy's name was Dr. Morgan. A long time ago, before Rico took office, General Lorelei, I vaguely remember. He was trying to research ways to continue their existence, as Julius said. His funding was cut, and I really don't know what happened to him. And she shrugs. And Hunk, I met him when he was still in EarthGov. And then I met him again at, think, a deep space truck stop, essentially. There was a bar. I met him there. And this was out on the frontier. And he told me he was with the UIR now. Because they were funding him, but he was putting their money into his research. And General Lorelei looks at Hunk and then back at you two. So what do you need from me? She takes a bite of egg.
Any help in finding him, ma'am? We've reached out to, General Rico already, and I was planning on reaching out to SIS once Agent O isn't getting 0 hours of sleep. But we just would like to be able to at least pay him and Lazuli that back.
The Mind Stones of exoframes are an amalgamation of technology and magic. You will need a high-level spellcaster. One of the reasons his funding was cut is because technology can only go so far. We would need a high-level spellcaster to be able to, how should I put this? Reignite, or flip the ignition switch on the Mind Stone again. And I assume you would like me to do that. And she looks at both.
I mean, I was unaware that was a requirement, ma'am, but if you would be willing, it would be appreciated. If you're not, we'll do our damnedest to find somebody who can.
General Lorelei, I will do it. However, I have no idea how to begin to find this man.
Of course.
Find the man, fix the technology, bring... I assume we still have Blaze's frame. And Hunk nods. Bring him here.
Of course. We already again have asked General Rico to reach out with anyone he can. But I'm also, again, once O is not inundated with calls from High Command, I'm going to reach out to him as well.
General Lorelei nods. You will find him. I'm sure of it. And keeps eating. She is cleaning her plate very quickly.
What are you reading, Icy?
Icy is reading a spell book. It's an actual book, an old spell book, and she gestures with the book, just keeping up with things.
He's gonna walk over and look. May I look over her shoulder?
She hands the book to you.
Reading it. Oh my.
Healing spells,
Healing, huh?
just in case we can't get a hold of those dart guns.
I will. I am the Master Sergeant. I'll get a hold of them for you, even if it means I have to, brown nose some people.
General Lorelei, dart gun.
Yes, ma'am. One moment. He's gonna walk down, retrieve one, and bring it back. These are mine and Julius's from our headhunter days. Hand it to her. They're very nice, healing dart guns. They can be mounted to our wrist, which is how we use them. They're very good, very versatile, and Captain Icy wanted to see if we could get some for the squad.
As the armory master, it is your job. If you cannot find any, come to me. As she puts her plate back to Julius. Sausage. And more egg. Just sausage and egg. And one piece of toast, Julius.
Of course, ma'am.
I've reached out to some friends, old friends, to see if they could give me some leads. I'll probably be going down to see if they have any later today.
I'm sure I can requisition some, if you cannot find them. However, attempt on your own, as she takes the plate back from Julie.
Of course, ma'am. God, looks back at it. Some of those spells are... I swear some of those runes are older than anything I've ever seen.
In the book?
In the book, yeah.
General Lorelei, they probably are. There were many other planets with spellcasters besides. And then she stops herself. Other places?
Of course. Just... It's incredible. You're incredible, Icy. Hands it to her. I can't even read half of that, and I speak Elvish.
Icy laughs. I used to steal books like this out of the Arcane Council's vaults. Now I could just go in and take whatever I want. I remember I used to have this cool magic whistle and a paddle, and then I lost it somewhere. And Hunk and scratches the back of his neck.
Yes, lost it. That'd be a scary thing to have floating around unattended.
Hunk, it got trash compacted.
Oh.
You blow the damn thing on the ship all the time. Imagine that thing blowing at 4 a.m. over your bed when you're trying to sleep. And she tried to use it on me to get me to call Lasley and propose to her. So I trash compacted it. As General Lorelei glares at it.
Well, I can say that one of those two things may have been irritating. The second one, she probably was right. But, yeah, I can understand.
General Lorelei, you do realize those were toys of Master Yen's when he was a child. As you see Hunk, you can see through the lens of his eyes are wide. Oh, well.
Oh. Wonderful.
Suletta stands up, takes her plate, takes Memory Ann's plate that she barely ate. General Lorelei, no, don't throw that away. Just put it on my plate. And Suletta puts what she didn't eat onto General Lorelei's plate. And Suletta, excuse me, as Gondar comes over and Suletta starts washing her own dishes.
Oh, please, Auntie, let me do that, please.
She pulls up her sleeves and keeps washing them. I can take care of myself.
You can, but you're a guest in our home. What kind of host would I be if I let you do that?
She keeps washing the dish as General Lorelei cuts around the pieces Memory Ann ate and eats her leftover.
Very well. I know better than to try to force you into anything. Just please let me next time, ma'am.
She finishes washing the plates, turns to Julius. Stand up.
Julius stands.
She pulls up her wrist computer. You see 0.00. How much?
4?
For breakfast. Memory Ann's plate, my plate, 2 cups of tea, and a cup of water.
Oh, nothing. Your family.
She looks at you. Are you sure?
Of course. And
She. Oh, go ahead.
he leans in close. Plus, you got me to talk to Hunk, and I have to thank you somehow for that, Auntie.
She doesn't really seem too receptive. She reaches into her pocket, pulls out 40 credits. A tip then? Your gratuity?
No, I can't take that, ma'am.
You see Gondar. I didn't know we had to pay to eat here. Oh, crap. He starts reaching for his wallet as General Lorelei is enjoying Memory End's leftover.
You don't. Neither do you, Auntie.
She's holding the credits. I feel obligated to pay. She puts the credits on the table and slides them to Julius. I surely wouldn't eat at somebody's abode for free for 5 years. As she takes her fingers off the credit.
Julius pushes the credits back to her. You can eat here at any time you want. I will make you anything you want.
You hear General Lorelei's voice in the back of your head, Julius. Invite her on the camping trip, idiot. It would be a good chance to get to know your auntie. And you look over at her and you see her with a big smile on her face eating your food. Or, the food you...
He thinks, oh my god, thank you. And you should come with us, ma'am, or auntie, onto the camping trip.
She looks at you. Camping trip. Your eyes trail off, top left. She pulls up her wrist computer. I will try to do right by my sister in her stead. How much do you want to impress your wife for the camping trip, Julius? And she has, a little pen, and she's about to put in the dollar amount. And Pequod, well, if you're offering, and she turns and looks at...
No, you don't have to pay anything. We just want you to come with us.
Will 80,000 credits suffice? And Pequod, what about 100,000?
Pequod.
We just want you to be there with us.
She looks at Memory Ann. Hunk, I would like her to come. She looks at Hunk, looks at you. When are we leaving?
Tonight.
Would it be too much to ask if I leave Memory Ann in your care here? I will do my due diligence and duties for the day, pack some bags, and return here tonight.
Of course. We'll keep an eye on her.
Pequod, can I have that 40 credits? It tries to reach for...
Julius pushes the 40 credits away from Pequod, back up further to Suletta.
She takes them, looks at them, and puts them in Commander Integra's shirt pocket. Start a saving fund for the little one. And she points to Lasley and Integra. Good idea. Very good idea. And Suletta leaves. General Lorelei, as she's leaving, talk about foul mood. She looks at her empty plate.
It's deserved, ma'am. We weren't particularly good sons.
Pequod, now I'm gonna have to pay for the movie screen.
Sorry, dear.
Pequod, it's no big deal. I already have the projector. We're gonna watch Malkiana Jones and The Last Crusade. General Lorelei looks at her. Why would you go on a camping trip to watch that? And Pequod, it's gonna be really good. And smiles at her.
I mean, she does get to see Julius in adventuring clothing.
Yes, if it's what I'm thinking of, I've heard Julius has a starring role from what Agent R has told me.
Yes, Julius, Malcolm, Gorak, and I have the most screen time.
General Lorelei laughs as Hunk puts Memory Ann on your lap, Ash, and you'll remember him. You just gotta spend some more time around them. And she looks up at you, Ash, and smiles and keeps coloring.
And what are you coloring?
She's coloring a little picture of Two Bunny.
Adorable. Just gonna put, rub back of her head. It's gonna be delightful.
You see Gondar very confused, looking at a bunch of credits in his hand. Where do we leave the tip?
Nowhere. No need to pay us a cent, Gonda.
He puts the credits back in his pocket. Oh, okay. Whatever you say.
She's just making a point. A very succinct one and a deserved one, but a point nonetheless.
You hear loud, blaring patriotic music playing as Mercurius comes to the door, and you hear, "God damn it! Would you turn the hell off?" As General Rico appears in the doorway, and Mercurius blaring the patriotic music as he's coming in the room.
Ash, struggling to sit up straight without disturbing memory, and, General Rico, sir? Saluting.
General Lorelei gets up, salutes him. Oh, Lorelei! And you see him bounce back to the door, and what are you doing here? And she, having breakfast. Your son-in-law is an excellent chef. He comes back in the room. Right, at ease, please. Everybody.
Yes, sir. Wonderful to see you, sir.
Mercurius, you have to really yell what you're saying because he's blaring the patriotic music from his chassis. Commander Integra, shut him off!
Mercurius, shut down! That's an order. You're disturbing people.
He salutes you, and the music stops, and he walks out of the room to go put up Pequod's new artifacts. Finish putting up Pequod's new artifacts.
Oh, God.
General Rico looks around. Got any leftovers? And points at Julie.
We should. And he stands up.
Just throw me a couple eggs on a piece of toast, 2 pieces of toast. Make me a sandwich. Sits down here, and some hot sauce.
Yes, sir. And he puts in 2 pieces of toast. Gets the eggs.
As you're putting in the toast, he smacks you on the shoulder and sits down. It sends a whole shockwave through your body. Strong man, to be sure. He sits down and I didn't mean to barge in, but I have some news.
What is that?
The news pertains to the 2 of you. Highcom, look at it this way. And he makes a box with his hands. Highcom consists of every acting commander of every branch of EarthGov's military. You might be wondering, well, how many could there be? Well, there's a lot. Coast Guard. The Navy is broken up into the Navy and then the Navy Space Force, because those big ships fall under the Navy, right? Fighter craft fall under the Air Force. So you got the Air Force and the Air Force Space Force. It's fucking confusing. He puts his hand in front of his face. And there's Army, there's all these different things. Spec Forces, Generals. High Command consists of more than just me and Lorelei. And then you got the politicians. The people who run the civilian side of things for EarthGov. The Council. Not the Arcane Council. The Council. Every species in EarthGov gets to appoint one politician to be on this council. So they're included in HighCom. Yes, they have no say over the military, but the military does not run EarthGov. It's run by the people, for the people. You're following me? And he puts his hand up.
Yes, of course. A very diverse group of people to make important decisions.
Exactly. So we had a meeting yesterday after you guys went to your field trip with the general over there. As you can see, he's sweating, looking at Lorelei. HighCom had a meeting, and it was involving the Malcolm crisis, as it's being called. As Julius sets the egg, the sandwich down for him. We had a meeting, and the cover story was you guys were dead until we could figure out something, right? And then you went to the anime convention, which had I known you were gonna go, I would have stopped you. It's my fault. And then you got up on stage and answered questions. You're aware of this.
Yes, sir.
You're aware that it was recorded and broadcasted all over the Enet.
Yes, sir.
So, High Command called a meeting involving you two and how the public is to be addressed of Malcolm. Simple vote. Who is to address the public? General Lorelei put her neck out for you guys and wanted to be the one to do it, since she was there at the convention with you. The other choice on the ballot was you two addressing the public. And a lot of people in High Command voted no decision. General Lorelei myself and General Spears. Apparently, he likes you. I don't know. You must have talked to him. He voted in favor of Lorelei doing it instead of you guys, and everybody else voted you guys do it because you're responsible. At least that's how they see it. So we're at a crossroads here. Since you two fall under military command, I can overrule the council. You don't have to do it. However, General Lorelei takes a sip of tea. It would be what we call sets the cup down political suicide for him because it would look as if he was trying to protect his son-in-law. She's glaring at Julius. And General Rico, yeah. So, and you'd have to prepare a two-part statement. One part given by each one of you about Malcolm. You gotta tell the truth. Maybe don't get into the whole thing he was killing people in this wrestling federation, but if you're addressing the general public, think about it. Think how you would address them, right?
I'll do it.
Well, if you're gonna do it, then he's gonna have to do it. I'm sorry, Julius. And he looks up at you.
I was gonna do it anyway.
All right, your faces are gonna be fucking everywhere. We're talking primetime, E-net, television. Even people who still have radios, like analog radios, are gonna be hearing it. You're okay with that?
Needs to be said, and we went to the convention and answered the questions. We
Now,
need to
listen, though. Listen, you can't be telling people he fucking murdered civilians. As he starts, like, pounding his hand on the table. Yes, it's the truth, but can't tell him. You understand me? Incompetence, yeah, write it all over the walls he was incompetent, but you can't tell them he airlocked slaves and stuff like that. There's no way. You'll be crucified. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So you'll have to have this statement prepared. Two-part. I don't care who does what. I don't care who covers what. I am privy to a lot of things that went on that ship now. Personally, I know there was events that went down with your beautiful mother, Julius. Put it out there. Make the Chance family name go down the toilet. There are still members of the Chance family in political portions of EarthGov. They'll be gone. This is your chance to stick it to the Chances. No pun intended. Not that they have any real power over the military, but this is your chance. No pun intended.
If I may, sir, the only thing that worries me about leaving details out is how much worse will things get if people eventually find out the full truth.
That's a bridge to cross at another time if we come to it. This stupid wrestling show, as you see him looking up, this stupid wrestling show is gonna air on multiple different news networks, stations. He's stuttering, looking at the picture. They're cutting out the parts where, he killed people. They don't even know that. They think it. Look, this stuff was well done, whether you like it or not. It looks like a drama, right? So, we're gonna leave that out as long as we can, and nobody's gonna bring that up as he's staring at Pequod, or they'll be kicked out of the military forever and disowned. And Pequod's face gets super white, but everything else, yeah.
Understood, sir. I mean, it's not like we don't have a wealth of other things between incompetence, embezzling, sexual harassment, assault. Yeah.
The way this Malcolm character, as he looks up at the picture of Malcolm, is shaping up to be is, he's a joke. He shrugs, and I think that's fitting. That's his legacy. He is a joke. But in truth, he's a monster. And he keeps looking at the picture. God! Can't take looking at that! And he turns his chair, looks at Lorelei, looks the other way.
Look at him this way. He is a monster, but why give him the power? Take it away. Make him a laughingstock instead.
Well, that's what he is, son, and I think it's very fitting that this is his legacy. He should have never been in the position he was in the first place. You have time. You have about a week's time. I know you're going on a camping trip. I already had to buy you guys a projector and Pequod smiles, and you're gonna have to watch some movie. What movie are you guys watching?
Malkiana Jones and the Last Crusade.
Oh, Christ. Make my egg sandwich to go.
Starring Malcolm Chance, Gorok Bone Crusher, and Julius Rainfall.
Julius is wrapping the sandwich up for him. You gotta hate to go cups for a black cup of coffee.
Yes, sir.
Don't say Gurok Bone Crusher. The real Gurok Bone Crusher was a fucking hero, and he died a hero. Whoever that guy was that stole his identity, I want to know. You bring me back his head, and he's pointing right at you.
Oh, I'll do my damnedest, sir, but I'll be honest and say I can't promise there will be anything left of him to bring when we're done with him.
He shrugs as he takes the to-go cup and the wrapped-up sandwich. Fine, bring back the combat footage.
Will do, and I'll bring you back his head if I at all can, sir. Trust me. As much as you want him dead, we want him dead even more.
He gestures with his cup of coffee. Well, I know you guys are going on a camping trip. Looks down at Commander Integra. Looks back at you, Ash. Back at her. She's smiling up at him, holding Leslie. You're healthy? Yes, I'm doing much better. Thank you, General. She nods. My rank was taken from me, and who in the hell? Who did that? Who in God's name took that rank from you, woman?
Sir, he's gonna motion with his head towards General Lorelei.
She's blankly staring at him, and well, if that's what she saw fit to do. Julius, I'll see you later. Pequod, I love you, dear. Have fun, Ash. Hi, Nicole. And he runs out of the room. Brisk pace. General Lorelei coughs into her hand and drinks more tea.
Ash chuckles lightly. Yeah.
She sets her teacup down. I will be there with you when you deliver your briefing. Would you like me there?
I would greatly appreciate it, ma'am.
I should be there. I am responsible as she's playing with the cup of tea. I could have came up on stage and killed you. I could have beat you up, announced you as traitors. I think what you did was very brave.
I suppose so, ma'am.
Glorifying Malcolm as she's staring at this picture. I wish he was standing outside of my bedroom, looking at me like that.
Yeah, I mean, you would have killed him. You would have killed him fast.
And if you didn't get the chance to, looks over at Gondar. Well, it would have been quite an honor to see either of two of the greatest warriors to ever live in action.
Gondar crosses his arms and looks at the picture. Do you think I could get a copy of that? General Lorelei glares at him. For my office, not the house.
If you'd like, easily, sir.
Give me a copy of like every one you got of him. Me and Ruger are big fans. General Lorelei clears her throat. Not fans of what he did, just I think this guy's fucking hilarious. What a loon.
I can get you those easily. I had a bunch printed up for my personal use.
One of my favorite clips is him walking up to this guy with an Atlanta Hawks hat in Ruger's town, asking him if he had murderous intent, and he starts laughing and plays the clip.
Yes, you, sir. We're here investigating a murder. Have you had any murderous intent lately?
And then when they finally caught the guy, honey, you see Ash, Julius, and the rest of the squad struggling with this crazed miner guy with this cursed crown, and Malcolm's just walking around the town asking people if they had murderous intent.
Yes, he was, to which, when we finally got him back, well, this happened. A crown. Let me put it on. And that's when Nick and Carter had to restrain him, ma'am.
General Lorelei takes another sip of tea. Those two Spartans were a loss.
Yes, they were. Gods. They survived the crash and died protecting us. They died to that bastard. Hands clenching and just getting angry, red in the face, thinking about it.
General Lorelei relax and puts her hand out, and you feel like a soothing emotions enveloping you. Almost like a breeze hitting you.
Almost teary-eyed for a sec. Apologies, ma'am. A lot of, emotion about those two. If anyone deserved to make it off the ship, they did.
She takes the final sip of tea. Mr. Tewaz will get his comeuppance, all in good time, and sets the cup down.
That he will. I made a promise to Gondar here. I'm gonna end him.
He looks at you. With the squad you guys got, I ain't worried about anything.
I believe you're right.
I do too. He stands up. You're fighting for the future, and he pats Lasley on the head and looks and gestures towards Memrian. Can't lose, boys, and he points at both of you.
Yes, sir.
Smiles. I had no intention of it.
Lorelei stands up, fixes her general's, the general coat she wears, the dress coat. Well, thank you for breakfast. She bows slightly to Julius. It was excellent. I'll be back, probably Monday for breakfast after your camping trip. She gestures to both of you. Enjoy the trip. Nods at Pequod, smiles, nods at Icy. Have a good time, and prepare for your training with Commander Jiren. It's going to begin very soon, and she has a big smirk on her face.
Oh, I've been ready for it, ma'am. To say the least, I hope he works me hard, because I can't even disassemble my guns right now. I need to get back to the point where I can actually do what I'm supposed to do.
General Lorelei, oh, he'll work you hard. Don't worry. Puts her hand on Icy's head, and so will this little one. Good day, and Gondar, see you guys later.
Gondar, ma'am?
They leave, and, Mercurius sees them out. Door closes, and Pequod, she really loves your cooking, Julia.
Yeah.
Good for me.
Of course it is. You've got a bone. I don't.
Make sure you make enough for Saris, Sasha, and Daviene. They're training right now. They're probably going to be hungry after breakfast.
I'll get blood out for Saris.
Yeah, I'll cook him up something.
I see.
Yeah.
Question. You're going to be training us with Jiren. Would you be willing to help me actually get down the spells I know?
Sure. What do you know?
Well, let me think. I'm capable, again, a very novice. I learned whatever I have by reading what little spell books that the idiot carried, but I know how to cast Minor Illusion, Eldritch Blast, and Hex.
Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, Julius is going to be focusing with Commander Jiren in singles combat, because that's his specialty. And she's looking at you, not that I'm going to yell, take them down, Julius, and leave you. Ever! As she gestures with both hands, but he's a melee fighter. We can focus spells, you and I, while they focus on fighting.
Good. Spells and guns. Good.
And getting back in shape. Just in general, as Pequod's rubbing Julius's abs.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. We definitely need to get back there.
Commander Integra looks at Icy. Nicole, would you take me down? Would you be so kind to? And good. Take me down to Gateway. She stands up, fixes her, the white shirt she's wearing. It's time I go see Maine, Hamer, Contry, Rob. It's time. And Icy puts her hand out. Let's go!
Would you like it if I went as well, ma'am?
She looks over. No, stay and relax. Nicole will accompany me. We will be fine. And she handed Lasley to Pequod. This is something I have to do alone. I'm just not comfortable in my knowledge of traversing the station.
He's gonna get up, hand Memory Ann to Julius, walk up. You'll do fine, Mom. And he's gonna hug her. I believe fully in you.
She hugs you back. I'm not doing this to get my position or rank back or even honor. It's just what must be done, Ash. And she gives you a kiss on the cheek.
And a kiss her on the cheek back. The hardest of decisions are ones that need to be done.
She lets you go. Besides, being a civilian isn't all that bad. I get to live here for free. I never thought I'd be in a mansion. It's wonderful. As she takes Icy's hands, let us go. And they leave.
Oh boy.
You hear the door close, and then you hear the door open again. And you hear,
Oh.
and Tommy's standing at the kitchen door.
Tommy! He's gonna stand up, go to shake his hand. A pleasure to see you, my friend.
Hey Ash, how you doing? Julius, what you making over there?
I'm just making some eggs, bacon, hash browns for my mom and Sasha Saris.
Saint Guillotine make me eggs this morning at restaurant, but only serve whites. Only whites of egg white. He say it healthy. As he sits down at the table. Who children these?
This is my child. Her name is Lassily, and then this is our auntie's child. Her name is Memory Ann.
Oh, very nice to see them. Very beautiful children. Why man wear gas masks? Hunk. Who the hell is this guy?
That's our father, Hunk. He, just prefers to wear it.
Yeah, oh, very handsome man. I like mask very much. Maybe use it as prop in movie. And Hunk, movie?
We do need to talk about that. We need to have you over for dinner at some point.
Tommy gets up. Hey Ash, what's going on in here? And he walks out here. Oh, Drake in here with women.
He's gonna
Who
run
the-
up.
Who that? And he points at Davey.
Come on in, Tommy.
Oh yeah, sure, I come in. Julius, come give me tour of apartment, Julius. Why you deny me?
Oh, I'm cooking food for everyone right now.
Pequod, I'll do it.
Okay, thank you, dear. He's gonna give her a kiss on the cheek.
We need to stay in Lazy Eye's good graces, baby. And she kisses you.
He's gonna walk. Ash is gonna come in, kiss Saris. Darling.
Oh, Drake. Tommy walks around the Drake.
Sasha. Davy.
He comes back up. Come on, Julius, come in room. Who all these women? I'm Tommy. 'Cause they're like Sasha's lifting weights, bench pressing. Saris gets up from the leg machine she was working on, kisses you. Daviene's doing whatever she wants, and Tommy, pleasure to meet you, ladies, and flips his hair.
May I introduce you, Tommy? This is Saris, my fiancée.
Oh, beautiful to be sure. He kisses her hand. She blushes. Ash have beautiful wife.
Well, I'd like
Thank you.
I'd like to say so. This is Sasha, good friend of the family, and family herself.
He comes over. Oh, you lift many weights. Back when I was very young, before I come over from Eastern Europe, I was bodybuilder. And Sasha's looking up at him. You wanna spot me here then? And she has the weights. And he, of course. Here, Tommy know how to lift. And she has 150 pounds on a bar. And he's, Tommy, Tommy having trouble here today. Back injury from college football days. And Sasha just lifts it up herself and, yeah.
This is Zanzibar, points to the Drake, and Julius, you can introduce Davy.
That's my mother, David.
He walks up to Daviene, puts his hand over his stomach and bows. Pleasure to meet you.
He bows back to him. The pleasure's all mine.
Oh no, don't bow to Tommy. Tommy bowed to you. You are angelic. You are beautiful. I see many women all my life. They all after me. You are the most beautiful Tommy ever seen. My eyes blessed with you.
At the point of hearing angelic, Ash coughs and coughs because he remembers hearing Malcolm say, "She's angelic."
Oh my, you world champion? Is that what this is? And he walks over here. Is this you win beauty pageant or something?
That is not for a beauty pageant. That was from the Majestic Wrestling Federation. That was the big belt that they all fought for.
Well, I would fight for it too. Beautiful woman in picture of belt. Tommy was wrestler long ago.
Is that so?
Yes, Tommy, very important. I make lots of money in Wrestling Federation. The Tommy Wrestling Federation, actually, I own it. And he smiles at Dave.
Oh, really? I would love to see some videotapes or anything you have on it.
Oh, well, maybe some other time. I have to find them back my home in LA. And I have home in New Orleans and Eastern Europe if you'd like to come see us sometime.
Perhaps.
Maybe if it's not too much trouble, I take you out on date, Daviene.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm really not prepared for any kind of relationship.
Oh, nothing serious, Daviene. Just dinner. You come to my place, my restaurant. I feed you whatever you like. It was me who sent up. How was desserts that Tommy sent up last night?
Oh, they were delicious. The general very much enjoyed them. We're going to make sure to refer her to your restaurant once it's ready.
Tommy knows many people, Daviene. Many big fans of Tommy. I think maybe one night we go out together.
Yes, perhaps. Maybe I'll come down with Julius and everyone when they go to your restaurant to check it out.
Oh, I think you should. I really appreciate you come down. You need anything from Tommy. He flips his hair with his hand. You just ask Tommy.
Of course, thank you.
Tommy give right arm just to look at someone as beauty as you.
Yes, and Tommy also wants us, at least me, to be in his movie.
Well, not just you, actually. I scripting it out as we speak. Sometimes late night. I have scenes. I need Julius in movie. Maybe whole family. And he puts his hands out. Even Daviene.
Is-
You'll have to check with everyone, but
Well, just get them to do it. I need them.
Looks at Saris. Uh-huh.
Sarah shrugs. I'll do whatever. Sasha, meh.
Okay, Daviene.
You see Tommy's eyes sparkling, looking at Dave.
I suppose I'll act in it.
Oh, excellent, excellent. You know, you're so beautiful. I figure you are actress. You have previous experience.
A little bit, yes. Yes.
You see, you're so gorgeous. This is great. Anyway, you come down to my restaurant later today. They all come down. But for now, I want a tour of apartment, Ash. I've been trying to come over, Daviene, but they always deny me.
Again, apologies.
Well, yes, you should get a tour of the apartment.
Maybe someday I come work out with you, Daviene. But I don't want to get you hot and sweaty when Tommy take off shirt.
Oh, I'm sure I could handle myself.
I was bodybuilder long time ago. Anyway, if I may, Daviene, and he tries to take her hand to give it a kiss.
She struggles to put the hand up to him.
He kisses it. Goodbye, my beauty. Come, Ash. Hi, Drake. And he walks up.
He walks up, kisses Saris. I'm gonna go help him around. And look on the bright side, Daviene. At least he's an actual gentleman and not, you know. And he's gonna walk out with Tommy.
He has the football as well.
Well, I suppose nowhere better to start on this level than the armory. Come.
Ah, come on, Julius. He puts his arm around Julius. Julius, that's your mom.
Yeah, that's my mother.
Julius, you put in good word for Tommy. Give me date. I get you JJ tickets. You understand? I good friends with JJ. You might not believe Tommy, but in the future you going to see is truth. And when you meet JJ and you ask for tickets, you need Tommy there to get you them.
Okay, so
He pulls up a picture of him and JJ Cool J. You see, this was JJ when young. He worked at my jeans store. Ash, you're still here. You're watching this.
Yeah.
He worked at my jeans store, Levi Jeans. We sell Levi Jeans, 555 Beach Street. When he was young man, I fund his mixtapes for him. Then he become famous, and JJ very good man. He'd never forget who helped him. And man who helped him was me, Tommy. So we actually good friends.
May I see the picture?
He shows you it, and he here. You want me to give him a call?
I wouldn't want to pry. Ash is looking very carefully to see if it looks shocked.
It's real. It's the real JJ, and he pulls up a call. Icy's not in the apartment to hear it, but he pulls up the call, and you see JJ Cool J on the other side. Hey, Tom, what's up? How you doing, brother? And Tommy, hey, JJ, I have my friends here. They don't believe me that me and you friends. And he holds out his wrist computer to you.
Oh, never said that, of course. Pleasure to meet you, sir. Sharion Valorius.
He waves. I think I've seen you somewhere before. And you, the red hair. You look familiar, brother.
You probably saw us on the ENET. We're in the military on an Arcane Council strike squad.
Oh, any homie of Tommy's is a homie of mine.
A pleasure. Appreciate that, sir. Pleasure to meet you.
JJ, I know you're busy. I don't mean bother you, but I had to call to show these two that Tommy always truthful. And no problem, Tommy. No problem, brother. Get ready for my tour. Gotta go. And he hangs up. And Tommy looks back at both of you. I tell you.
I believed you.
Tommy never lied, Julius. And he puts up his finger at Julius.
Julius turns to him. So, I get you a date with my mother. And you get us JJ Cool J tickets?
Yeah, but a little more than that. You have to star in a movie for Tommy.
Of course, that goes without saying.
But then this deal. I get you tickets.
Glad
For concert here on Gateway, right?
Yes, of course.
of course.
Okay, then you consider this done. It's already done. You just give me date with your hot mom and be my movie star. Really, I doing favor for you.
Of course.
Take me in armory now. Come, boy.
Yes, come. Girls, Snarf, this is Tommy Wiseau. He's a friend. We're giving him a tour of the apartment.
He comes over. Oh, wow, more beautiful women. Always have beautiful women around here, but you two too young for Tommy. And old Cobalt Man, nice to meet you. Hi! Jennifer turns around. Sonny's just grinning at him. Snarf, who the fuck? Looking over his shoulder.
This is Tommy Wiseau. He's a friend on Gateway. We actually met him back in our headhunter days. Assisted
Tom.
us in finding some doppelgangers.
Tommy, that's correct, actually. There was man with big revolver, and Tommy dive in front of gunfire to protect Ash. Still have scar. And Jennifer, can I see it? Tommy, oh no, you don't want to see it. It'd make you sick. What this? And he starts picking up the cube and throwing it in the air. Here, hold football, little girl. And he hands Jennifer the football.
Tommy.
Here, Julius, catch! And he throws it across the room to Julius.
He catches it.
Hey, Tommy.
Julius, here, I'm open. Go wide, throw a fastball.
He looks over at Ash. Right.
Snarf, would you stop?
It's rather important, Tommy. That's very fragile, very old. It's an heirloom. Don't want to break it. It would make the girls cry if it broke.
Tommy points. We could catch out here sometime. Fine. Here, give it back to me, Julius. I put it back.
Thank you.
There you go, Tommy.
Snarf grabs it out of his hands and sets it. No touchy. And sits back down and keeps working on Daviene's rig.
It's
And
very
Tommy,
old.
very nice armory, Ash.
It is. It's a little barren at this point, but we're gonna fill it out.
You plan to invade Cuba with all these guns? Why you need so many?
We're, to put it lightly, we're dealing with some very bad people, and this lets us take care of those very bad people so that they don't hurt innocent people.
Tommy was champion shooter back in college.
Is that so? I would love to go down to the range with you sometime then.
Oh, I show you. Very good at shooting. He picks up the TMP. I use handgun like this long time ago. And you see he's trying to figure out how to unload the magazine. But it was older model, not very familiar with this new stuff. What this? He picks up the Ripper. What the hell's this?
That is, he's gonna grab it.
He
That's
swings it, almost hitting Julius because he can't control it.
Ash grabs it. That's my Ripper. It's a handheld chainsaw. I use it mostly as a tool, but very dangerous. That thing could cut right through power armor.
Alright, Julius, I hope I not hurt you.
Julius is ducking down, making sure his head is still attached to his body. Yeah, you're all good, Tommy.
Tommy not have forearm strength he had when he was a star quarterback for Raiders team. Kentucky Raiders.
Ah, yes. Fair enough. I need to get back my arm strength too.
Well, very nice armory, Ash, but I don't know. I'm not really into guns, Ash. I don't like guns. War no good.
No, it's not. Trust
I
me.
remember long ago I defeat that man with big revolver in single combat. And he looks down at Sonny and Jennifer, and I had gaping wound in chest and still defeat him.
Yes, yes. Trust me, if I could not have to carry a gun, I would.
Whose dog that?
That's me and my wife's dog.
Oh, maybe dog be in movie. Come back to kitchen.
Okay.
Of course, let's go.
Tommy sits down next to Hunk. Hunk, do you want anything to eat? And Tommy, no, I ate already, as Tommy said. But today I come to tell you about my life. And Hunk, okay? He just looks at Julius awkwardly, Hunk, and he's kind of like, what the fuck?
Well, tell away.
Well, where should we start, Ash?
Well, I would say early life. Wouldn't that be a natural starting point?
Maybe. Hi, pregnant lady. As Pequod turns, hi! My name's Patricia or Pequod, not pregnant lady. Oh, very nice name, Patricia. Anyway, well, I grew up in Eastern Europe, Ash, and my grandfather, a very rich man, Ash. He died, though, and my parents died, too. There was war there, and they died. And I inherit all this money. So I go to New Orleans. I decide to go to New Orleans, this place, and I open a restaurant there on this place called Bourbon Street, Ash. He comes and sits right next to you.
Bourbon Street, yes, I've heard of it. Good
Well, I
place?
opened restaurant there, is bar, and we had. I never really thought, honestly, Ash, restaurant be that successful, but it was, and I was very pleased with it. I made a lot of money, and then I decided to go to college. I went to New Orleans State. There's no such thing in this universe. New Orleans State Football Championship University, and Tommy try out for football team, and you see Pequod's face turning red, trying not to. And 2 minutes into tryout, coach say, "Oh, you the next Tom Brady." So Tommy becomes star quarterback, and he stops talking for a second.
Really, the next Tom Brady? That's incredible. And at
Yeah,
such a
well-
young age.
Well, I was. Yes, I'm very young. I'm only 28, Ash. You know this.
I did not.
Pequod comes behind Julius and starts laughing.
It's a pleasure to know.
Pequod starts laughing so hard she's hitting Julius's back with her fist. Like, not hard, just, Tommy, why she laugh?
Oh, there's just this video with this, and he points over to the Crazy Malcolm. There was this video with Crazy Malcolm.
I see that guy everywhere. I'm quite jealous. He's more famous than Tommy.
Only for now. Tommy, that movie will easily change that.
Where were we at? Oh, I was tennis star. I mean, football star. Great American game, football. Well, I was tennis star too, Ash. I play at this thing called Wimbledon.
Really?
Yes, I play there. But that was after football career with Kentucky Raiders. But anyway, Ash, I get drafted. I play in college 2 months and then drafted to NFL. NHL, I think it called. Anyway, I joined Kentucky Raiders. I win 18 Super Bowls.
Oh my. That means you won more than most teams. Incredible.
Yeah, and then I get inducted into Hall of Fame, youngest induction ever. Pequod is cackling at the top of her lungs. And Julia, she's wrapped her arms around your waist, squeezing so tight, burying her face into your back.
How old were you when you were inducted?
Oh, 29, maybe 30. Maybe I'm 32. Sometimes I forget my age, Julia.
Oh, of course. I sometimes forget mine too.
Yeah, it's understandable. But then anyway, I get inducted to Hall of Fame, and then after that, I play at Wimbledon. And then I buy car, and I be NASCAR car driver. You know NASCAR, Ash?
Yes, stock cars.
Actually, Ash, I was first man in space. Hunk, what the fuck? Just staring at him like.
Oh, really? Incredible.
Anyway, Ash, I beat the Russians to space in space race for America, and then I was NASCAR driver. They call me Tommy Gordon is my name when I was in NASCAR.
Oh, really?
Ah,
Incredible.
yes, I won Florida Daytona Cup 5 million. I still have trophy. I just forgot picture, Ash.
Of course. Someday I'll need to see it.
Anyway, Pequod stops to take a drink as she's drinking Tommy. Anyway, after that, I decide to go sell Levi jeans in Hollywood. And I want to be a movie star. That's why I want to make own movie. So I go to LA to sell Levi jeans and make a lot of money, Ash. There's a lot of money to be made selling jeans in LA. Did you know that, Ash?
I would assume so. They're very fashionable, feel good in heat. It makes sense.
But LA not good for Tommy. I do meet JJ. That was a good thing that happened there. But not good for Tommy. Too many women chasing me around. Everywhere I go, they coming around the corner. Pequod spits on the side of Hunk's helmet.
Alright, that does seem like a problem that would.
Everywhere I go, Julius, I couldn't eat dinner anywhere. They all attack me everywhere. They want Tommy. So after that, Tommy decided to go to Watertown. And colony in Earth of Space, and it's safe there. And then actually, pregnant lady, did you know, Julius, back when I meet these two at Watertown? And Pequod, I was there. And Hunk, huh? And Tommy, well, you were there, but you missed when actually there's a man with big revolver and he tries to shoot Ash. And Tommy jumped in front of Ash to protect him. Then Tommy beat man with big revolver. As Pequod comes back behind Julius, trying not to laugh.
It was pretty brave, if I say so.
Hunk, really? He looks at Ash.
Looks at Hunk in a way of, no, but yes, of course.
And Tommy, see, I do all this for them because I knew one day we'd be good friends on Gateway. Anyway, after Watertown, I was mayor there, Hunk. And Hunk, I was mayor, but I decided to leave. Man with big revolver killed most people there. I mean, Tommy beat him. Then other people come with guns. Tommy couldn't take on whole army by himself. It was these things called Geist. They come in spaceships and take over town. Very sad, Hunk. Anyway, Tommy killed millions of them and then decided to open a restaurant on Gateway. And Hunk's just glaring at him.
Of course, what a storied life you've lived. Oh my god.
Very historic, Ash. I have many trophies. I win Super Bowl 24 times.
Oh, I believe you. Oh,
And I win Rose Bowl 90 times.
my god, it's incredible. You should get someone to help pen your memoirs.
I have most home runs in NFL history, Ash.
That's impressive right there.
Yes, it is.
I even win World Cup for this game called soccer where you kick ball into big net.
Yes, of course.
Well, Ash, that's my life. What do you think?
I think you've led an incredibly storied and varied life. The life of half of it would be something anyone would be happy to have lived. And you're still young.
Very young, Ash, actually. I only, early 30s, and I'm hoping Julius' mom come out to dinner with me.
I'm sure she would.
She will. She definitely will.
Well, guys, I'm going down to the restaurant. I want you to come down later today. Don't deny Tommy. You come down and see restaurant, Julius. I hope you have menu prepared for Tommy.
Right, yeah.
Very good. Well, you come down today. I'm sure you got business on Gateway. Whatever soldier guys do, I don't know. Tommy was never soldier. The army wouldn't take Tommy because of, they say, my eyesight. But my eyesight perfectly fine, Ash.
I believe you.
Anyway, Ash, Julius, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go see Saint Guillotine. I'll see you all later. Goodbye, pregnant lady. And
Goodbye, Tommy.
Hunk is just staring at the door he went through. Pequod falls to her knees laughing.
Julie sits down. I have to convince my mother to go on a date with that man.
Saris comes, sits down next to Ash. Sasha gets a plate of food, sits down. Yeah. Wait, why do you have to?
That, that's the only way we're able to get JJ Cool J tickets for us.
Pequod, did you hear the part about the most home runs in NFL history? He does not know JJ.
Oh, no, he does.
No, there's no way. Ash, she's shaking her head laughing.
He called him in front of us, and he answered the phone.
You see Saris look shocked. Sasha, has some eggs and the fork right to her mouth looking at you. Pequod looks up at Julius. No way.
Way.
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
It can't be.
Even a broken clock is right twice a day, Pequod. At least one aspect of his life is truthful. He knows JJ Cool J. They're great friends, apparently. The Levi Jeans store is true, and he used the money from it to fund JJ's early career. And because JJ is such a good man, he remembers his debts.
Pequod, Saris and Sasha start laughing. Hunk, Jesus H. So scratches the back of his neck looking down at Memory Ann. Well, I mean, there's worse friends you guys could have. He's actually entertaining.
And he lies a fair amount, but he actually seems a decent man.
Snarf comes in. Saris makes him a plate, sets it down for him. Jennifer makes her own plate. That Tommy guy was great!
He's entertaining, that's for sure. Oh god, looking at his computer where he's written the cliff notes of what Tommy said. I have to play him.
Pequod, I can't even imitate his accent.
So I was a very good football player.
The room erupts with laughter. Even baby Leslie laughing. Memory Ann laughing.
Have most home runs in the NFL and 90 Rose Bowls. I won the World Cup.
Pequod, yeah, he got drafted in 2 months out of college from football super school. And he's only, 32 and won 18 super.
And the next Tom Brady.
Pequod looks up at Julius. I feel bad for your mom.
Oh, I do too.
She survived Malcolm, and at least this guy seems to not be insane and evil.
No, I think he's harmless. Sasha looks at you. He's harmless. He's funny. He shrugs and starts eating more.
At least she'll get entertainment out of it. If she decides to go, which, good luck, Julius.
Pequod scratching her chin. I guess he forgot I was standing there when the issues with Tewaz were resolved.
Yeah.
Probably.
Sasha, maybe he'll have an action scene in the movie reenacting it. Slow-mo, Ash Wiseau diving in front of a revolver.
Oh, gods, please. Oh, gods.
Saris, so was he really the mayor of Watertown?
No.
No, but he was, how do I put it? You know the type of person who's just there that knows everything that goes on?
Yeah.
That was Tommy.
Well, at least he was useful. Pequod shrugged.
He actually was. We wouldn't have found the doppelgangers that we did as quickly without him.
Sasha, why does he carry a football around?
His great American game.
Snarf starts laughing. Yeah, that's one way to put it.
Oh, gods.
Hunk, if that guy can have a goddamn movie, I'm getting my survival show. By the way, Snarf, would you like to be in it? And Snarf, sure.
All right.
Hunk, yeah, I'd like it to be a family thing, but a boy thing. And he looks at Pequod, and Pequod, I don't want anything to do with it. It'll be for the men. He's making a fist. Ash, Julius, my sons, and Snarf will make the show together. We can do it while they're setting everything up for the camping trip and all that jazz.
If that's what you'd like.
Yes, that's what I would like, because if Tommy Wiseau can have a movie, and Malcolm can have a movie, then Hunk can have a survival show. And Pequod grabs Julius's wrist, and if Malcolm can have an Escalade... She just glares up at Julius.
Right.
Hunk, Escalades are fucking expensive.
Yes, they are.
I mean,
Yeah.
what kind of Escalade do you want, Patricia? And Pequod, if Malcolm can have one with all the bells and whistles, General Rico's daughter can have it. And she just glares at Julius again, and Hunk, God,
So
kiss your life savings goodbye.
excluding the modifications, that's what, 400 to 500,000 credits?
More than that, Ash.
I may
Don't want to say and ruin Julius's morning.
I'll figure something out.
Maybe you can push for royalties on the movie.
Pequod looks. Do you remember when my dad told you the first thing I ever flew was our car, and I crashed it into the house?
Yes.
Do you know it was an Escalade? And she looks at Julius, her eyes sparkling.
Oh. Right.
I like Escalades, Julius, as she wraps her arms around his waist.
I'll do my best. I'll figure something out.
And when he does, can you promise you won't drive it into this one, because there are babies on board?
Absolutely. She puts her hand up and kisses Julius's chin.
Alright. So, we have to get stuff for the camping trip, right?
Yes.
Hunk, yeah, and if you want to go around Gateway, anyone you want to meet up with, talk to, do it now, because all weekend we're camping. It'll be a nice way to, kick off things before Jiren.
Of course.
Saris looks at you. Where's Mom?
She wanted to go down alone with Icy to go and talk to the guys. Country, Maine, Hamer, and Rob.
Saris nods her head. Okay.
It needed to happen, and I'm happy she's doing it. It's good for her. And them.
Hunk gets up, carrying Memory, and I'm just glad we get to take this one with us.
Agreed. She's such a bundle of joy.
Yeah, she'll remember you guys as time goes on. She was just a little tyke, and he kisses her on the head.
I hope so.
There's a cloud of smoke before Julius can continue, and a carton of mint chocolate chip ice cream sits on the table.
Did it look like icy smoke?
No. And you hear General Lorelai's voice in your head. That is from Jupiter Falls. That's your gift for all your hard work. I understand you're quite a fan of mint.
Oh my god. Thank you.
Pequod grabs it. This is from Jupiter Falls. It's been so long since we've been there or had the ice cream. And General Lorelai, it's for you and only you. And you're welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm gonna have to let my wife have some. She'll kill me if I don't.
Pequod immediately starts opening the carton, and Sasha takes it from her, and it's too early for ice cream. Jesus! And she puts it away in the freezer. Sasha, wonder who sent that. Only you heard her, Julius, so it's very awkward.
It's a mystery. He's gonna walk over to Memory Hen. Anyway, speaking of food and stuff, what do you like to eat, Memory Hen?
Corn dogs!
Corn dogs. Okay, yeah. I can make those for us on the camping trip.
Hunk, yeah, we should figure out something Auntie Suletta likes. She tried to pay for breakfast as you see him grabbing his neck. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Do you know what she likes to eat, Hunk?
Hunk, I mean, the Lasley women are very stubborn and independent women, son. wasn't around that much. I mean, she was after you guys were gone. When she was the junior dean at the Marauder Academy, the head dean, or proctor, was basically a prick and made her do all his work for her. You know what I'm saying. So, yeah, I know she likes salads.
Right. He looks over at Marianne. Do you know what your mama likes to eat?
Beets.
Beets. The plant. Okay.
Hunk nods. She does like beets. Beet salad. That's what Blaze always used to make her before Blaze. Hunk, never mind.
Okay. I'll make her a beet salad.
You see a strange figure appear at the door. You didn't hear the door open because you guys were talking, having a good time.
Hello?
He comes in the room, puts his hand out. Oh, can I come in? And it's Towns. You can recognize the voice.
Oh, Towns. Yes, come in.
Excuse me? Boop, boop. He doesn't poof around. He just walks into the room. I have something for you. And he points it at.
Oh, really? What would that be?
It would be... And he pulls out a 12-hour civilian visitors pass to Gateway, hands it to you.
What is this?
Agent O is very busy, as you know. At the top of his to-do list was finding a man eloquent. In this picture, and he has a printed out picture of a lock.
Yes.
Well, he looks back at Julius. I gotta tell you, I don't really hold myself responsible for being weird in Gallia. That was Dale. You're free to see it as you want. But I feel like I owed you something for everything we went through. Pequod Gallia? And Towns. So, I found him for you. And he hands you a phone number and a picture of a man. Same man. He's apparently an archaeologist. I called his office. The lady said he should be back in sometime next week. I didn't want to step on your toes and invite him here unannounced, so you can give him that pass. And if you want to meet him here or just talk to him on the phone, it's up to you.
I don't know what to say. He's gonna get up and hold Towns' hand. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Agent O wanted to get to it, but him and Lanaya are, it's a mess, and why do you have pictures of that guy? And Pequod Gallia? And Hunk, what? I'm sorry, Towns, what?
We'll talk about that in a bit, Pequod. It's fine. Just thank you, Towns.
No problem. He gives you a thumbs up. Julius, are you the cook here?
Yeah, why?
Can I have something to eat?
Sure, bud. What do you want?
He's just, anything you got. He comes over and starts taking eggs, and Jennifer, that's cool armor. And Towns, yeah, they made me give up my get up from Gallia that Dale gave me. This is much cooler. I'm Agent R's star pupil or something. As he's making a plate of food.
I believe it. You were a damn good thief.
They're even gonna give me a crossbow.
Oh my! Incredible.
Yeah, but I gotta learn how to shoot guns, Ash.
Of course, it's a requirement, but you'll pick it up. It's not too hard.
Yeah, I'll pick it up, and you see popping up on your wrist computer is his weapon scores, and everything is an E, with the exception of crossbow.
Oh.
I'll pick it up eventually.
You'll be fine.
Oh,
I'll stick it to my crossbow.
well, maybe Ash and I can help train you in, like, knives and guns and stuff.
That'd be cool. Actually, I had a gun back in Gallia. Dale sold it. It was a gold-plated revolver.
Oh.
Agent R pops up on his wrist computer. Agent Weebly, I need you down here. Towns. Yep, yes sir, right away. Well, duty calls. He he wraps up the food. You mind if I take this to go?
Go for it.
Well, thanks guys. He comes over, shakes Julius's hand, reaches out to Ash to shake your hand.
Shakes it.
When you call that guy to come here, you have to meet him down on, just have him dock at ring 8. He has to have that pass on at all times. Otherwise, they'll kick him off the station. You know how it is.
Of course, of course.
But a 12-hour pass should be more than enough to do whatever you gotta do. Anyway, fellow time travelers, see you later! And he walks out of the room. What a beautiful children! And he leaves. And Pequod, what? Sasha, time and Sarah's travelers. And Hunk, what the fuck? That guy has cooler armor than me! And Starf, time travelers.
You're explaining this to her.
Pequod stamps her foot on the ground. What the fuck is going on?
First things first.
Is that what you guys went on a field trip? She's super pissed. Coming up to Julius with General Lorelei. Fellow time travelers.
Well, you're going to explain what happened to Lorelei. Yes, alright. We didn't come from another world, we came from another time.
Jennifer looks shocked. Saris, that would make sense given what I saw when I drank Ash. And Sasha, how?
Well, we met a man named Dale. He, through a combination of suggestion magics and some ritual that we don't really understand, he thrust us, himself, and a couple others forward in time to avoid a great devastation.
Pequod glaring up at Julius, and you'd keep this from me?
I was told to by the general.
And who was that guy?
He was one of our party members.
A man lost in time.
Pequod was making a fist and lets it go. Yeah, that explains why you guys were so weird. Ash, you didn't know anything, and she's being serious. You didn't even know what a laser weapon was.
No, I didn't even know what a car was.
Sasha explains the airship jokes, scratching her chin.
Oh, yes, and they were, a thing on the planet.
Towns comes back in the doorway. I forgot to tell you, General Lorelei wanted me to tell you guys that you'd have nothing to worry about getting sucked back to Gallia. The Rangers have the Shimmer site secure. There's no chance you'll be sucked back. We're in good hands. And he puts another thumbs up. See ya! And he disappears again, and Pequod, what? And she punches Julius in the kidney.
He bends over. God damn it, Weebly.
Honk, that guy has the worst fucking time.
Yes, he does. There's nothing to worry about. It's a ritual that can be undone. It's not going to be undone. The only way to get to be able to undo it is for us to willingly go into a site that only Julius and I can go into and retrieve something. It's not
towns.
Or towns. It is not possible for it to happen any other way, and I'm not going near it.
Pequod, glaring at Julius, grabs his wrist. You are not leaving me.
Of course not. Why would I?
You guys really come from... How long ago? Pequod's staring up at Julius.
For 4 million years.
Probably more. Before the Great Devastation, before the last time the thing was out.
Jennifer, what type of devastation? A flood?
You know the deity that we're fighting to stop?
Everybody nods.
Just before he was let out.
Everybody gets quiet.
Yeah. So, millions, hundreds of millions of years? I'm not sure.
Pequod starts crying and grabs Julius and hugs him. And you're not gonna leave me.
He hugs her and starts patting her back. Of course not, dear.
Looks at Ceres. I swear, I'm not going near that thing. There's not a force on heaven or hell that can get me there.
Saris nods. If the Rangers are guarding it, it's fine.
I know.
But it might be worth going to get the orb and have it, or whatever it is, and have it on Gateway.
Possibly, but what better prison than, well, one that there are 3 people in existence who can open it, and all are either on Gateway or proteges of some of the most powerful people in EarthGov.
How would you guys go back? Saris speaks up. Is it you get whatever they are together and you go back, or how do you even know you would go back?
The General...
How did that guy know? She's pointing at the door.
General Lorelei has apparently the ability to peer into possible futures.
Sasha nods. That's actually correct.
She said that when she obtained the 2 of those time stones that we already had, that she peered through the future, saw us with 3 of them together, and saw us get pulled back. A future, not the future, a future.
When you started saying that, Pequod let out a shrill.
It is a future. Nothing is in stone, because I'm not doing it. We already have a possible way to destroy them, but we're not doing anything until we understand what we're playing with.
Hunk nods his head. I mean, it's shocking, but it explains a lot. I remember before I met you two, Leslie would, she'd like to brag about Julius especially, but she would tell me about, she had to show you all basic types of weapons, Ash, plasma, laser, you name it. You were clueless.
I mean, yes, at the time I was alive. The most advanced weaponry was probably chain guns? Like, not like chain guns as in Gatling guns, I mean chain guns.
Cannons, stuff like that.
Yeah, I think there was some magical... think artillery that fires fireballs instead of cannonballs.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think I had designed what would be the most advanced weapon on the planet at the time, and it was just a simple bolt-action receiver.
Hunk shrugs. Well, some things are better left buried.
That they are. And in a strange way, it worked out. We're alive, and we have you. Looks at Saris. I have you.
She smiles and gives you a kiss. Pequod, so if that SIS agent was in your group, who are the other people? Looking up at Julius, wiping tears out of her eyes.
Oh, they're all dead.
Dale, who is dead. 2 co-conspirators, Magni and Emir, who are dead. The General personally took care of all 3 of them. And looks over at Sonny. Gulchin.
Sonny nods. Icy and I always used to wonder where that shield came from. We carbon dated the wood on that shield one night, and it was over 3 million years old.
That shield, from what the memories aren't complete, because each time stone, whatever, unlocked bits of it, cleared the fog, as it were. I remember most things, but not all. But I remember where the shield came from. It was a door from a crypt that he had turned into a shield, and I added the spikes to the front of it.
Pequod, what planet is this again? Lorelei took you guys there?
Well, I don't know what it's referred to now, but it was called Gallia.
And there's a detachment of rangers on the planet?
Yes. And...
Call that guy back! And she
why?
points to the door.
Why?
Because I say to, Master Sergeant.
Going to message Towns and tell him, our lieutenant requests that you come. The There's nothing we're going to find there. The planet's dead.
I'm not looking to find anything, Ash. Towns, you hear running. He's out of breath. He comes back, salutes, and awaits for orders, and he's looking at you, Ash.
All right, Lieutenant. Talk away.
Come in the room. Towns comes into the room. He's still saluting. Pequod, how many Rangers are on the planet? And Towns, detachment of Frontier Rangers, 2, maybe 300. I'm not really sure. I got back from there a few hours ago. And we're cracking the planet. And Towns, I don't have that authority. And she, crack it. And Towns, and he's just standing there awkwardly.
Man, that's a very bad idea. That's a very bad idea.
It will be cracked. And Towns, I'm just an agent.
Pequod, what if doing that cracks the stone and undoes the spell?
Pequod glares at Julius, doesn't say anything.
It's a risk. You're the lieutenant here.
Hunk, no offense, but you're a lieutenant. You ain't nothing. And Pequod glares at him. You can't crack a planet. That's General Lorelei and above, sweetheart. And she glares at Towns. And Towns, I'll do whatever you say. You can tell he's scared.
Think about this, Pequod. Even if you could, do you want to risk Julius getting taken away? Your daughter growing up forever without her father? Is it worth it to do?
She grabs Towns' arm. Shut up, Ash. Grabs Towns' arm. Just shut the fuck up, Ash. You're coming with me. And Towns, where are we going? To General Lorelei. And they storm off. Well, she drags Towns. And Hunk, oh boy. Hunk, don't let her go alone, for God's sakes. Go! And he points to Ash and Julia.
Yes. He's gonna start running after them and message Lorelei, warning them that him, Julius, and Pequod are coming up. Runs up to try and catch up to wherever they are.
They are right outside the office. The Ranger guards are here. They let them in. Given Towns is SIS. He's in SIS is with General Lorelei often. She sits at her desk. She looks up. Agent Weebly smiles at him. Patricia. Ash, Julius. I'm not hungry, Julius. She puts up her hand.
Oh no, just letting you know. You told us not to tell them about our field trip.
And Towns, it was my fault, ma'am, saluting her. And she, understandable. You were cursed and deranged. Your mental faculties will come back. I'll have a session or two with you. You can be useful, pointing at Towns. Very useful. Anyway, she turns to Pequod. What is this all about? As Pequod stamps her foot on the ground and just points to General Lorelei. Okay?
The lieutenant has found out about, well, the fact that what those stones are and what could happen with them.
Understandable.
And wants to crack the planet that they're on.
General Lorelei blinks. Crack the planet.
I advised that may not be wise, but I was given an order to, I believe it was, shut the fuck up. And she stormed off to here, so I followed, ma'am.
She looks at Towns, looks at Pequod, then Julius. Why? And shrugs. I mean, I understand, but why? It takes a lot of resources to crack a planet, Patricia. As Pequod, I am not losing Julius or Ash again. And just stares right at her. And Towns, you better do what she says. And General Lorelei puts her hand out and, what do you two think? And gestures to Julius first.
I mean, Julius stands up straight. I trust the Rangers to protect it, ma'am. But if we could crack the planet without somehow, I don't know, destroying the orb and somehow setting off some kind of chain reaction, having 0% chance of that happening is somewhat better.
Why do we think that cracking the planet would do anything to the orb? You understand those, she air quotes, shimmer sights. Whoever named that was a moron. They're tears in space time. Cracking the planet would have no effect in a pocket dimension that exists on the planet.
Um,
Cracking the planet would effectively just erase any chance of, if you wanted to take the risk of getting, and Pequod's getting red in the face and angry, wanted to, and General Lorelai's looking at her, wanted to take, they're not going to, but let's just say hypothetically speaking, they wanted to. Pequod's squeezing Town's wrist so hard he's on his knees. Please let go! And she's just squeezing it harder and harder. Hypothetically speaking, if we wanted to get the third orb so they could know all the stupid memories from their stupid planet when they lived in the savage time that they lived in, all it would do is erase any chance of ever being able to have those answers. And she shrugged. You would close the crack in space-time. They would lose any chance they ever had to know anything they potentially don't already know. And Pequod's just glaring at her as Towns is begging her to let go. And she just shrugs and looks at you.
are we sure that's all it would do? Because I worry, ma'am. We don't, at least I don't, fully understand what magics are at play. What if the planet itself has a part in the ritual and that sets something off? What if closing that shimmer has a part? I don't want to risk something like that when there's so much at stake.
She shrugs. Your choice. I've told you what I've told you. You would effectively lose any chance at the answers you may or may not see. What would happen? We would waste a lot of money cracking a planet. That being said, there's nothing really important on that planet. I do not think there's anything to worry about in terms of sucking you back to Galia. As I said, I'll spell it out for you so you can understand. Pocket dimension. This is for simpletons. Pocket dimension exists on the planet. You crack the planet, that dimension will close. Do you understand, Ash?
I understand that, ma'am.
Nothing will happen. I've been to that planet. We were at the ritual site where you, she air quotes, died. Nothing will happen except you'll destroy a planet. And, all things considered, fossils, bones, ruins, there's not much of an ecosystem. A lot goes into cracking a planet. You just can't go around doing it willy-nilly, Patricia. As Towns is, let go! And he's on both knees, and General Lorelai chuckle. But there's no wildlife. There's small insects, microbiology, parasites, but it's not like we would be arbitrarily exterminating any unique species. That is up to you, 3. If you want to do it, and you want to be sure that nobody can get into those sites, fine.
I don't need my memories anyway, honestly. I mean, if it's not going to do anything to us.
Pequod lifts Towns up by his arm and lets go. Thank you. She glares back at Ash.
If I trust you, ma'am, if you say it won't upset anything. I have no attachment to that place. I just didn't want to do something that would risk sending me back there.
Understandable. I wouldn't want you to go back. She puts her hand out, but I think it's unnecessary. But if this is what is the saying? Happy wife, happy home. Looks at Julia.
Happy wife, happy life, man.
Correct, right, yes. If this is what would make you happy, time There's archaeological sites on that planet. We're not doing it tomorrow. We at least want to catalog what was the native species. We found an island that was apparently named Liberty Isle. A bunch of what looks to be some type of, believe it or not, almost like a deformed kenkus, Aracotl. Their
Yes.
brain cavities were much smaller than Aracotl that we have here today. Some in EarthGov you may have met.
Yes, ma'am. We met one of those deformed Aracotl. His name was Squawks, and we had a 45-minute conversation in which he talked himself in circles.
Towns, yeah, I remember calling him Bird for Brains.
It would
Grabs his wrist.
It would seem you were generous with that.
Towns laughs, yeah, maybe so. Pequod, crack it. Please, and salutes General Lorelei. General Lorelei, fine. I'll leave the final decision up to the boys. She wags her finger at Pequod. Couple months' time, we'll crack it.
Yes, ma'am.
If you'd be so kind, Patricia, allow Agent Weebly to go back to his duties. He is going to be crucial in the coming efforts to defeat Tewaz and friends. You're dismissed, Agent. He looks at you, Julius, and... Man, I feel bad for you, being married to her. And he runs out of the room at top speed.
Excuse him?
He runs all the way back to SIS command. General Lorelei chuckles. She is a handful, looking at Pequod.
Yeah. And he holds her hand for a second, then lets go, trying to be professional. She's my handful, ma'am.
To be sure. Looks over at Ash. Anything else?
Nothing, ma'am. Apologies. He's kind of spaced out at this point.
Pequod salutes General Lorelei and she dismissed and gestures you out of the office.
Salutes before leaving.
Salutes.
She salutes. Pequod comes up here and she's waiting. The Rangers go back in their guard position. She good! Gallia will be cracked, Julian.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're not going back.
No, ma'am.
Why would we want to?
Why would you think we'd... And she punches Ash in the kidney. How could you keep this from me? I know she told you to, but still.
Do I need to mention the horrific threats that she gave us? So I lose you guys by not telling you, or I get you by telling you, or I get you pissed off at me by not doing it. I think I'll take the second option.
It makes so much sense. You see her face go white. You were clueless. She walks over here. Pregnant Pequod. You didn't know anything.
Thank you, dear.
My husband, the time traveler. She turns around and looks at Julia.
Guess that makes you the time traveler's wife.
This is cool. Julius is like a much more attractive version of Doctor Who.
What would he be, the 28th Doctor?
He's my doctor. She grabs his hip.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
You know, I'm pretty sure there's a store on the station that sells Doctor cosplays.
Pequod, speaking of cosplay, I want Melchiana Jones. I already bought a mannequin that we can display it on.
I mean, we can try and get it, but there's something I need to take care of before we do that that's a little important.
Pequod looks up at Julius. I want chicken fingers for dinner at the camping trip.
Okay.
Barbecued! And buffalo. And coleslaw. And she just starts listing up. And coleslaw. And cream corn. And corn on the cob.
How about you guys go down to the store while I take care of what I need to?
And tacos.
Deal.
Come on, let's go see the old tortoise lady as she starts walking.
Before she leaves, he's going to put his hand on her shoulder. And I'm sorry for disobeying the chain of command, ma'am. You just don't understand how scared I am of going back there at all. I don't want to risk it.
She looks at you. I want to know about it. Whoa. Not out here, but why was it? I want to know why it was. What was so bad about it?
I'll tell you.
It's like a whole chapter of your lives you kept from me.
To be fair, I didn't remember most of it until just before we got back. But when we get back to the apartment before we leave, I'll tell you, okay?
Cool. She grabs Julius's wrist and starts dragging him down to the store.
Beeline for country.
Put you two right there. Her door open.
Doctor, pleasure to see you.
Ready?
Ready? For...
Your lead.
Oh, yes, of course. Apologies, just... Oh, boy. You know of... did Laura, the General, tell you about what our field trip was?
No, I haven't spoken to her. She was busy in some meeting yesterday with Highcom, and then apparently she went up to your apartment. How did that go?
It went wonderfully. She actually, the commander's all healthy again.
I saw her walking around. She came and spoke to me. She's doing well. She doesn't hate you. I'm very glad for you both.
Thank you. Well, to put it lightly, the General found out where Julius and I come from. We're, not men out of space, but men out of time.
Does kind of make sense.
It
Let me
does.
see if I have something.
As she's looking, well, Pequod found out there was a chance that the thing that brought us here may be able to bring us back, got angry, and drug us in front of the General demanding she crack the planet.
Tell me, in this other place, how many suns did that planet have?
He's gonna think back. Does he remember?
Just one extremely large one.
One very big one.
Makes sense. Look at this. She puts up your cell structure. Look at this. This is your cell structure. When you were taken into EarthGov basic training, they took samples of your blood, your tissue. Look at this, and then I'm going to hold it up to a picture of this, and it's just some random person. Your cells are a lot different from any and she. Clicks through to another person. Anybody's I've ever seen before, and she's clicking through. But do you know whose they match? Pretty close. You're not related, biologically speaking, but radiation exposure, clicks. You and Julius match.
A unique signature.
Yeah, I guess the planet you came from had a big star, probably a very powerful one, and if you were out in the sun a lot, yeah.
I mean, pulls on his cheekskin. It looks like leather for a reason.
I'm actually, well, it is shocking. She turns the pictures off, but anything's possible.
They, oh, gods. But having to think about a not good place dredges up a lot of not fun things. You're gonna have to hear about that in therapy, too.
Well, whenever you'd like. I know you're going on a camping trip. Sometime after the camping trip, I'll be available. I won't be available all weekend anyway, so timing's perfect.
Of course. Thank you. But I do need to get work done. The lead?
Go to logistics, she points. Not nailing. There are 2 Spartans in logistics. Go to the other one. Talk to him.
Okay, thank you.
She looks at you. I mentioned him to you. Apparently you met him a long time ago at Jupiter Falls.
Yes, I believe so. Let me think.
Hope you remember his name. And she has a big smile on her face.
Let me think. He's sitting there thinking. Which is,
We'll go down to Julius.
Which is, in other words, Nick is searching through his notes.
Down here at the grocery store, the tortoises, as you come into the store, Pequod grabbing your wrist the whole way, Julius. You walk into the store and you hear, "The Colonel Rattlesnake!" They're watching a commercial for the MWF airing this Monday.
Julius closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, walks in. Hi, excuse me.
She looks up at you. "Oh, back again!"
Yes, I am, with another big order.
"Oh, well then, whatever you need, we'll get it for you. Here, mute that TV. We'll listen to Malcolm's show later, honey." And you see him with a remote mute the TV, and she looks up at you too. What can I do for you?
Okay, so first of all, I will need some hot dogs, things to make batter, and then do you guys sell the sticks that you put on the hot dogs to stick into the fryer?
Oh, we can get you them, free of charge.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay, and then I'll need lettuce, carrots, celery, beets, some kind of balsamic vinegar, and spinach.
Pequod tacos.
I was getting to that.
And the old lady fixes her glasses. Tacos?
Yeah, that's another order I'm gonna have to make.
Fine. She's writing it all down on a piece of paper. Continue.
All right, I'll need flour tortillas, frying oil, some ground beef, taco seasoning, which actually give me cayenne pepper, onion powder, and what is it called? Saffron?
Are you cooking for an army?
I'm cooking for a family, ma'am.
Oh, and where are you going with all this? Just at your home?
We're going camping.
Oh, and you have the supplies to cook all this in the field.
Well,
I suppose you need camping cooking ware.
yes, we'll need a stove. Probably not gaslit. I can light it myself. Oh, we'll need the gas. Yeah, we'll need a stove, a fryer. Quite a bit.
Pequod, corn on the cob and cream corn. The lady writes it down.
Coleslaw, definitely. And
You want to make your own coleslaw, or do you just want some of the pre-made? It's actually pretty good.
Julius looks over at Peapod. I'll make it myself.
She all right? Add the ingredients for coleslaw. Starts writing them down. What else would you like? How about dessert? What about marshmallows? Are you taking children with you?
Yes. Things for, I believe they're called s'mores.
That's what they are. S'mores, so graham crackers, marshmallows, and a Hershey bars, or any type of chocolate.
Yes, ma'am.
Done? What else?
You said you wanted chicken fingers, so chicken breast and things to make a batter.
Barbecue and buffalo. And the lady, "We are closing early today with this order." And she has a smile on her face.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that.
We can watch more of the MWF promos.
I have not seen any of them. Are they good?
Oh, they are excellent. I'm quite interested to see the Monday night. The match card looks excellent. Globnock has many matches. Malcolm is in some type of Hell in a Cell match with some disabled man in a wheelchair.
Julius grips his fists tighter. That sounds amazing.
From the promo, here, look! And she points up to the TV, and you see some slave in a wheelchair getting wheeled off the top of the cell by Malcolm, falling to his death, what you know is his death.
Right. Seems like a tough bump to take. They really go all out for these.
They really look real. Very realistic. It's amazing what people can do with technology.
Very amazing what people can do with technology.
I will get all this order. The robots will get it for you. It'll take this is a big order. I hope you have somebody to help you carry all this.
We have a Macarius unit we can call down.
Didn't you? Are you the fella who has the Drake?
Yes, I am.
Call the Drake. You're gonna need him carrying all this cooking equipment.
Don't know if SIS will like that.
Don't worry, they're not sticks in the mud. Let's just get the payment out of the way. She types on her computer. 12,000 credits.
Alright?
Pequot, 12?! And this is a big order, and the camping cooking supplies are very expensive. And Pequot, Julius, just pay for it with the squad's money.
Yes, ma'am, Lieutenant. And he'll with the squad's card.
Oh boy. Hope Dad doesn't find out about that one. She looks up at.
I really hope so, ma'am.
Is Ash back? Ash is not back. You're free to do whatever you.
No, he's gonna go down to talk to me.
Sure, she'll come with. However, before you go in the door, she sees the Archfiend and.
Matt, he's a cool dude. That's Andy. Come on.
She comes with you.
He steps in. Hey, man.
He looks up at you. Oh, visitors today. Just saw Integra.
Yeah, how was that?
It was good. I'm glad to see her healthy. She went to see Hamer. Hamer ran away. It didn't go well.
Well, that's understandable. I would run away from anyone who shot at me, too.
Shot him in the leg. The thigh.
Lucky that missed all the arteries.
Yeah. Tell me something. I saw Ash strolling around here the other day. Are you guys cleared for active duty yet?
We are not. We have training with our captain and Commander Jiren. Next week, I believe?
Well, you know, those tricks I taught you, carry them on. They could be useful in the future.
Yeah, well, we'll teach them to anyone who wants to learn.
Well, use them. And once you guys are cleared for duty, come see me. We could teach you some new ones. Bring some of your squad. I assume this one isn't a combatant, and he points at Pequod. Or did she become a frontline fighter?
No, he pats her shoulder. This one's our pilot.
Still the best pilot in the galaxy, huh, Pequod? She smiles at him, then looks at the Archfiend and as the Archfiend is offering her a glass of water.
Huh. Well, yeah, we'll come right by and pick up some new tricks.
Combo tricks come down to chemistry between the two users and skill set. You and Ash, the tricks I taught you were the ones I figured that were best for you two. If you bring down your other squad members, and I get to know them, I already kind of have a vague understanding of Saris and her tool set, but whoever else is on your squad, who else is on the squad?
Well, we have Daviene, Hunk, Agent Hunk, Icy, and Sasha.
There's a lot you can do with a wizard. I don't know a lot about her, but given her age, she has to be a hell of a spellcaster. Bring them down, preferably one at a time. Don't bring them all at once, because there's too much going on. But I tell you what, bring them down once you're cleared for active duty, and we can come up with some nifty tricks for all you guys.
Sounds like a plan, boss.
I look forward to it, and if you guys hear Commander Integra's coming down, just call me ahead of time.
Yeah.
So I can let Hamer know not to run away, because he ran away and Commander Integra took it pretty hard.
Yeah, we'll make sure to call you.
Well, I'm glad she's happy. I'm happy for her and Ash and Saris. Glad she's healthy. I don't know what you guys did, but you did it.
Yes, we did.
Pequod drinks the glass of water, awkwardly looking up at the Archfiend, smiling down.
Well, sorry for taking up so much of your time. Well, get out of here.
Always happy to see you. He gives you a thumbs up. Bring him down. I got a ton of tricks I can teach you guys.
Yes, sir. See you later, Andy.
Pequod, goodbye! And takes the glass with her. Ash, what are you doing?
Well, oh god. Ash can't remember the name because apparently it's not in my notes. Great. I have every other name written down. Don't know why that one got missed. Okay. Well, awkwardly make his way down to logistics then,
Okay.
and knock on the door.
B2 is standing outside the door. He just opens it for you before you can knock. Go ahead in.
B2, pleasure to meet you. Pleasure to see you again, sorry.
He nods.
Oh boy, this isn't good. Walks in. Hello.
Woman sitting at the desk and a Spartan. They look up at you. Hello.
Well, this is awkward. Dr. Country sent me here, but I believe we've met already.
You see the Spartan and the lady looking at you. Yeah, kind of. I don't. The lady tapping her finger on her desk. Yeah. They can't really remember.
You probably wouldn't, and I can't blame you. It's been 7 years. We met fleetingly at Jupiter Falls, back when I was a private in the Headhunters.
Spartan snaps his fingers. You came with Major Lasley.
Yes, sir.
You were in the EarthGov game.
Yes, I was, sir.
I remember. Sit down. Yeah, have a seat.
Sits down. I feel like the worst person alive, but for the life of me, cannot remember your names. I apologize dearly. Can you please remind me?
Just to the lady puts out her hand. Just call me Annie, and this is Raph. Just call him Raph.
Annie. Again, apologies.
No problem. What can we do for you?
Well, Dr. Country referred me to you, and to assist me in obtaining more of these for my squad, and he shows pictures of the injector guns.
Oh. And what squad is that?
Arcane Council Strike Squad Alpha Niner.
Okay. And how many are you looking to get? And how did you even have that, first of all?
Gifts from Dr. Country in our Headhunter days.
Makes sense. Beta 5. Headhunters. Grandfathered in. Okay, how many do you want?
Well, that's the tricky part. He's counting out in his head. Hunk, Sasha, Saris, Pequod. 4 or 5?
Maybe you should get an exact number. The Spartan chuckles. If this is for your squad, you should get an exact number. What are you the if you're asking questions like this, you're the armory master.
Yes.
A good arms master knows exactly what he wants, needs. You got a lot to learn, I can tell. He shakes his head at you.
I do, and again, I'm still learning, so apologies. Let me see.
Tell me how many people are on the squad. I'll help you out. Let's do some math.
Julius and I, and then there is our pilot, Pequod.
Why do you want the pilot to have one? She's not going to see any action.
That's what you think. She's General Rico's daughter and has his fire. Better safe than sorry, because I know her. She's going to get herself down onto planets in active combat, knowing her.
He sighs. Okay.
There's Sasha, Saris, Captain Icy, and Hunk. That makes 5. Captain Icy said she didn't need one, but I feel getting one just in case for her would be worth it.
Good arms master. He nods. So, the guns aren't hard to get. You want them now?
As soon as I can, preferably.
I'll be right back. He gets up, disappears, and through a door in the back, and comes back with a case of them, like a titanium briefcase, and opens it. Suit your style?
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Guns ain't hard to get. Closes the briefcase. The darts are incredibly hard to get. Problem is, these are old models. They don't make the darts for these anymore. That being said, do you have anybody on the squad that knows anything about alchemy? Bioengineering, biotech?
Actually, yes. Julius, uh, part of the squad and my partner from the headhunter days, he is relatively proficient. He's able to make, I believe they were called hyperdyne stims.
Well then, all you really need, you have an engineer if you're an Arcane Council squad.
Of course.
Buy the supplies, you got somebody that knows alchemy. He makes the liquid in the dart, engineer makes the darts. Boom. Then you can make as many as you want.
Of course. Thank you.
Because if we go the manufacturing route, and let's say you want to have logistics start manufacturing these for you, it's going to take a long time. Paperwork, red tape. You guys probably need this stuff sooner rather than late.
Yes, we do. Would you, I doubt this is the case, but would you happen to have the recipe or what I need to obtain to make them?
I mean, we're logistics. Just tell us what you need and we'll have it sent to the apartment. You want the recipe? You want the supplies? That's what we're here for. I'll have it sent up. How many do you want?
Let me think. 7 of us, probably to start with enough to make...
What kind of combat are you going to be seeing? He shrugs. I mean, Arcane Council is like Deep Six stuff, right? So you don't have to tell me particulars.
Thinking back to what we've been through on the other squad, heavy combat. Scary people.
What was your loadout in the Headhunters? How many did Contri allocate to you guys?
We normally had about 2 at a time.
Well, why don't we just triple it up? 6 per.
Okay, that should work. Actually, make it a 6th healing pistol. I am so used to having the dog on the team instead of her human form that I didn't even think about her being able to wield it. That's 6 pistols.
Be right back. You see him disappear, comes out with another one, put it in the briefcase, hands it to you.
He does. Thank you. Apologies. Our former, without getting into the big long story, we had a squad mate on our previous squad who was cursed into being a dire wolf and has since had the curse removed, but I'm still getting used to her loadout.
No problem. Besides that, he pulls up, a payment. You got to pay for this stuff. We'll buy it for you. Give us the money.
He's going to scan the card he was told by IC to use.
That will be 20,000 credit.
Okay.
The supplies to make this are really expensive.
I would assume so. He's going to scan the council card.
The guns are for free, but buying from the alchemy shop, yeah, rough. And he laughed.
I can imagine. Getting the stuff to make that, to make anything like this, it's got to be insane.
Well, you got someone talented enough to make it. You got an unlimited supply. You got that card for the squad. I'd say you're in good hands when it comes to these things. And he taps on the briefcase.
I'd say so. Again, thank you. It was, Raph and Annie?
Yes.
Good.
If you need anything else sent up to the apartment, come here. You seem like you don't know how things really work on Gateway. He laughed.
To be honest, I'll be 100% honest with you. I am a week and a half, 2 weeks into my promotion, and before that, my previous captain kept me sequestered to my room during 20 months out of the last 24 on the frontier.
This lady speaks up, Annie, pointing at you. You're the guy in the chainsaw video!
Yes, I am.
Spartan starts laughing.
Yes, I am.
What do you fancy yourself, a movie star or something? That was some type of movie.
He's going to pull the collar of his shirt down slightly so they can see the edge of the worst scar on his chest. No, that was real.
They both look at it with eyes wide. Right. Have you seen this clip of from the MWF promo video, and you see Malcolm, as I told Julius earlier, pushing a slave bound to a wheelchair off the top of the Hell in a Cell?
Not that one. And that was real, too.
This is all over. This is new. This might it's kind of like at this point, it's every morning you wake up, there's new stuff. We can hear Agent O crying from here. They start laughing.
Yeah, I'm discovering some of this as you guys do, so I try to keep him aware, but you know how it is.
Yeah, well, you should go talk to him. There's a leaked phone call going around that is leading to a lot of questions.
Oh, okay. And I'll probably be back down. I need to start filling the armory with more common weaponry that we can trade.
Makes sense. Well, we're here now, so just come here anytime. We're here till about 5 p.m. each day,
Of course.
not weekends.
Of course. A pleasure.
They shake your hands. Yeah, you should. And he's reiterating again. Go talk to Agent O. Yeah.
I'll head there right now. Thank you.
Have a good one. And if you make your way down, Julius and Pequod, you can come back here if you want. It's easy to go wherever, you're on your wrist computer. Ash, where are you going? Where do you want to go, Julius?
I'll go to Agent O.
All right, Pequod's going to fall.
He knocks on the door.
Towns opens the door for you.
Goes in. All right. We heard that you have something you need to show us.
Towns, you guys started a zombie outbreak?
Huh?
Agent O, he might have been cursed, but he's not wrong. You motherfuckers! As Lanaya starts chuckling.
Just slackjaw. What are you talking about?
Pequod, another thing they kept from me. Towns is in the back of the room. She comes into the room. And Agent O, there is a planet. You're familiar with Pegasi, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So there's a planet in the same system. It's called Terrell. Apparently, you guys sat down there one night. Malcolm and Globnock got into trouble down there. They were looking to set up a venue for the MWF. There's apparently some type of old UIR research facility, bioweapons, stuff like that. Malcolm unleashed a gas that started a zombie outbreak. The entirety of the colony dead. You're lucky it was an independent colony. This phone call that was made from the planet confirms Squad Sigma's involvement. Play the phone. He plays the phone call.
Ring, ring, ring. He hears the click. Hello?
Yeah. What's up, Malcolm?
Julius, good to hear from you, my boy. If it's not too much of a bother, could you and Ash come down here, please?
What?
Come down. I need your help with something, please. In fact, tell Ash he can use some components. Tell him to upgrade that revolver he was talking about. Please, it's on me.
You hear, you keep going, but you hear the screaming of the zombies in the background, like from Return of the Living Dead.
You're joking, right? This is you're just gonna beat us up.
No. Come down now, please. I beg you, my boy, please. Tell Ash I'm sorry, even. Come now.
Or
You can bring the Gatling laser.
what?
Bring the Gatling laser, yes. Ash can use that shotgun we got from that church fellow.
What did you guys do?
God, as you hear wood breaking, I'm sorry, gotta go, bye. Click.
Agent O looks up at you, and if that doesn't confirm your involvements, big smile on his face, this condemns you. Not that you're in trouble. And it's the clip from Julius's POV of Malcolm. Go ahead. What are we going to do, Ash?
What are we going to do? Malcolm, we're going to get court-martialed, you idiot. What have you done? Ash staring blankly. And then, almost like it hurts, you see his eyes widen. Oh my god, we did.
So you realize it was a small colony, about 12,000 individuals. That planet now is the colony and the fertile grounds filled with zombies. It's been a big question mark on EarthGov's radar for a long time. What happened there?
I had forgotten. I've forgotten. I didn't remember. I don't. Okay, he's gonna sit down in one of the chairs in the room. Oh gods.
I thought that was a dream.
I did it too. Zombies. Malcolm letting me use component. It's not real. I thought it couldn't have been real.
Pequod's eyes wide. You said Malcolm never let you use components, and looks at Ash.
He didn't. That's why I thought it was a dream.
Agent O looking at you two, tapping his pen on the desk.
I would have told you if I'd known, sir. Oh god. He's almost.
We are all lucky that this is an independent colony. Now, there's still innocent people that died, independent or EarthGov. What happened there is unforgivable. It falls on Malcolm, not you two. But still, if this was an EarthGov colony, you'd be jailed. You understand that? And I couldn't protect you.
Oh god.
I mean, you could claim you'd forgotten, or you forgot. I believe you. And General Lorelei could back that up, but still, if this was an EarthGov colony, you'd be. Please don't tell me you guys nuked an EarthGov colony or something.
No, I don't think so. No.
God, I hope not.
Oh god.
Is there anything else? He puts up his hand. Anything else I should know? Because I could let you explain this to father-in-law as he points up at Julius. But I'll take the burden of explaining it to Dad for you, yeah?
Thank you. I have no idea.
Here, watch this. And it's from Globnock's POV. You see Malcolm picking up a pipe. This would be a lovely venue for a boiler room match, Globnock. Yeah, we could really bash Ash's fucking brains in with this. Yeah! He smacks a barrel and smoke comes blowing out. Oh! That's how it started?
Oh god.
Like two little fucking kids. He sang through grit teeth.
I'm thinking, there may be footage of an attempted boxing pay-per-view floating around.
Agent O looks up at Towns, and Towns, I'll start digging. Agent O points to him. You got a friend here. He's pointing at Towns. I've been informed of things, and he looks at Pequod, and Pequod, I already know they're time travelers. And Agent O, okay, good. You got a friend here. Since he did me a favor and found Eloquent for you, you can have, and he types on the wrist computer, and you see the Malkiana Jones cosplay come up. Pequod's eyes sparkling, jaw agape. It's yours.
Thank you.
Toy.
Oh.
Thank you. Get your toy, Pequod.
Pequod, call Zanzibar. We have a lot of food.
He's gonna call the Drake. And Mercurius.
Mercurius picks up. He goes to get Zanzibar.
Oh, gods.
Pequod, I want this displayed front and center. I want it to be the first thing people see when they walk in.
Okay. I will warn you, there are probably Malcolmania promos floating around out there.
Yeah, I figure. Right. So this boxing match, what, Enlighten me as we wait for your friends.
He wanted to box me.
Lanaya starts laughing.
To put it in succinct terms, there was a day where Daviene and I were just chatting about her training Julius, right? And I think she said something along the lines of me being a shooter. I'm not much of a martial artist, and I said, well, I dabble. I mentioned that I dabbled a bit. I learned a bit of boxing from some people back when I was younger in the Bounty Hunters Guild I grew up in. Nothing insane, I'd say. At best, I was an amateur. But she, being nice, I think, told me, oh, really? Well, I didn't know that. He took it personally, claimed he was a 10-time Golden Gloves boxer and 10-time world champion boxer, and then challenged me to a match.
Christ. Was this before MWF or after MWF? Or during? He shrugged.
Before, this is back, before the Geist incursion.
Oh, great. Great, so he was a fucking loon from the get-go.
One of the first things he said to us was, now listen here, boys. You are fighters, not thinkers.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
He makes a fist. Tell me something. These cubes that are essential. Do you guys have any idea where maybe Tewaz and company are storing them? A base of operations? Any leads? I don't expect anything, but I gotta...
No, but it's a long shot, but there may be a possibility. I doubt it will work, but do you know how powerful wizards are capable of sensing magic?
He nods.
And how they can possibly track it if it's intense enough? Well, these people, to my knowledge, are the sole source of void magic, correct?
I mean, you would know better than us.
It's the only time I've seen it was them using it. Well, he's gonna pull out the unnatural selection orb. This thing seems to have been made by them and has that type of magic. It's a long shot, but do you think a powerful enough magic user may be able to try and track down a powerful place of void magic? Because I'd assume that their base of operations may have something like that.
Agent O shrugs. Maybe. Lorelei, somebody on the council, probably. Could do something like that.
Well, I can pitch it to her. I think since you helped take the lead with asking her about the scientist, Julius, I'll ask her about this. Or at least ask her if she can give me a lead.
Agent O, if we could just get like a vague idea of where they're storing these things. And he looks over at Towns, and Towns gestures with his hands. We could steal them. Potentially. And if we steal them, we win.
We only need to control 2 of them, yes.
We get 1, control 2, and then we wipe them out.
I don't know if we can destroy them, but destroy 2, game over.
No, not the cubes. You wipe out Tewaz and Freaky Friends.
Of course.
And he chuckles.
I assumed that went without saying, but destroy the cubes and it's over. For good. No more coming back ever.
He looks at Towns. If you can steal time stones, you can steal some cubes. And Towns nods. Anyway, it's just an idea. It's not something we have to pursue, but given we have a pretty... I mean, this guy is fucking weird. He points back at Town, but he's coming back slowly. He passed basic SIS initiation training super, super quick. He's horrible at guns, but he can steal. And if he wants a crossbow, he can use a goddamn crossbow, as far as I'm concerned. So, I think we got an answer to potentially stealing 1 or, if not all, those cubes. And if we do, that gives us levity in this fight with them, you understand? We steal them, we could bomb their fucking home base. We could send in thousands of troops to run them over. We don't gotta play black bag games at that point.
It's a good idea. Although, if we go that route, we're going to need to amass more armor and weaponry than I think many of us can imagine. He's gonna pull up the footage of him and the Tolgies fighting Ray. They have
Talons looks at it. What is that?
that is a Ray, one of their monstrous beasts of a machine they made from a prototype of Earthcovs. He implied they had more, and they have bleeding edge power armor fighters, champions that, honestly, would probably be able to put up a good fight against Spartans. It's scary. We would need to be very careful, because if that thing can rival a mobile suit, and they have things like Dagon, we would need all hands on deck.
Well, SIS has been tasked with, at least trying to narrow down their locations, and if we can, if at all possible, at least get one of those cubes. That would take a weight off my shoulders, and I think yours as well.
It would?
Take away the advantage they have over us. So he points back at Towns. You'll be working with him in the future, most likely. Is that a problem for you two?
Not
No.
at all.
All right, good. If I see you boxing Malcolm, he's pointing right at Ash. If I see you boxing Malcolm on the goddamn news, I'm gonna pull what's left of my fucking hair out. You understand me?
If it does come to that, I'll pay for the transplant, sir.
Tell me this. Did you at least beat him?
Oh, I kicked the shit out of him, sir.
There's that. Oh, by the way, Julius, he points up to you. There's a scene near the end of Malkiana Jones that I've taken the liberty of fixing for your mother's sake. You can thank me later with a drink.
Oh, is it that scene?
I've taken the liberty of fixing it for you. And Town starts laughing. So does Lanaya.
Before we go, Mercurius,
He comes in. He's with you.
once you're done taking stuff up, come back down here, get O a bottle of the liquor of his choosing, off my tab.
He salutes you, and he starts collecting the Malkiana Jones cosplay. Town's helping him, and he walks off. Agent O, why'd you bring the Drake down here?
A lot of food.
Oh, why?
We're going camping.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right, well, I know the Arcane Council has a present for you guys, so you should probably get your food and get, well, I don't know anything where the council is on Fleet right now, but on Gateway, but I hope they don't miss you.
I hope so. Present. Okay.
You see Lanaya do the thing with the finger over their lips, and Towns just crosses his arms and shrugs. We're not talking. I think you'll enjoy it.
Okay. Very well.
Pequod, I hope it's an Escalade! And Agent O, yeah, not even close.
Well, as always, a pleasure, O. Again, sorry I couldn't warn you of that.
Started a zombie fucking outbreak. How did this guy pass officer training school? He's just mumbling to himself.
He didn't.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Well, I'd assume not, considering Granddad pushed him into one position he was completely unqualified for.
That makes sense. There's a clip. If you let the clip of him saying, what are you gonna do, Ash? If you let it play, he says something to the effect of, Granddad will protect me.
I just thought that was idiotic rambling at the time.
Well,
The first bottle, I'm setting one down, is on me. Someday, I'm going to make you a stiff drink. A really stiff one.
yeah, I mean, when all's said and done with Tewas and friends, we should look into trying to monetize your boxing match with Malcolm. You probably make some money off of it.
Probably. Well, I'd better go and get the last things done before we leave.
Pregnant
pleasure.
Pequod says goodbye to them and starts shuffling away. It's an Escalade! I know it's an Escalade! She's very excited.
Good to see you, Towns. And
He nods, and Agent O, it's not an Escalade. I'm sorry, Julie.
It's okay. We'll figure something out.
I think you'll like it.
Pleasure as always, Lanaya. Goodbye, everyone.
She nods. They wave you off. Pequod's down here. I'm getting an Escalade! The old lady, turtle lady. Oh, that's wonderful, but why do you need it if you live on Gateway? And Pequod, I want it. And she, fine, you deserve whatever you want, young beauty.
Alright, Escalade owner, let's go. Let's go.
Zanzibar comes down, pushes his way through, takes everything in his two big arms and walks off. Pequod, I would have helped him carry a bag.
Not
No, you
allowed.
wouldn't have.
You're not allowed. He's gonna rubber belly. You're getting to the point where you shouldn't be lifting anything.
That's true. Julius will have a son in a couple months, and she smiled.
Yes, he will.
He takes her hand and rubs it. Can't wait.
You know I'm going to police you not being allowed to carry anything, right?
Well, between Mercurius, Icy, and Zanzibar, I don't have to do any lifting. Not that I mind carrying a bag. Come on, I want my Escalade, and she really thinks she's getting an Escalade.
Well, I suppose, do you want to head up with her? Do you think I should wait, or should I pitch the plan to the general now, Julius?
I think we've asked enough of the general for today. We're running out of good graces with my cooking.
I'll ask Icy if it's even possible.
There you go.
Oh, God, I'm just... Oh.
You hear Pequod telling every random person she walks by she's about to get an Escalade.
Oh, God.
She says it to these. She's off the map, but I'm getting my Escalade today, and these Rangers. That's great. Wonderful. Everybody's like really confused.
Let's go. Do we have everything? Do we need anything else? Supplies, anything?
Tommy wants us to go to his restaurant. We can do that later if you want. And if there's any supplies you need, get them now.
Looks at his watch to see what time it is.
It's about 4 in the afternoon.
How much time do they have? When are they leaving, I mean?
6. You will probably not be able to make it to Tommy's place today. You're gonna have to go tell him, or lose your chance at JJ ticket.
Let's go tell Tommy that we have to make pregnant lady happy.
Yeah.
He's where he usually is with Rob.
Use the idea that she's pregnant for sympathy points.
Yeah, I get it, Ash.
Walks up. Tommy!
You see him, Rob stands up. Hey, I saw Commander Integra down here.
I know, she's doing so much better, isn't she?
Yeah, she asked me if I wanted to be posted back on Raven Rock. I said no.
She's working to try and reform the headhunters.
The headhunters should be based out of Gateway. And they could just go down to Raven Rock. It's warm here. There's good food. Tommy looks at Julius. Julius, ready for restaurant?
Tommy, I am so sorry we're not able to do it today.
Oh, that's all he does. And he looks at you.
Yeah, my wife, the pregnant lady, she really wants to go back up to the apartment and get ready for our trip today.
Oh, we go on a trip. Where are we going?
Our family, it's a family vacation.
Well, Tommy, part of family, comes and stands between you.
Julius looks at Ash.
We're going camping.
Rob, Tommy, we can't leave St. Guillotine. And Tommy, well, maybe we bring Guillotine with us. And Rob, no, he hates the outdoors. He's afraid to go to Earth because of the domestic menace. And Tommy, yeah, I can't leave Guillotine here alone all weekend. He drinks too much.
Oh, yes. The poor saint, I feel bad for him.
Yeah, but I like to come on camping trip. Would you take me? Will your mom be there, Julius?
She will be there, but She's not very nice when she goes camping, to be honest. She gets pretty serious about things.
Oh, I understand, Julius. I know women very well. It puts his arm around your shoulder.
She's a scary lady.
Well, that's fine. Tommy very much like her. And Rob, well, we also have to, start, we have to buy more dishes and silverware. Oh, and tables, Tommy. We have to buy tables. And Tommy, yeah, you're right, Rob. Maybe next camping trip, you let Tommy come along?
Yeah, of course.
That sounds great, Julius. Well, have you got me a date with your mom?
Not yet. I haven't been able to talk to her.
Well, let me know, Julius, and he's guiding you up this way. If you have any questions, just let Tommy know. I'm here to help you with anything, Julia. Rob gives you a thumbs up ahead.
Ash is walking and walk away. Ah. You haven't seen Julius's mom, right?
I kind of figured it's the hot lady hog tied up in the wrestling video.
That'd be the woman?
Well, she's good looking, but let me tell you, Tommy's got no chance in hell.
Oh god, he doesn't. He's a nice man, but... if he tries, she will eat him up and spit him out.
Rob laughs. You owe me one for saving you.
Oh, I already owe you a few. Once the restaurant opens, I'll buy you a drink.
Sounds good to me. I'll be guarding the place.
Hey, that's a damn good racket, ain't it?
Oh yeah, and good on you guys for getting Commander Integra back. It was nice to see her again.
It was, and she's gonna be around more. She's staying here with us for the foreseeable future.
Well, good. Family should stay together. And he looks up at Ash or Tommy and Julie.
You know, he's been strangely successful at a lot of things he probably had no right being successful for. What if he actually succeeds in wooing her?
Ash, you know he's worth like hundreds of millions of credits, right?
I came to that realization when he called...
He's rich!
That's what I mean. You wouldn't think he is, though, would you?
No. When I introduced him to my wife, she thought he was a hobo.
Mm-hmm. So what if he fails upward yet again, and he becomes Julius's stepfather?
Rob starts slapping the bar laughing as you can hear Tommy. And Julius, let me know if you have any questions, because maybe someday I'll be your stepfather. Is he helping you to the
Right. Yeah, I'll let you know.
Here, Julius, I'll give you this. He hands you football. I have many of them. You can play catch on a camping trip. Maybe someday we play catch, like father-son.
Alright.
Yeah, maybe we will.
Rob fist bumps you as you leave. Tommy at the elevator. Here, Julius, I get the elevator for you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Ash, and you too, Ash. Here, come here. He puts his arm around you. And you let me know if you have any questions, you need life advice. Tommy, as you know, Tommy lived a very historic life. So any problems you have, you don't need counselor or therapist. You come to Tom.
Of course. Well, I'm definitely going to talk to you because I want to do you justice when I play you.
Very soon we talk about that. Next week, when you get back from camp trip, you come down to restaurant.
Yes, of course.
Tommy, see you guys later. Tell your mom I say hi, Julius.
Of course.
I will.
Goodbye, Tommy.
He walks.
Having fun with your future father-in-law?
Shut the hell up, Ash.
Apparently he's worth hundreds of millions of credits.
He is.
You know what? I believe it. He knows Jason Crochet, so I believe it.
And he's a man who seems to have failed upwards his entire life, so... As much as Daviene is out of his league, there's a non-zero chance that Tommy is your new daddy as he walks into the elevator.
Funny. Master Sergeant.
Hey, how many years have I withstood the teasing from you in Peakwood?
7. Well, if you don't count those 2 5.
And how often have I jabbed back?
Fair. It was a good one, bud.
And once they get into the apartment, he nudges him.
Well, first things first, I got something for you.
What's that?
They're gonna be delivered, but you remember the healing darts?
I do.
You're making them. You and Snarf have to craft them.
Oh. He stretches his chin. Yeah, I could do that.
The materials and recipes should be up shortly.
Yeah, that'll work.
Speaking of which, carrying the briefcase, I'm going to show the others. I'm gonna hand out some presents.
You see Zanzibar come down the stairs and at you guys. You've been around him long enough. He's telling you he put everything on the ship for the camping trip, the food, the cooking supplies, stuff like that.
Good boy, Zanzibar.
He goes back in the room with Davy.
Walks up and knocks on the door. Or is the door to the kitchen open?
It's open. It's always open.
Well, I come bearing gifts.
They all look up at you. Commander Integra, what do you have for me? And you notice Commander Integra is eating Julius's mint chocolate chip ice cream with pecan. It's all gone.
Oh. Well, these are from Spartans on Gateway for the squad. Starts pulling them out. One for you, Hunk. Sasha. Walks up. One for you, Icy. One for you, Pequod. And one for you, Ceres.
They take them. Nice.
Julius and Snarf are going to craft the darts.
Hunk's looking at his. Thank you, son.
Of course. Oh, boy.
Julius is staring at the ice cream container. I'm gonna go talk to my mother about something real quick. Bye.
Hey, before you go, he's going to toss him Daviene's healing gun. Give that to her.
Got it.
Zanzibar opens the door to the gym for you and steps aside. Mercurius sitting in here watching Daviene, not creepily, just nothing else to do.
Hey, mother. She turns around away from the punching bag. Hello, son. Are you okay? All good, dude. Right. What do you need? There's something you want. So you know that Tommy guy? Oh, yes. He was a nice fellow. He was quite charming in some ways. Right, yeah. How would you like to go out on a date with him? What? Julius? A date with him. Do your old son a favor. And he starts wincing, like he's being prepared to be hit. Okay. Why is this a favor for me to go on a date with Tommy Wiseau? Well, you know JJ Cool J, right? Of course, who doesn't? When Icy bought the surgeries for Ash, and well, she spent most of her money, and right after those surgeries, it was announced that he's going back on tour. Right? Problem is, she spent all her money, so she can't get tickets. Obviously. So Tommy Wiseau knows JJ Cool J. Huh, right. Just like how he, what was it? Was a champion bodybuilder, but he couldn't lift 100 pounds? No, Mom, it's 100% true. He knows him. I saw it with my own eyes. And she steps forward and stares right into his eyes. By God, you're telling the truth. All right. So, how does this go further? Then, continue. We all want to get the tickets for Icy, so the deal was he took a liking to you if we both, one, act in his movie, all of us, and two, you go on a date with him. Uh, he'll pull some strings and get the tickets for us. And Daviene's just staring at Julius as she rubs her chin. This is for Nicole, yes? Yeah, Nicole. And you see her like a little sister? Yeah, I do. And you want to be a good little big brother? All of you want to be good big brothers, siblings, whatever you want to call it, and get her tickets. Yeah. She puts her hands on her hips and starts pacing around the room. Are we sure we can't have, like, Rocco or Mercurius go polymorphed as me? No, probably not. He's actually smarter than he looks, Mom. He'll probably notice. Right. She rubs the back of her neck. Well, to be a good whatever I am to the squad, and she grits her teeth for a second, I'll bite the bullet.
Yes!
Yes.
Oh my god, thank you. Why do you sound surprised? I don't know, and he stands up. Like, fully stands up. I just thought, I didn't think I would get this far. Right. Well, I will go on a date with him, let him know that I want you to be the cook that cooks us dinner. Oh, you devious woman. Fine, I'll do it. It's for Icy. Good. Now, you look quite nice, son. She brushes some hair out of his face. I am quite excited for the camping trip. You should get prepared. All right. Thank you, Mom. He pats her shoulder and walks out.
As you're walking out, you catch a sight of General Lorelei standing right here with arms crossed.
Julius freezes. Oh, man. And he walks out to her. General!
Julius!
He gives her a salute. How can we help you?
Here.
Oh. Oh, you didn't have to do that.
For all your hard work. I have a gift for you all. You should call the rest of your friends out here, most especially the kobold.
Oh, right. Yes, of course. I'm gonna
Hide
it.
that.
Yeah, I'm gonna hide. I'm gonna hide it this time. And he just sticks it in his coat for a second, and calls everyone up.
What's going?
Hunk is, and comes out with Memory Ann holding her. What's going on? You come back for lunch or dinner? Excuse me, ma'am. She, not quite. They're all gonna slowly start making their way out. General Lorelei smiling at you, Ash.
Ma'am, salutes.
Commander Integra, everybody's coming out. I'll put them all behind you. Right here. Commander Integra, Ash, my arms are getting tired. Would you mind holding this beautiful baby? Handing you Leslie.
Not at all.
Not the woman I once was.
That's not true at all.
General Lorelei looks the group over, walks out back so she can get a better look. Where is your engineer? Snarf.
Snarf, come on, man, out here.
Snarf, oh, I'm still eating. What's wrong?
General Lorelei wants to talk to you.
Oh, Jesus! And you see him start running out. Ma'am! He stands right at attention. General Lorelei, your camping trip is in an hour or so, yeah?
Yes?
Do you have room for one more guest? And she crosses her arm.
Of course, ma'am. Who's the guest?
Take a guess, Julius, as she walks closer. I hear you're cooking on this camping trip.
Julius is just smiling at her.
Of course, ma'am. We would love to have you.
Well, it won't be me. In fact, it will be a familiar face. Before I say anything, never mind. She claps her hands together. The door of the apartment opens, and you see Suletta standing here, and you see Snarf drop, the monocle out of his eye, and Rolly has returned.
Well,
They run up and hug each other, and Snarf starts crying as Suletta has a smile on her face. General Lorelei crosses her arms with a big smile on her face. For the first time, a full ear-to-ear smile.
How?
General Lorelei walks over to you, and she's whispering, The biology of millipedes is very simple. Their minds, generally speaking, are simple. Resurrecting a creature like this, it's taxing and expensive. But I think it's the right thing to do.
Thank you.
This would be the equivalent of resurrecting a small lizard. You understand? You have some basic understanding of magic. And I thought he was dead. She's looking at it. Everybody, what the fuck?
Right. It's like hitting the broadside of a barn as opposed to a pinhead 500 feet away.
Commander Integra, oh, a new addition! She smiles at him. And General Lorelei, correct. And we don't just do this out of the kindness of our hearts. She pulls you closer, Ash. Millipillions are very important to EarthGov. All species are. This one being alive and not murdered by Malcolm looks much better to their species, yes?
Yes, and I think if we ever have to address footage of that, we'll just claim that it was all staged.
Yes, we will. As she lets you go and comes over here with a smile on her face. Snarf, I can't believe it! I'm back! And he's got his fucking mops and, can I be the janitor for the squad? And Icy's jaw is agape. And Sasha, isn't this the guy that got eaten? Points
Yeah, with the captain's permission, I don't see why you can't be the janitor.
Snarf turns around and looks at her and sure, that would be great. And she looks at General Lorelei with a big smile and she smiles and leaves the apartment. And Sasha, she is nice if she doesn't hate you. And shrugs at that.
I suppose not. Oh, gods.
Rolly, I don't remember much, but and Snarf, you don't need to remember anything. All that you need to know is we're going on a camping trip. It'll be a celebration that you're back now. Rolly, okay. What is this place? Come on, I'll give you the tour before we leave. And they walk off. Woohoo! You hear Snarf do that.
He's gonna walk up to Suletta. You knew?
I did, not I knew.
You did. Thank you. It's for his sake too, thank you.
She smiles slightly. What do we need for the camping trip?
Nothing. We have everything prepared.
She looks at Memory Ann, do you really want to go? And she has a big smile on her face, and Hunk, come on! And she's fine. Pequod is just shocked. Like, we saw him get eaten. Commander Integra, who ate him?
Malcolm and Gerhawk. Or whoever that was.
Sasha, he was in the Wrestling Federation.
He was.
I think it's best we don't remind him, and you hear Rolly scream because he sees a picture of Malcolm in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Pequod, those pictures aren't moving. He might, but they're not.
Fair enough.
You didn't notice this one.
Not yet.
Icy, we don't really need a janitor. Mercurius takes care of things, but he can stay. I'm happy to have him. She's just looking back at hearing him scream from the kitchen.
Yeah. Me too.
Yeah.
Hunk, we'll just promise him nobody here is gonna eat him. And Suletta just glares at Hunk.
Yeah.
Hunk, well, it's camping trip time. Ash, here, practice for your fatherhood. Hand you memory, Ann. I'm gonna go double check everything's ready on the ship. Come on, Nicole. As Icy's still just stunned that he's alive.
Holding both the children.
Julius takes Leslie up from you.
Yeah, I'd like that. We're going to have a lot of fun, Memrian.
Pequod, I want the Melchiana Jones. She's standing right here, cosplay right here. Hey, wait a minute, what about my Escalade? And she walks up. And Suletta, the gift was the Millipidian, not an Escalade. And Pequod gets very sad.
Oh, did try to tell you.
Someday, as she looks at the ground.
We'll get you one, somehow.
Commander Integra, in my youth when I worked for SIS, I even had an Escalade. You see Pequod's head sink into her shoulder. SIS agents make an excellent wage. Commander Integra comes up, stands next to Julius. I'm sure Julius will take care of your Escalade needs. A good husband.
I'm sure I will.
Here, Julius, she pulls up on her wrist computer. I've been pricing them out for you. The lowest start at around 700,000 credits.
Alright. Julie stumbles back a bit. Alright. 700,000. Cool.
Sasha, maybe we could take a loan from the Bank of Rico. And Pequod or Leslie could buy me one, and looks at
No.
Suletta and she sharply glares at Pequod.
We will not be asking Leslie for that.
Suletta can't ask her if you never find her and walks off with Hunk and Ice.
Wise words from a wise woman.
Yeah.
Sasha, if we never find her, that's just fucked.
That is. It is. Well, no sense on dwelling on it.
Come, Julius, look, if you want all the bells and whistles, it'll be somewhere in the neighborhood, the ballpark, depending on dealer, of close to 2 million credits.
Julius just blows air out of his mouth. Right. That's cool.
Sasha comes and takes Leslie from you so you can, breathe.
Julius gets on all fours and starts breathing on the ground.
We should have invited that Tommy Wiseau fella.
Probably not this time. With Suletta being that angry at us, I don't think it's a good mixture.
Commander Integra looks at you. Well, boys, I went and talked to our former base members down on Gateway, and it went well. I would never ask them to rejoin the Headhunters. I personally think being stationed here on Gateway... Oh, come on, living in that bunker was hell. She looks at Julius. We were afraid. We were like popsicles. Goddamn fish sticks.
Well, I mean, if you can reform them, why not push for them to be stationed here?
Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. However, she puts up her fingers. The 3 greatest headhunters in the history of the headhunters. were helped and trained by Major Lasley. Without Major Lasley, there is no headhunter. And she's saying it through grit teeth, just glaring at Ash. So, regardless of what Suletta said, we need to find that woman. And she starts shaking her fist.
We're going to find her.
We have somewhat of a lead.
And if that lead doesn't work, I think there's one other person we might be able to ask.
Pequod, who?
The man who's going to be kicking the shit out of us over the next few weeks.
Oh, no, Ash, that is our lead.
Oh, I thought you were referring to General Lorelei as our lead.
Jennifer, Commander Jiren knows where Major Lasley is?
It's a theory at best at this point, but in a message that Lazuli sent to Hunk, or to Suletta that Suletta showed Hunk, we saw some people of Jiren's kind running around in a small hut in the background, so it's a theory at best at this point, but the theory's all we got.
Sonny, well, Commander Jiren likes you, so I'm sure he'd be willing to help.
Hopefully.
Sasha, alright. She's got baby Lasley. We're going to the ship. Camping! Come on, sweetheart, and takes her with her.
Yeah.
Commander Integra puts her arm out. Ash?
Yeah, let's go.
Saris grabs the other arm. This is wonderful. We're all back together.
Almost. Yeah.
I know, Major Lasley, but still. At least we're all here together. And she smiles at Julia.
Yeah. And he puts a hand on Integra's shoulder. Yeah.
I can't wait to have some corn dogs. Unless there's anything you want to do at the apartment, you're going, Kate.
No, I'm ready.
All right. You board the Nova. Hunk has picked out the campgrounds, and you land here in this field. The ship's like off, a couple 100 feet off the map, and you see a gigantic movie screen paused on this portion. And Pequod is looking around, and, well, Dad got everything set up as I asked.
That's what we're watching the movie on?
Uh-huh.
It's like there were these things called drive-in movie theaters. There's still a few around, at least in the continental US, and yeah, we're gonna watch the movie here. Look, Dad even set up, and there's all these chairs, and we have to set up the cooking equipment, and look, even a fire pit got dug. And Hunk, knowing General Rico's daughter has its perks.
That it does.
Snarf and Rolly unseparable at this point. Sasha with baby Lasley. Commander Integra, well, sits down. I'm excited for the movie. I've heard wonderful things. We get to see Julius starring in the movie. He'll be a movie star someday with that handsome face. She winks back at you.
He winks back at her. Hopefully not.
Jennifer sits down next to her. Come over here, Sonny sits with her. Icy, she is kind of like squad grandma at this point, says to Ash.
She is, but I'm just happy to have her here.
Even if the headhunters don't get restored, she stay. Squad grandma. As Mercurius starts setting up the cooking equipment with Zanzibar, Suletta holding Memrian looks around. She's definitely out of place in the wilderness.
So, did you go camping a lot, Auntie?
She looks at you. No, I was a bookworm in my youth. Your my sister did.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I suppose this is Memory Ann's first time then.
Yes. Going camping is she kind of like grits her teeth, I don't know, fatherly activity. And she never had the luxury of a father, so.
Well, I'm glad we're giving her this experience now.
Yeah.
She looks around. I guess I'll sit here. And she sits down and just crosses her legs. And Commander Integra, come, you hear, and gives her memory and she just blankly sits looking at the movie screen. Pequod, awkward. And here, come on, sit down. Rolly sits down. I'm glad you're here. And Rolly, you're so pretty. You're way prettier than this. We had this lady who talked with a southern and British accent on the ship. As Pequod starts laughing. Snarf, check this out. He plays a video. And you see Denaria in an outfit that looks like, clothes generally. They're Daviene's clothes. And she has a Daviene wig on, and you hear, "Woo, Daviene!" and a smack. And everybody turns and looks at, he's right here showing everybody. And Hunk, what the hell? And Commander Integra puts her hand up, covering Jennifer's
Okay, whatever. I don't even know.
Pequod, how did you let him get away with him smacking your ass? And he looks over at Davie.
Dear, that wasn't me. That was Denaria.
She looks down at Snarf. Play it again. And he, okay. He plays that. Woo, Daviene! Smack. Look, Ash is even in frame. And he points. And that's Daviene's leg. You see that? The actual Daviene. And Pequod, what the hell?
Yeah, I'd forgotten about that.
Rolly speaks up. It wasn't just me and Snarf who underwent hell on that ship. Denario was actually pretty normal at the beginning of the quest. In overtime with Malcolm, she lost it.
Yeah.
Can somebody help me carry this baby? I know I have 4 arms, but I'm just a bug. And Sasha, right, and picks her up.
All right.
He steps forward.
Should I get started on dinner or?
Hunk, I'm gonna go get some things from the ship, and then how about, me, Snark, Bug, Rolly, you wanna come? And Rolly, can I just stay here? There might be something out there that can eat me. And Hunk, of course, no problem. Snarf, you up to film my show? Snarf, yeah! And you hear, woo, Davie! God damn it, turns his wrist computer on. I'm gonna go to the ship, get the equipment. Maybe this would be a good time to get to know your aunt. As he pats Julius on the shoulder and goes off to get the camera equipment.
Okay.
Yeah.
He walks over and sits next to Soletta.
Pequod, Daviene, can you help me start a fire for this fire?
Oh, of course. She takes out a flint and steel and a knife, puts a little bit of magnesium down, turns it around. One hit to the flint, it sparks up, lights up, and she lights a fire.
The fire pit is lit right here in the middle, so you can have s'mores and all that good stuff. Mercurius and Zanzibar are setting up the cooking equipment for you guys. And Hunk is off the map. He's getting the camera equipment and stuff. So go ahead, whatever you'd like to do. Rocco's sitting at Suletta's feet.
When you were younger, you said you were a bookworm. What did you like to read?
Frost magic books.
I can tell that.
I actually had no magical abilities when I was a child. A lot of studying, and she looks at you guys. I spent a lot of time in the library. You're my sister. Once again corrects herself. My sister was the athlete of the two of us.
I mean, I understand that. I preferred, if I could, when I was very young, to read. It was
After we underwent the rite, and she pulls up her sleeves, and you see blood hunter markings on her, but much different than Julius. We were allowed to do what we wanted in terms of schooling.
So, after frost magic, at some point you got interested in mobile suits?
It was actually out of necessity, believe it or not. EarthGov was not going to put children into the cockpits, as it wasn't really EarthGov in the Calamity Wars. It was an amalgamation of governments, and they were just doing what they had to do to survive. Doesn't justify it. You get a sharp pain in your temple, Julius, because you think back to Denaria. Doesn't justify anything. The pain subsides quickly. Suletta, Earthgov wasn't going to put children in the cockpits of one of those things. So they asked me.
Well, you did a pretty good job, if I say so myself.
Really? She smiles up at you.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the Lazuli sisters, inseparable, and helped win the Archfiend incursion for us.
Legends.
She opens her hand before Ash can talk inseparable. Not so. She looks up at you. I haven't seen my sister in weeks.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't even know where she is.
We're gonna find her.
Won't answer my calls. Did you see her playing with a wedding ring on her finger?
Yeah. I know. We're going to find her.
She rolls her eyes at Ash. I actually had the highest kill count in the Archfiend incursion before my sister took the lead.
I would assume so. I've seen you pilot the aerial. It's a sight to behold. An elegance that I never had with those.
Well, you've only piloted two. The first one, she looks at you. I've seen the unedited footage. You had no clue what you were doing, understandably, and you could barely pilot the tall geese. Understandably. And you're lucky to be alive, to be honest. The second one, from what little footage I've seen, you had a grip on it, on the Epion.
I'd like to say I learned a little. I think the hard part for me was realizing I'm not in control. I'm working with a partner.
I will assist you when the time comes. For the Tall Geese 3.
I'd appreciate that, Auntie. You don't
She's looking
have-
at her nail.
You don't have to if you don't want to.
I will for EarthGov's sake, not yours.
That's what I thought. You know, I am sorry that I've been bad to you and to Lazuli.
She looks up at you and just kind of shrugs. Meh. And looks at her nails, puts her hand on her lap. It doesn't matter. You're travelers out of space and time. You're idiots. Maybe not now, but you were back then. You had every right to be clueless idiots. In the savage land you grew up, I suppose people didn't oh whatever. And she starts playing with her thumb and middle finger.
In all honesty, I wouldn't know. But ignorance is not an excuse.
No, I guess it's not. I wasn't around as much as I would have liked to have been. She blows on her nail. My sister was very fond of you. So there is that. Both of you. But mostly Julius.
Of course, he's the talented one, and the blood hunter, and the monk, and the one who can limit break.
Here in the civilized world, Julius, a long time ago, blood hunters were royalty. In another place, in another time, I suppose, though I'm glad it's not the case because I don't want to be royalty, but Leslie and I would be royalty. And she kind of shrugs.
Really?
Where
Yeah,
you
no.
came from, it was a cult? Torture? Question mark?
You know, uh, it was more of experiments for a cult, I suppose. Um, they took a group of children, raised them up, trained them up, give them resistances to certain things, and then they carved, and he gestures to his runes, anarchic runes.
Can you do this as she pulls up her sleeve? You see the blood hunter markings, and they fade and come back.
Oh, No, these are carved into my skin.
Quite archaic, as she puts her sleeve back down.
Yeah. Uh, what did the blood hunter rites used to entail? Well, in this time period, at least.
What would you like to know?
Anything you'd like to teach me?
You'd like to learn techniques as she closes her fist.
No, I would like to learn more of what you went through.
Well, it was not forced upon us. We chose, willingly, albeit as children, so what would a 7-year-old child really know of what they were getting into? That being said, these are not carved into our skin. These are simply markings. Think paint, a magical paint, if you will, for layman's terms. Upon getting the, she air quotes, magical paint, then the rite proceeds. At a ritual site, our hometown, she turns into her chair. We went there, yes?
Yes, to
Yes.
meet Master Yen and go shopping.
Our hometown, where our family, well, our parents' house is, exists a ritual site where it is performed. Though, as I said, nobody's skin is cut. From there, after the ritual is completed, we train to hone our abilities as blood hunters. As you see, give me your hand.
He hands it over to her.
Her hand fades and yours falls through it. We train at a young age. From there, after we've mastered our training, usually takes till around 12 or 13 years of age. Then we can choose what we wish to do with our life. The rites entail, think British royalty. It's in the 18th and 19th century, blood hunter families were royal. Only their children, their offspring, and the family would have the rites done to them. I'm really not sure why. What? Your fire? She's like playing with her hand. Fire magic is your blood hunter right?
Well, from research that I've done, it's more, the closest house I can appropriate it to, I suppose, is Profane Soul, because I can mimic, only mimic spells. But the way it was explained to me a long time ago was the rite gave me the ability to speed up or slow down the blood in my veins or others. That's why I can speed up blood cells to make them boil, make it go into their eyes, that kind of thing.
Did my sister ever show you? She makes a gesture big, like with her hand. There should have been a almost like a tome in my sister's possession. Did she ever allow you to read it about
Yeah,
the
she
Order of the Ghost Slayer?
she did.
Would you like to read the other one?
For the other houses,
Yes.
of I I do like learning things.
I'll give them to you.
Thank you.
I'll have
And,
them sent to the apartment.
right. Thank you, ma'am.
I I just what is the area like, ma'am?
What is it like?
What is she like? I
Childlike. She shrugs. A child piloted it. Every pilot that sits in the cockpit of a mobile suit, the Epion system takes part of their brain. Not from them, but your brain, whether you like it or not, has been imprinted onto the Epion system in the Epion and the Tall Geese 2. Your brain will be in the Tall Geese 3, imprinted. The more you use it, the stronger the imprint. The Ariel itself was piloted exclusively by a young girl for a long time until she died.
I remember you told me. I ask because of the two I've been in. It's hard to describe, but they had wildly different personalities. If I had to put words to it, the Torgeese was stern, like a like a drill sergeant almost. Is the best way I can describe the way it felt. The Epion was surefire and confident, ready for anything, wanting to rush into battle. They were wildly different.
One reason EarthGov does not like using those mobile suits is given enough time, enough piloting, strong enough of an imprint. She pulls up her wrist computer, and you see the aerial moving on its own, walking around. And I'm the one taking this footage. Nobody's in the cockpit.
She's alive.
Yes.
That's incredible.
Incredible, but could be incredibly dangerous.
Of course, if something that powerful decided it didn't like EarthGov, it'd be dangerous.
Exactly.
What does she think about
Again,
EarthGov?
she's very childlike. She pulls up a picture of the aerial spinning around, going through the air slowly. Very childlike.
If anything, she kind of reminds me of and looks over at Memrienne. Just the way she looks.
Perhaps one day she will pilot it. She looks over at Julius. No right for her. No ritual. The Blood Hunter orders, for the most part here, are dying off. When Leslie and I die, thus will end the Order of the Ghost Slave.
Julius nods.
Do you have to share blood in order to do that?
Looks over at you, Ash. Yes.
Interesting.
You said you wanted Memorian to be a scholar, correct?
She looks over at you. I would prefer that, but whatever she wants to do, she will do. I support her in any decision she makes.
He nods.
If you don't mind my asking, why do you not want her to undergo the ritual?
She looks at you. There's no point.
I apologize. It's something that's foreign to me. I was born with no special bloodline, no special abilities. I'm a not normal. I'm an average person. I have nothing exceptional. It's something foreign that I'd like to learn about.
She shrugs. There's no point. Children should be allowed to live their lives in joy and happiness, carefree and courageous. They don't need to learn rituals or rites or teachings, read from tomes. They should do, and she gestures over to Membrian playing with a Rubik's Cube in Commander Integra's lap. That's what they should be doing. Not training in combat or preparing for some contrived ritual.
You're right. I. When you put it that way, it's something I agree on.
You have to imagine. Think about it. At the age of 7, you have to do this, and she pulls her sleeve down. You get this. Very fun. Oh boy. And then you spend how many years studying, learning to harness these powers, only to then be a teenager and, in some ways, a pariah. You probably know. She looks over at Julius. Those tattoos, you cover them for a reason.
Yeah, it's not very fun.
No, it is not. And given the extreme circumstances they were given to you, it's even less fun.
Now that I can understand.
Nobody quite knows for sure, but we believe most blood hunter rites started in Native American culture. Here, she puts up her arms on the continental US, but nobody exactly knows for sure. To this day, nobody exactly knows for sure why the planet Earth has such a diverse biological. Just she looks around, kobolds, elves, half elves. Nobody really knows.
We do.
She looks at you. Hmm?
We do. We, we met and talked with a dragon. An ancient, silver being, more than ancient. He said that when that originally different races originated on different planets, and that when whatever it's called, the thing we're trying to stop first came, it took the dragons and the Star Children with it down as it was sealed away, and the vast majority of all life. The few Star Children remaining took what was left and put it on Earth, and that's why it's what it is. What it is.
You see her eyes trail off to the top right, thinking, it wouldn't be a dragon. It would have to be ancient. More than ancient. It would be I don't even know if there's a word for it.
Worm,
Prehistoric.
Great worm?
great worms. Yes, I swear I read about those as a child.
Have you ever considered? She looks at you, asking it for help in our coming conflict.
Possibly, but it has
Please
the
do
power.
not tell me. She slams her hand onto her thigh. You let Malcolm talk to it.
I tried to talk as much as I could, but I didn't really have a choice, ma'am. But it also seemed, even without Malcolm, it had a distaste for us. This is what his great race is now gone. He may be the very last. This is what they sacrificed themselves for. Mere little mortals.
She
Many
rubs her chin. I suppose we would be savages to that thing.
yes. But
Do you remember where it was?
um, the planet name escapes me, but it is. I remember where it is. It's a planet made of wood. There was a monk monastery on it, ma'am. That's where we got the cube we have.
And they worshipped it?
Worshipped? Yes? Sort of. It seemed similar, but it was more like a teacher and students almost, if I had to put a way to describe it.
I would have liked to have. She sits up in the chair, liked to have gotten to meet it.
Well,
I can't believe Malcolm got to meet it and not somebody like me. And she smiles at Julia.
well, we could go back. I'd be happy to take you if you are willing.
I don't think. I think we should, not could. We should. You understand the stakes of the coming conflict.
I do, and anything we can get a leg up on would be worth it.
And perhaps somebody with a little more tact speaking to the dragon would help as opposed to Malcolm.
I'd agree. And he's gonna get.
Dragons generally respect strong creatures, is what the going theories are. I suppose you would know, given your origins.
Yes, chromatic ones were more primal and only respected power, but prismatic ones had a respect for spiritual power, if it, as it were, emotional power. Strength of character, as much as they did physical power, physical and magical power.
She closes her eyes with a slight smile. Do you know who encompasses all those traits?
You and
Your
Lazuli.
sister?
Mhm.
You know, he's gonna get a little slight smile. I think it actually might take a liking to you, though, Auntie.
Perhaps,
Both
but
ice users.
it was an ice drake.
It seemed to be. We watched uh, cultists frozen in ice as it ate them.
Oh my.
Yes, but it seemed to be an ice drake or one that may have gone beyond simple, solo elements, but I think it was ice.
Perhaps we could have a field trip of our own, assuming you find my sister. And she kind of blinks twice and glares over at Julia.
Which we will.
I hope.
don't hope.
So do
It's
I.
don't hope. It is going to happen.
You did notice in the message she sent, I know Hunk showed you. I'm happy you reconciled, Julius, with Hunk, but you noticed scrawny versions of Commander Jiren?
Yeah.
Yes, we were already planning on asking him.
I don't even know where he comes from.
Neither do I. I've never heard of his race before, ma'am. I even looked through when I was studying in the Headhunters. I researched the main races of EarthGov, and I never saw his. I saw even Millipedians, but not his.
From what little I know, most of his race are like monks. Think Shaolin monks. Here on Earth. They're monks.
Pacifists who will only defend.
Commander Jiren is quite strong in his resolve. He is an arrogant being at times, but he is a justice bringer, or he likes to think himself that. I think he is an outlier among his race.
I, based off what you're saying, I would agree.
You'll be seeing a lot of him very soon, and she gets a slight smirk looking at Julian.
Can't wait, man. Someone else needs to beat some sense into me, too.
She plays the clip from the EarthGov games of Ash getting uppercut by Jiren.
Rubs his chin. Yeah, he's something special, ma'am.
Hunk comes up just in time to see himself getting uppercut by Jiren. Oh, God.
Don't worry, you took it like a champ.
Yeah, I took it like a champ. I got one shot. Got my shit kicked in.
We all did.
Thank God we had Nicole there to fucking turn Julius into Captain Falcon or whatever that guy's name is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hunk, all right, boys, claps his hands together. I got the camera equipment set up. We're going to go film a couple scenes just for a pilot episode, and then it's time for Malkiana Jones. As all the girls are preparing, eating, getting ready, Pequod's streaming just some EarthGov news for them to watch up on the projector as they wait for the movie. Suletta looks over at you. Filming a reality show, Julius?
Hunk wants to film a survival show with all the boys.
A good son does for his father. And she's looking right in your eyes, and you feel like she's burning a hole through your soul.
And I'm trying my best to be a good son, man.
She smiles and nods.
He stands up and gently pats her shoulder. Thank you for indulging my questions.
Anytime you have more, she grabs your hand and rubs it slightly. Just ask.
Of
I'll
course.
come by. I'll come by next week with the tomes.
Thank you, Auntie.
She nods and smiles.
Ma'am, I know you're her pilot, but would I be able to speak to her? To the Ariel?
Sure. You want to get in it?
I'd like to. No.
It has a heavy imprint. You will not like the outcome.
What do you mean?
Your mind isn't attuned to using a suit that's imprinted that strongly. You will suffer great pain. The Epion was piloted, but not for a very long time. The Tallgeese was piloted, but not for a very long time. The Ariel was one of the longest lasting combatants of the Calamity Wars.
Well, pain is pain. It's worth it. I really don't care about pain.
We'll schedule a day where you come to my home here on Earth. You can't pilot it on Gateway, but we'll schedule a day you can come down here.
Of course. I don't know. I feel like I need to. I can't explain why, ma'am. I just feel like I need to.
Could be beneficial for the coming conflict as she crosses her arms.
And it could. I don't know, maybe it's as much I want to know her as make up for lost time. I mean, you are a part of her.
Indeed, she smiled.
We are going to find Lazuli. For more reasons than one, there's a lot I need to. We, not you, me and him, we need to fix and apologize for. None the least, I need to apologize for wasting what she gave me.
She looks over at you. Wasting what?
She gave me so much. Me, physically. And I was too reckless when I was on that squad. I let my body get shredded up and down, and I wasted the gift she gave me.
She
And I threw it away.
nods. I wouldn't blame yourself for that.
My arm only got bitten off because I was cocky and calling out to Behagona, because I wanted to get it away from others. I fought Tewaz instead of trying to run.
He would have just shot you in the back. She rolls her eyes.
I suppose, but I just can't feel that I don't know. There's a lot of things I need to apologize to her for.
Well, Commander Jiren, she looks at Julius right in the eyes again, is the key.
He's lead number one, ma'am. Auntie.
She goes to say something, stops. Julius,
Yeah.
when you went with my sister to fight the Archfiend, did you see how she moved, how she fought?
Yeah, she was basically on display the entire time, up in the sky.
Did you ever, when you were training with her, did she ever unleash that level of power against you too?
Well, there was one point where we made her mad. My theory is that it was because we destroyed her coat.
She starts laughing.
We made her mad, and we started to see like these aurora borealises around her. It was
Ripples.
badass.
It was like the ripples in a lake when you toss a rock in, but rippling everything around her.
She looks at Julius. Did anything like that ever happen when you fought with her on your end? Unconscious actions being taken by your body?
He thinks back.
No, they didn't. For the most part.
For the most part, no.
She nods her head and smiles and doesn't say anything.
Neither me, not unless you count the muscle memory of knowing what to do.
No, that's not what I speak of. She looks at Julius and nods again and just closes her eyes and smiles.
You're not going to tell me why you asked me that until I find her.
You'll
Right.
find out for yourself. Probably very soon.
I'd hope so.
He nods.
One final thing. If she'd like to, and I'm asking your permission first, is it alright if I teach memory and tinkering? Little things, clockwork, that type of thing, if she'd like.
Sure. I would prefer she stay at the apartment while I do my due diligence and duties at the Marauder Academy. I don't like paying for daycare.
Well, I'd be happy to have her every day. One, she's family, but two, there's something special about being able to help guide the next generation, ma'am. Make sure they have a better life than we did.
She looks over at Commander Integra. She's taken quite a liking to Squad Grandma.
I would hope so. I would hope so, ma'am.
You see Commander Integra. So they're sitting in her lap.
They make quite a pair, don't they?
Two of a kind. Hunk. Showtime.
Yes, let's go. Thank you, Auntie.
She nods and smiles. Pequod, be back in an hour. Hunk, no problem. So, it's taking a while to load. You see the camera? All right, can you see all the cameras? 1, 2,
Yeah.
3, 4, 5. Okay, making sure.
Yeah.
All right, so Mercurius has accompanied you guys out here. Hunk stands here with his hands on his hips. So these are small cameras. They're called GoPros. We're gonna be using these to film the show.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, this is just a pilot episode, so it's what I'm gonna send to the network to try and get funding for the whole show, which I guess I won't get to do till after the conflict because now I have to stay. So, how should we set these things up? I have no idea what to do. And Snarf, I'm not a cameraman. Mercurius just looks at Julius and shrugs.
All right. Do you have like straps that we could put these on our body somehow?
Oh no, just the tripods.
All right, just the tripods. Well, set them up in advantageous places. One near the camp where we're camping, another on a trail that we walk by a lot. Just places where we'll get a lot of footage.
Snarf puts one here. How about this? And Hunk, that's good. This bush in the background here, I can do the intro for the show standing here. Actually, you know what? Come here, Julius.
He's gonna look around for somewhere that's high, like this. See this? That's high up and has a nice view. Ash is gonna grab one, walk up there, and set it up in a way that would get a nice shot of the sun moving over this hill. This hill right here.
There you go. Hunk pulls you in by your shoulder. The show can be Survivor, Hunk, and Sun. Do the intro, Julius!
Hi everyone, this is Survivor Hunk and Sun coming at you with episode 1, the pilot.
Hunk, cut! Snarf, I didn't even have the camera on yet, Hunk. The lens cap's still on, for God's sake! And Hunk, comes over, takes the lens cap off, comes back here. Come on, Julius, do it. Give it some more energy. Do it with more spunk. We're trying to reel people in here. You know what I mean? You gotta give it all. Give it your all. If you could act in Malcolm's movie, you could act in this.
He smiles at Hunk. All right. Are you recording?
Snarf, yeah.
Hello everyone, welcome to Survivor Man Hunk and Sun. This is episode 1, the pilot. We're here surviving in the forest. Come and join us.
That's better, Julius. I like that. That go-getter attitude. Mercurius, set up a camera over here. Mercurius goes and sets one up. Snarf, where the hell are we anyway? And Hunk, we're in the Pacific Northwest. It doesn't matter. We can pretend we're anywhere. Here, Julius, get a shot of me walking up this trail. Here, take this camera.
He takes the camera, starts filming it.
Hunk's walking. You're walking with Hunk with the camera. Snarf, come on, Snarf, get in the shot with me. It's Survivor Man, Snarf, and Hunk, and whatever. Come on. Now, when you're surviving in the Pacific Northwest, there are many dangers and perils as he gestures for Mercurius to turn the camera to him. Dehydration, exhaustion. The summers can be brutal here, but one of the biggest perils you'll ever come across are snakes. They're native to the continental U.S., many venomous snakes. And as you can see here, and he points to this tree, these old weaver bird nests are notorious homes for the Cape Cobra. As Snarf, there's no cobras in the continental U.S. as far as I know. And Snarf, be quiet. I'm the star of the show. And Hunk goes over here and picks up a stick. Ash, you're free to go wherever you want. You have the camera set up.
He's just sitting over here on a rock, watching, knowing that that's not accurate.
Snarf, I mean, there are snakes, and Hunk picks up the stick. No, Cape Cobras are most definitely here in the U.S. See, Snarf is a novice survival, as you can see. He turns to the camera. Snarf goes up under the nest and points up to it. Weaver bird, I don't think that's a nest. That's just some type of amalgamation. Hunk sticks the stick into the nest.
Ash. Oh, no, no, I'm not gonna.
There's no time to react because a bunch of rattlesnakes fall out on top of Snarf. And you hear Snarf scream, "Ah!" as the rattlesnakes fall on top of him, and the nest falls down on top of him. And Hug, oh Jesus!
Oh my god.
Sh- sh-
Julius
sh-
runs over and he starts slowly moving the snakes off of Snarf.
Help me, Ash!
Calm down,
over.
Snarf.
Stay
Do
calm.
not move.
Haven't I been through enough? As Hunk grabs this one and hurls it.
Ash is gonna just whip them.
The whole time, Mercurius getting an excellent angle of all the action. Hunk grabs this one, throws it off screen. These snakes slither away. You get this one off Snarf. They all start to slither away. Hunk steps on this one, killing it in front of the camera. And Snarf, for fuck's sake, he gets up and starts brushing himself off. Haven't I been through enough? And Hunk, well, it was a good shot. And he gestures back to Mercurius.
You know, we probably can't use the footage of that being killed.
Snarf, yeah, animal rights, cruelty, and stuff like that. Oh, here, Snarf, look at these wild berries. Snarf, oh, God. Snarf, Hunk, these are cranberries. They are edible. Here, eat this. And he hands it to Snarf.
Ash,
Julius looks at the berries before he picks them.
They are not poisonous, but they would definitely give Snarf horrid diarrhea for weeks.
Don't eat those, Snarf.
But they're the cranberries, Julius. He can have them.
They're not cranberries, Dad.
Oh. No, I'm pretty sure they are. Here, Ash, eat one. And he hands it to
Ash is going to look at it. Can he try to remember, see if he knows what it is?
I believe I have the name wrong. Because I can't actually... I think I misspelled it. There's some names of plants as well. Let's just call it a bondsberry. And it would give you horrible diarrhea.
Hunk, this is a bondsberry.
Yeah.
These things are natural laxatives. Very
Merc-
potent natural laxatives.
Snarf, I'd be shitting my pants all weekend.
Yes, you would.
Like one berry equal to 6 over-the-counter pills. Natural laxatives.
Hunk comes over and grabs this snake by the neck and picks it up. I don't condone killing. Here, get the hell out of the way. And he pushes that. Get me in frame. I don't condone killing anything, but as a matter of survival, all creatures are fair game. And he snaps the snake's neck. We'll be eating this tonight. And here, look at this, Julius. I'll teach you how to clean a snake.
Okay, go for it.
He starts cutting it up, and he knows what he's doing because he's went through survival training, feeding off animals and stuff like that. And then we just put it on a stick, and we can fry it up for Pequod.
All right, yeah, seems about right.
Please tell me you're going to record when she eats that.
Well, Hunk puts it on the stick. Snarf, she isn't going to eat that. And Hunk, we just tell her it's something else, and then after she's eaten it, we tell her she ate a rattlesnake and see her reaction.
You guys aren't the one who has to sleep in the same bed as her.
I mean,
He looks up at Ash. Payback's a bitch, am I right?
Mm-hmm. Hey, you've got that ice cream. I mean, what was it that you said it was all those years ago? Maybe that'll help things smooth over in bed.
All right, fine, deal.
He looks up at you, Julius. This is for making me put up with your mother and all the arm bars she's put me in. Here, Ash. And he hands you the, it's almost like a kebabbed snake at this point.
Well done skinning it.
Your mother, as he twists his arm, has a mean arm bar, Julius.
Yeah, trust me. He moves his right arm a bit. I know.
Uh-huh, she's done both of mine.
Hunk looks around. This is great. I love being out in the wilderness.
It's nice once in a while.
My plan was to dereliction of duty and leave. hide out here. Well, maybe not here, but other places.
I can't be away from civilization for too long anymore. I, walking across a continent, a medieval continent in Gallia for months will do that to you.
He looks up at you guys. Time travelers.
We're still the same people you've always known.
Doesn't change my opinion. It's just pretty cool to meet time travelers. And Snarf, I had no idea.
I didn't
To
know.
an to an extent, we didn't either. Yeah.
I thought it was another world, not. Well, another world and another time.
Hunk, you two seem pretty freaked out about going back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would rather not.
Yeah.
He picks up the camera. Mercurius going to collect the other ones. What was it? He sits down. Come on, son, on a log and pats the log.
He sits down.
Ash is gonna stick the stick into the dirt in a way that it'll just stay up and sit down.
What was it like? Why was it so bad? As Snarf sits down and, yeah, I mean,
Oh,
You go first.
I mean, for one, going back there would just bring up bad memories of things. I don't really want to get into that, but other than that, I mean, the uh, the segregation, it was very racist there. Uh, Nothing good came out of it. It was ruled by people who didn't really know what they were doing, nobles, that kind of thing. There was a huge hierarchy that even the cities were split up into. There was an entire rebellion that didn't necessarily do anything and was led by a idiotic bird.
Hunk laughs and so does Snarf. And Hunk, and there's no Pequod there.
Oh, exactly. That would be torture.
Tell me something. The first time you saw her, what did you think?
She is very beautiful. I don't think I have a chance with her. I'm still going to flirt with her, though.
I thought the same thing about Laz.
I thought it about Ceres.
Saris made the first move with you, though. Right? She sent you something, Leslie told me. Machine gun or something?
Dragon's breath. Shells.
Oh, there you go. That's all it takes.
Yeah.
No
Man.
Saris back there, huh?
No. And, well, also this, and he's gonna point to these still there scars on his neck.
Well, there's worse scars to have.
That's the best damn thing I ever did. Probably the first thing I actually did right.
Snarf looks up at Julius. So, did you guys have wives, girlfriends that you left when I don't know, was it unwilling time travel?
No.
At the point of the time travel, I didn't have anyone other than the rat, my mom.
I was alone. I was worried I'd get my comeuppance for what I did at that camp, and I laid low. It was bounty hunting jobs, but it wasn't hunting people for the most part. It was an old woman asking you to clear giant rats out of a cellar, hunting wolves that were killing people's livestock. That was what I lived off of for about a couple years before that happened.
Hunk looks at you. When that SIS agent guy, the fella that came through time with you, came up and I I guess he accidentally let it slip. General Lorelei forwarded some information to us to help everybody understand easier. Did you guys know the world was ending there, or
No,
We learned later on when we went on that field trip.
so you're lucky to be here?
we are, in many ways. Even if I honestly think if I were forced to go back, it being ending is the better of the two options.
Snarf lights up a cigar. Not bad.
Well,
I mean, compared to what you have here, I guess that makes sense as he takes the cigar out of his mouth.
not even just compared to what I have here. My life there The highlight of it that I can remember, because I spent the first, 7 years of my life with my family. I don't remember it. The highlight of my life was laying low, killing low-level bounties and scraping by enough silver to live off of. You said there are worse scars to have, right, Hunk?
Yeah.
He's gonna pull his shirt off. Yeah, I know that pretty well.
Mm. Where'd you get that one?
Which one is he pointing at?
Whatever ones you're showing off.
Well, all of them came from the time I spent a slave.
Oh, right. Argano.
Yeah, most of them were just beatings or cutting as a punishment. The worst ones, though, are, and he's gonna turn and show the burns on his back. These.
You feel his hand inspecting them, so slavery was commonplace there?
Very commonplace.
It was the norm.
Shit. What
That
races were enslaved? Half elves like you guys?
Uh, anything except the big three, which was considered dwarf, elf, human.
And even then, there were exceptions to the elves and dwarves. Basically, humans were the only ones that were never really enslaved.
And that SIS agent is a human?
Yes.
What happened to him? He points to his temple. How does a guy that fucked up in the head get cooler armor than that?
Dale, the man who tricked us and used magic to trick us, put a curse on him.
Hunk gestures with his hand around his face. Dale was the bearded guy that General Lorelei sent pictures, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Huh.
He was a scumbag. He was the type of man who looked after himself first and foremost. And he was. If that wasn't enough to make me dislike him, the fact that he was your quintessential magic user, hiding in the back throwing artillery, would help, would make me dislike him even more.
It always explains it. It explains the guns. Blaze was quite fond of you guys, but Ash, the guns you had that he melted down to build your newer guns, the metals Blaze said he'd never seen any metals like them. Like, there's archaic metals, and then there's like the metals you gave him. They were incredibly archaic.
I would assume so. I think. Oh, gods. I think I made those. They were an electrum and steel alloy, I believe. It's. Apologies, Hunk. It's been. Oh, God, it's nearly 20 years since I first made them.
He nods. Well, at the very least, gives Julius a thumbs up, getting on Solana's good side.
Oh,
Yeah.
And General
Hopefully.
Lorelai's, we got your buddy back, and he looks down at Snarf, and Snarf, that's a debt I can't really pay back, I think.
you know how we're gonna pay it back?
Snarf, no.
We're gonna win this. We're gonna win.
I hope you're right. Snarf shuffle.
With you on our side, we've got it down pat.
Snarf, you know, do we really have to watch Malkiana Jones? There's that shirtless scene. Daviene's tits are all over the place at the end. Even though I think she's attractive, given the circumstances, it's uncomfortable even to me.
Oh,
And Hunk, what?
it's okay. Oh, censored it.
Snarf, thank God.
And yes, that happened. But believe me, the only person who finds it more uncomfortable than us is sitting on the bench over there and looks at Julius.
Hunk puts his hand on Julius's thigh.
Malcolm made us all be present for it. We weren't allowed to look away.
What a sick bastard.
Yeah. Apparently, the original script had Malkiana and Julius kissing while swinging, or not Julius.
What the fuck? Snarf!
Sorry, Malkiana and Daviene kissing while swinging over a chasm. The issue being Julius was his stunt double, and that was only written out moments before it was meant to film.
Hunk shakes his head. Universe-ending threat, and that guy was at the helm.
And somehow, some way, we were semi-successful for a time. I'm flabbergasted.
Snarf shrugs. I'm just glad I got Rolly back.
I'm glad he's back. And I'm glad that we have you, Snuff. You're a bit bashful about it, but you're one of the best damn engineers I've ever seen.
He puts his thumb up. This is a great gig. I've said it way too many times, but good-looking women everywhere. A captain that gives me toys to play with. I'm not complaining.
And, I mean, think about it. How many living people have gotten to work on, let alone build, a mobile suit?
Snarf. How many living people can say they walked away from the Majestic?
4.
Just us.
5, if you count Rolly.
Yeah, but yeah.
You're already going to be in the history books, Snuff.
Yeah, some streaming service reached out to me for an interview for an upcoming documentary.
What documentary?
It's the tell-all tale of the zombie outbreak.
Oh, God.
Oh, so that's happening. Alright, so we should expect a call anytime, Julius.
Hunk,
Yeah.
apparently there was a second zombie outbreak he started as well.
What?
What?
He shrugs, I don't know. Talk to Agent O when you get back to Gateway.
There was two. Oh, God.
Alright, some more things we need to tell El about.
Yeah, you're gonna have a one session with one more. Well, not one more, but you're gonna have a session with Contri before you go off with Jiren and Icy, and you guys. You're gonna be training as a squad. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
PT stuff like that together, team building exercise, that kind of stuff. But I think mostly Jiren's gonna focus pretty heavily with Julius.
Makes sense. He's the one who can actually learn from it. Although, I might insist on him helping me hone my hand-to-hand abilities.
Could come in handy if you get into another throwdown with Tewa.
It could. I mean, I can somewhat box, but CQC is better.
Hunk stands up. All right, there's a couple more shots I want to get. There's a water stream this a ways.
Gonna put his
Fresh
shirt.
water. I want to go film a scene of me showing how to boil water and stuff like that, and then we're going back with the girl.
Okay.
But this boys' time was nice. He looks around. No, Daviene beating me up. He's looking around.
Ash is gonna put his shirt back on and walk up and just hug Hunk. Thank you, Dad.
Oh, you're welcome. We should do this more. Just us go out. The girls are great, but guy time's guy time. You know what I'm saying?
We should. I find it hard to leave the house, wanting to be around Saris.
What do you think about a baseball game, Julius? He looks over at you.
Well, I've never really watched one, so it'll be a first.
Well, I say we go to one. Come on.
How
The
about
Snarf picks up the camera.
we go to a wrestling show?
How about we go to a NASCAR show? Maybe Tommy Gordon will be there driving.
Yeah.
Or a weightlifting competition, apparently.
I can't believe that guy actually knows JJ.
It's cool, man. It's awesome.
Good for us. Otherwise, I'd have to pop for scalp tickets for Nicole. Oh, and by the way, Julius, I am your father. I will do anything for you. I will not buy that woman an Escalade as he's kicking the kickstand of the tripod out. No, I bought her the game, man, and whatever else I bought her, that's fine. The Escalade, that's on you, son.
He puts his hands up. I understand, Dad. I'm gonna have to figure something out.
We could ask Lazuli as he collects the camera.
Nope.
No.
Good idea. This way, as he starts leading the way, Mercurius picking up the rest of the camp.
Leave the one up there. Come back for it in about 8 hours.
Mercurius nods, and you make your way here. And Snarf is a beautiful place. Jumps down into the water, takes a drink of the water, and it's fresh.
Yeah, he's gonna look over there at that.
Again.
Up here.
It's like a cave. Like a natural cave entrance, made out of the rock. Not like
Okay.
it's been there a long time. You can tell.
He's gonna walk over there and put his back to the rock and just carefully look around. Keep an eye on Snuff, Hunk.
Hunk's in the water. He set the cameras up. Julius, now I want you to do an intro for this shot. We're going to be teaching the audience how to collect water and boil it. And I want you to emphasize on the hunk in Survivor Hunk and Son. I'm the star of the show. As Snarf's walking around, pulls out a cup and fills it with water and starts drinking.
All right.
Hmm.
Can you tell if they're recording?
They are.
Welcome back to Survivor Hunk and Son. Right now, we are doing one of the most important parts of survival, one of the 3 most important parts of survival, that being food, shelter, and water. Right now, we are collecting some water, and when you're in a survival situation, you don't want to just collect it up and drink it right off the bat unless it is very much flowing. You want to collect the water and boil it just to make sure you get all that bacteria out, all of that nasty stuff that might give you things like cholera, diarrhea, so on and so forth. So if you're ever in a survival situation, collect your water and then boil it up if it wasn't from a flowing source.
Very good. Hunk's been around setting up cameras. Everybody come over here. I want to teach you something about scat.
Uh-huh.
Snarf starts walking over. Come on over here, everybody.
Ash is gonna keep himself in between the cave and Snarf because he has a bad feeling.
Hunk, now as you can see, this is what we would call a cow patty. And Snarf, cow patty? It's a cow patty. It's been here a long time. It would be good for smoldering embers. You can make a fire bundle with this, actually, Snarf. Snarf, wild cows in the forest? And Hunk looks around and, well, yeah, that's exactly. Or maybe it could be horse, actually, or stallion. It's rather large. It'd be a big horse.
Can Ash roll survival to see if he can tell what it is?
Yeah.
Julius is doing the same.
I'll wait for Julius's roll and add. Yep. Okay. So you hear a gigantic roar, and it's bear shit because this is the den of a very large grizzly bear. Snarf, oh my god! Points at it as it comes out roaring, and it's right on top of Ash. Not pinning you down, but it's running towards you, Ash.
Gonna puff himself up, stand straight up, pull his revolver out, and shoot into the air.
You don't have your guns.
Oh, he doesn't.
You're
Okay.
not bringing your guns on recreation trips.
That's fair. He's just gonna stand straight up and just scream at it.
It starts barreling towards Snarf, and Hunk, forget the show, forget the cameras, and starts running.
Okay.
Julius, on his way, is gonna collect up as many cameras as he can feasibly grab.
You grab 3 of them. You grab 3, and you definitely grab this one. So you grab 4 of the 5. So you have the footage of the bear charging you guys and Hunk running away to show to Lazuli later.
That could have gone better.
Back to the camp as Hunk's running away. Forget the show. We'll film it after the damn fucking cultists are defeated. And you make your way back. I'll put you here. You walk, like in front of the group. Here, and Hunk is out of breath. And here, Julius, cook this for your wife. And he hands Julius the snake.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. And he walks over and he whispers to himself, "Dead man walking."
Pequod and Saris and Sasha look at you guys. Why are you guys out of breath?
Bear.
Pequod, bear?
Bear.
Commander Integra, if there's a bear afoot and icy, I'll deal with it if it shows up.
Yeah, we have plenty of girls here who can actually do something about it without a weapon.
Hunk, yeah, I should have brought them. Anyway, and he sits down. I'll be sitting here. Ash, can you give me a fucking drink of water?
Yes, yes, he's gonna go down, get one, get a bottle, and bring it to Hunk.
Snarf sits down. Pequod, Julius, start cooking.
Oh, trust me, I'm cooking something.
Mercurius comes over to you and puts his hand out.
Uh, he puts his hand on Mercurious's.
He shakes his head no, and he can't speak. He can send text messages. You get a text message, enjoy the movie, sir. I will cook tonight.
Oh, no, I'm okay, Mercurius. I'd rather cook for everyone.
He nods, and Pequod, can we start the movie? Ash, here, I've saved your seat next to Sarah.
Thank you, Pequod. Hugs her.
She sits right down next to Daviene, pats her thigh. This is going to be a great movie.
Yes, an absolute blast.
Ash is gonna put his arm around Saris and kind of lean on her.
She takes you in closer. Commander Integra. Showtime, boys and girls. Let's start the show.
Mm-hmm.
Julius, I like to think you're here. You're cooking. Mercurius and Zanzibar have set up so you can cook and look up at the screen at the same time. Zanzibar is going to curl up in a ball behind Icy, and the movie begins.
Okay. Would you like me to start the opening, Julius?
Yeah, go ahead and read the opening shot.
Alright, so the movie opens to a loud, heroic track, and it's a long, late afternoon shot of a mountainous desert. And there's a silhouette of 5 people on horses, one of whom is the size of a kid and riding on the back of the best rider. One of the riders is almost in every single shot about to fall off the horse, and the audience can hear grunts and moans as he's trying to stay on. They're going at a trotting pace. The shot quickly cuts to a gully in broad daylight, like it was shot at noon. And the 5 riders go into various caves. Alright. A man walks up. Alright, men, go into those caves and explore. As the troop leader just walks away, being a older man with a long white beard.
Snarf and Julius, Snarf on Julius's back, they start to go into one of the caves, but the troop leader puts his hand on their shoulders.
No, no, boys, not you two. You explore that one.
He points over, and the camera pans to the most dangerous looking cave they've ever seen that looks like it's almost seconds away from collapsing. To which it hard cuts to inside the cave where Snarf is forcefully thrown inside, landing about 10 feet in and on his head, and Julius being forcefully pushed, and he lands on all fours.
You hear Snarf groan. Oh.
Malkiana? Malkiana?
A man in a fedora, he picks up what is Julius's locket, opens it and smiles, and the shot cuts to the picture within the locket, which is just young Julius, poorly taped over with just scotch tape so you can still see him, and Daviene behind it.
Everybody's cackling at the top of their lungs. They haven't stopped since the first shot of the movie.
The locket of Daviene. And you can see him look closer, Julius. Wait, how did he get my actual and the shot jump cuts to him staring at the camera angrily with a swollen lip that's been cut. The locket of Daviene. We must get it back, Snarf.
Doesn't that belong in a museum or something like that?
No, Snarf. It belongs around my neck. Here's the plan. You go back and find the others. Tell them there are men in the caves digging them out. Have them get the sheriff and come down here. I'll go there and get the locket myself.
No.
Okay, good. What?
I don't want to go back out there without you. He's out there.
Snarf, this might be extremely dangerous. You should just go back.
Oh, I'll incur the risk, god damn it. Just let me ride on your back.
Okay, fine. Sure. As Snarf jumps up onto Julius's back. And you can hear Julius whispering, "This isn't in the script, you know. Malcolm's gonna be like really mad." And another jump cut to Snarf with his nose. You could tell it was broken and reset, presumably by Julius. All right. And Julius is looking at the camera, terrified. All right. Let's go get that locket. And they climb down and grab the locket that, from this point, we're just going to call him Fedora, that Fedora set down. And then he climbs back up without a hitch.
Oh, that was way too easy. Oh my god! As two snakes are thrown on top of Snarf.
Julius grabs the snakes and throws them off of him. Damn it, Snarf, they're just snakes!
At that point, you just hear, ha 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 ha, as it cuts to the people around and Fedora looking at Snarf and Julius, and you can hear say, "Oh, that must be our cue," and they all stand to run after him. Fedora, they've got the locket.
It cuts to the outside of the cave, now in the early morning light, with Julius running down towards the camera with Snarf on his back. And he stops right in front of the camera. I thought we were supposed to have horses. He stole the damn horses.
Well, then how are we gonna get away? At that point, you hear bang, 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 as guns start firing and legitimate bullets start hitting around them. What the fuck?
As Julius looks up at them, that's live ammo. They don't have guns in the script.
He gave him real guns. As Snarf begins to cry.
A bullet whizzes right by Julius's face. All right, hold on tight. Julius begins to run away as fast as he can, clicking his boots of speed together. As one of the bullets hits the camera and destroys it, causing another hard cut to all the colonists in old-timey 18th century cars, chasing after a running Julius, still not able to catch up because it's an 18th century car. It jump cuts to right outside of a coal train. No establishing shot showing there's a train. Nothing. Just to a coal train. As Julius jumps onto the side of one of them, and the colonists jump from the cars to join him. He climbs up to the top of the car, starts to run across it, and jumps into a car labeled Reptiles.
Inside of which, Julius crawls along the rafters as one of the colonists grabs his ankle, almost causing him to fall into a cage full of snakes, but he catches himself. At which point, the camera pans slightly and you see a mage hand unscrewing the bolts holding that scaffold up.
Oh.
Which then causes part of it to fall, Julius rolling down it, partially crushing Snarf, and landing next to a tub of water where a large snake pops out and tries to bite him, but he's able to roll out of the way, landing back in the first cage. It cuts to Snarf, completely covered other than his hands under a blanket of snakes, crying, "Oh my god!"
Julius stands up, and you could tell he's having a hard time breathing out of fear. And he starts pushing all the snakes off of himself, digging Snarf out of the. He was basically at the bottom of the box of snakes. He digs Snarf out and puts him back on his back as Snarf just screams as loud as he can. It cuts to outside the train car with Julius quickly climbing back out with stuttering breaths, and Snarf holding on even tighter, crying into Julius's back. Julius then pulls a snake from out of his jacket and throws it away, hitting Malcolm off screen, who you can hear grunt.
Oh, Julius, you idiot! I'll have Globnut beat you again for that! It cuts to Julius running across the top of the cars, at which point Malcolm's mage hand comes and trips him, causing him to fall, and you can see through the open bar windows of the car, it knocks a lantern over on a rhino's head, causing it to shove its horn up inches from Snarf's face. And another one comes up just between Julius's legs.
Holy smokes! Julius then stands up and looks ahead to see multiple colonists climbing up to the roof of the car. Then the camera pans over to see a rope hanging from a pole that was not there in any of the previous shots. All right, Snarf, hold on tight.
What do you think I'm gonna do? Let go?
Yeah. Julius runs, jumps, grabs the rope, swinging all the way around the pole, dodging all the colonists, until he lands on another roof, with Fedora being lowered onto it by Malcolm's fly spell. Julius stumbles back and falls onto his ass because Fedora is pointing a gun with live ammo at him.
Just give me the locket, kid.
Julius scoots back, reaching a wooden hatch on the top of the roof.
Oh, yeah, we'll give it to you, man. Just put the gun down.
No, we are not giving him the locket! As they fall through the wooden hatch into the car labeled Lions. Holy shit! As the lion roars at them and slowly begins to walk towards them in a threatening manner.
At which point, Snarf reaches around, covering Julius's eyes and screaming, Julius, do something, please!
Julius pulls Snarf's hands off of his eyes. A real goddamn lion. He got a real lion. Because of course he did. The lion jumps at them, Julius barely managing to dodge out of the way and grab a whip from behind him. Oh God, please let this work! As he whips once to just try and scare the lion, accidentally hitting himself in the chin. Oh, goddamn mother of... As he whips the lion once more, hitting it back twice. As Fedora says.
Oh my god, that's an actual lion! Quick, toss up the whip, kid!
Julius tosses up the whip to him and climbs back up with Snarf still on his back just as the lion swipes, barely dodging out of the way.
Snarf climbs off of Julius's and hugs Fedora's legs, screaming and crying. Thank you for saving us. Fedora, you're welcome, I guess. Goes to reach for the locket.
Julius picks Snarf up before Fedora can take the locket again. Oh, you piece of crap!
It's just business, kid. Goes to punch Julius, which Julius dodges, sending a punch right into Fedora's lower solar plexus.
Julius then puts Snarf back onto his back, jumps down from the roof down to the door of the magic train car. Julius quickly enters the car, realizing that there's no obvious way out, to which he looks down and enters into a magic box. One of the colonists enters the car and says, "Oh, come on, kid. I know that you're in here." Huh. As he looks down to the magic box, "You aren't very good at hiding, are you?" He opens the box up and sees that Julius and Snarf are not there, to which he quickly goes to the back of the car and opens the door just as Julius falls from 5 meters up onto a large rock from a dimension door, Snarf falling next to him, Julius picking him up as he runs off into the distance, with Fedora coming to the back of the train and smiling at the retreating figures.
It cuts to Julius and Snarf running to a building, and the mailbox reads, Jones.
Dad! Dad! There's something important I need to tell. Hey, slow down, Junior Man. No, I can't slow down. Count to 20, man. No, I'm not gonna count to 20. As Julius backs off slightly. 1, 2, 3, 4. In Elvish, man. But you don't even understand Elvish. In Elvish. He begins to speak in Elvish, but anyone who knows Elvish can tell that he's saying, "You dumb ass can't do anything without your stupid colonel," as he looks out the window and sees Fedora coming into the house with a man in a white suit.
Julius. You go.
Julius walks out to the entryway and looks Fedora up and down. All right, so you caught up.
I did, kiddo. Pulls his gun out and points it at Julius. Listen, my boss really wants that locket. No hard feelings, kid.
Julius looks down at the gun and sighs. Fine. I've pushed my luck far enough. He takes the locket and places it in Fedora's hands.
Smart choice. Takes the locket and hands it to the man in the white suit, who you can now see is Ash. Ash takes it, turns, and almost angrily walks away to the 1912-era car. Listen, kid, you lost today. But there are other ways to fight. But there's another fight to win. You never back down, and you never accept you lost a fight. He takes his hat off, pushes it onto Julius's surprised-looking face because it was somewhat good advice. As he has his head down, it cuts to a pouring night on a ship as old Malkiana, now played by Malcolm, raises his head with a light cut on his lip and a smile. I'm telling you all, this'll totally impress Daviene, as he gets punched silly by Ash, playing a sailor. God damn it, I didn't say action, boy! That's the end of the first scene.
Pequod pauses the movie. Julius, you see her fall out of the chair to one knee, struggling to not fall face forward. Icy's trying to get to her in time to save her. Daviene's the closest. Snarf tries to prop her up, but he's failing.
Daviene helps her up.
Oh god, Hunk is sitting there with his arms crossed. Oh my god. What the hell? Suletta, I'm actually glad I came now. She starts laughing.
Amazing, isn't it? You know, that punch is a highlight of my life at this point.
Rolly looks over. You were enjoying yourself, weren't you, Ash?
Oh, you have no idea. I just wish it had been sooner. I probably could have killed him.
Icy looks at you, so, you had to play all the bad guys, Ash?
Yeah, it gets worse.
Is Rolly in the movie?
Yes.
Yeah, he is.
Rolly, yeah, I got to play Rolla. It's Sasha Rolla? And he just, you'll see, don't worry, you'll see. Trust me.
You will. Trust us.
Snarf, here, gets another chair, sets it up so Pequod can prop up her feet. That should take care of any problem.
Oh, man. Just wait. So, the movie progresses with it showing Malkiana go to a local college where he teaches students. The only real thing of note, he says, is You boys are fighters, not thinkers. If you want to learn how to be thinkers, then Granddad's philosophy class is down the hall. He then manages to get to his office and sneaks out a window, traveling along until a different man in a white suit offers him a big stone tablet that leads to the Grail of Daviene. Why would I need to do this? Well, your father, sir, went missing looking for it. He did. Very well. I'm off to Venice to find him. I didn't tell you where. I'm off to Venice! Cuts to Malcolm, now in Venice, with, for no reason, Daviene beside him. Come, my sweet, I know where to go. And they travel to a church, where Malcolm comes into the church. X marks the spot, takes his sledgehammer and just smashes into the ground repeatedly to find an actual old crypt. Come, my sweet, give me your hand.
To which Daviene looks at the camera disgusted, looks back down at him, and places a single finger into his palm.
He pulls her down into the hole with him, her falling into the water that is inside the hole and completely soaking herself. Oh, he helps her up and goes, damn it, I should have chosen white for her wardrobe. Come, my sweet! Starts leading her along through a room full of rats and spiders. Worry not, my darling, for such beauty as yours they dare not touch, as there is a rat crawling up her shirt.
Yes, they won't touch me at all, Malkiana, as she takes the rat out and throws it at him.
They eventually get to the tomb of the lost soldier, of the lost knight, and they find a map with carvings on it that show them that there's a valley of a crescent moon that they need to find. Which is when you hear, oh, they're down there somewhere. Find them. As you see Ash and a few other people coming down the tomb's entrance. Worry not, my sweet, I know what to do. And he throws the actual sarcophagus the guy had over Daviene. Pulls out a stick of dynamite, lights it, and chucks it down the cave. He crawls into the sarcophagus with her, them laying on top of the corpse of the actual person. As it goes off, you hear, ow! As you see Ash backing away, like he actually did that. And it just hard cuts to Malcolm and Daviene walking into a hotel room. Which gets us to, you want to start, Julius?
The opening shot here is Malcolm standing in front of a bedroom door in a bathrobe, holding 2 plastic champagne flutes and a 2-credit bottle of champagne. And there's vinyl music playing in the background.
He, before anything, loosens the belt on the robe and moves the top part to the side to show his chest and midsection. And then opens the door. Daviene, my sweet, I have a couple gifts for you, including me.
The door fully opens to see Daviene's room completely ransacked. Noticeably, the mess, you can tell, is originating from her underwear drawer. And all of her undergarments are strewn all about the room. And only her undergarments. The bed is still freshly made. The couches and the curtains and everything, all in the correct places. Just her undergarments are all over the room. The
Malcolm-
camera pans a bit too far to the left and shows Malcolm's room, which is completely untouched.
Malcolm walks in, sets the flutes and champagne down, pockets one of the pieces of underwear as he walks towards the bathroom door. My sweet, are you alright? He sniffs the air and giggles to himself as he reaches the bathroom, seeing steam come out from under it, and abruptly swings it open.
To which Daviene screams, "What the fuck?" as she was in the process of undressing to get into the tub, and she picks up her knife that she had near her, throws it at Malcolm, missing his head by only 2 inches.
you hear Sasha? That was realistic looking.
It was real.
Oh.
A jump cut then occurs to where Daviene is fully dressed, Malcolm has a black eye, and the room is completely cleaned up and the music has been turned off. What is it, Malkiana?
Come, my sweet, for someone has raided our rooms. He walks away from the bathroom out of Daviene's room into his.
Daviene rolls her eyes. Oh, I wonder who could have possibly done that. And she walks over to her underwear drawer with a brand new looking padlock added to it. And for what, I wonder?
He lifts up a journal that appears to just be a spiral notebook that is colored with marker to look like it's made of leather. They were looking for this, my sweet.
Your father's journal? Why did you not tell me?
I didn't trust you at first, my love, but now... He walks over and cups her face, which quickly pulls away from him, and then he pulls his hand away and smells it slightly.
Oh!
We know that we love each other.
Daviene looks over at the camera with an absolute death stare, and then looks back at Malcolm. I do, Malkiana. I love you so much. Thank you for letting me come along on this wonderful journey of a lifetime. She then shakes her head and pinches the bridge of her nose for a second. How could I ever repay you?
Oh, I can think of something. He quickly pulls her head in and kisses her.
Oh!
She quickly shoves him away. Oh my, I love fast women. Goes in for another kiss as the camera slowly pans away with love music playing in the background. I love Venice. At which point, multiple blows and punches can be heard off camera as it quickly pans back to Daviene punching Malcolm. Oh, my love! You like to play rough, don't you, you naughty little girl? As he gets hit in the face with a sweeping kick that knocks him out cold. The movie jump cutting outside to a cut of a man rowing the boat with the romantic music still blaring. We then cut to them awake now, with Malcolm saying, "Ah, my sweet, we must go. We need to go to Scotland to retrieve my father."
Yes, my love. We shall make our way to the land of the Scots.
Yes, come now. And he picked her up quickly, and he takes a step and it jump cuts to his foot landing, him still carrying her in a different position outside of a castle. Watch, my sweet, as I effortlessly infiltrate this place. He bangs on the door.
A man dressed in a butler suit comes out. Yes, sir. Hello, how can I help you?
I am Colonel Chance of the Arcane Council. You will allow me in now.
Ah, sir, this is... What are you talking about? Colonel Chance of the Arcane Council? What?
Can you believe the nerve of this man as he pulls out the sequoia and pistol whips him?
Oh!
Oh!
The man falls over, hopefully unconscious. The camera can't tell.
Jennifer speaks up. That was really realistic looking too.
It was.
Yeah, take a guess why.
Oh. She puts some more popcorn in her mouth.
It cuts to Malcolm. Ah, come! We must find Globnock. As he grabs Daviene and drags her down a flight of stairs. Yes. Except when the camera cuts, it now shows them climbing a different flight of stairs. Here we are. I need to get around. The door's locked. You stay here. I shall swing around.
You can hear her mumble to herself, "Oh, thank God."
He gets towards the window, pulls out the whip. Watch. He goes to swing, and on the backswing, catches Daviene in the thigh before whipping it around the thing and swinging across. Except as he swings, it's clearly Julius.
Pequod lets out a whistle.
He swings in. Ah. Globnock, where are... Oh! As he is hit from behind with a chair.
Oh, hey, man. I wasn't expecting to see you here so soon, Junior.
Oh, Globnock, why would you do that?
I thought you were one of the Nazis, man.
Of course I'm not. I'm not Ash. Come, we need to get out of here. Wait, the door's locked.
Yeah, man. I've been captured. Duh.
That's fine. They don't know where to go. They're digging in the wrong place. You hear off screen. That's the wrong story, Malcolm. Ah, they don't know where I have the journal with me. They don't know where to go.
You brought the journal, man? That's just not okay.
Oh, shut up. As the door opens and in Nazi regalia, Ash walks in with his pistol. Put your hands up.
Oh no, man. Gigs up.
Dr. Jones, I presume. They both, Garak and Malcolm, say yes at the same time. You will give me the journal, Dr. Jones. No, I don't have it. As Danria, wearing the clothing that Daviene had been before, with a wig to look like hers, walks in. Danria, what are you doing here?
I don't know, really, Malcolm. I was just told to come here, and it hard cuts to her saying, I'm sorry, Malkiana. I have to do this for the betterment of the natural world.
As she reaches in and takes out the journal, and then hands it over to Ash. Thank you, my dear. Now, tie them up. Leave them to die.
Yes, sir, Ash. I mean, Malcolm. I mean, Ash.
It then hard cuts to the picture you have up with them tied up together. I know what to do, Globnock.
Yeah, man, what's that?
This fireball!
Wait, no!
As he drops a fireball, not hurting Garak or himself, but burning the ropes and lighting the room on fire.
Sasha, was this somebody's castle, or did you guys at least rent this place?
It was some random person's castle that he offered like 20,000 credits to let us film there.
Yeah.
Jesus! As Saris, oh my god!
At which point it cuts to Malcolm and Garak now just running through the castle. It doesn't show how they got to the hallway, they're just there. At which point Snarf steps out in his own uniform and yells, "Free! Freeze!" in a terrible German accent. Malkiana slides, pulls out his pistol, and goes, "I have you," and legitimately shoots Snarf in the leg.
Oh, the snarf that's here with you winces in pain. Oh god, I remember that.
You bastard, you actually shot me! What's fucking wrong with... As it cuts to them now running away outside, running up towards a motorcycle.
Oh god.
We see Malcolm and Gurok getting into the motorcycle with Malcolm sitting in the sidecar. Hold on tight, man, as he revs away, and 5 extras in Nazi uniforms, all on motorcycles, start riding after them. Gurok, through some actually decent driving, manages to get all but one of them to drive, like, fly off of a road when he turns a corner. Real Julius says, "Those were all real men, by the way."
It gets worse, right? Yeah. As they're driving, the one next to him is gaining on him, so Gurok leans out and grabs a convenient wooden pole that is just sticking out of the ground. He slows the bike down to let the guy catch up, takes it, and goes to stick it in the spokes. When... Oh, you go?
Take this, man.
It goes in, causing the bike to fly into the air, flip a few times, and land on top of the guy. The pole breaks as his arm snaps to the side, bashing Malcolm in the face, knocking him out cold, and for the rest of the time they're driving, he's hanging 75% out of the sidecar, unconscious, mumbling, "Oh, my sweet."
Icy pats Daviene's thigh. At least somebody got him good.
I am happy about that.
Jennifer, wait a minute. What happened to all those people?
Oh, they flew off a cliff into the ocean.
I think they, funny enough, did survive, but I think they had some pretty bad injuries. The
One
other
of
guy,
them-
though, I think he
Eh.
survived with like 20 broken bones.
Hopefully, dude.
At this point,
Wait, Soletta, was this all filmed on an independent colony?
various independent colonies.
She starts cackling.
We are banned from a few of them, just so you all know.
Commander Integra holding memory and cackling.
It then cuts to them driving the motorcycle up to a blimp.
Oh god.
They board the blimp only to the camera cut to show what looks like the inside of like a mom and pop convenience store. In a different like season. It's like snowing outside. And Ash walks up to them holding pieces of meat. Malcolm, is this the cut of steak you two wanted? Yes, I have my ticket right here! As he reaches down to his pocket. Ticket? What do you mean ticket? As Malcolm swings and punches Ash in the face.
Gurok then throws Ash through the plate glass window of the quote-unquote blimp, actually just a mom and pop shop.
Oh, Sarah's grabbing your leg, Ash.
Everyone in the store looks shocked at Malcolm.
He looks around at everybody. No ticket! And points at Ash outside the window.
The camera then cuts to Malcolm and Gurok in an area that appears to be filled with tanks of compressed air.
Ash and his Nazi scum are on our tail, Globnock. You know what to do.
Yeah, man, this'll get him. Gurok then sets a time bomb down. Alright, man, now let's get out of here.
They are then shown running on the scaffold underneath the blimp to an old airplane that's hooked underneath it. They board it and take off as the camera cuts to a wide-angle shot of part of the blimp exploding, and it all falls to the ground in a massive pile of flames.
You hear Sonny, This Malcolm guy might have been crazy, but you gotta give it to him. That was a good effect.
Wasn't an effect.
What?
Blowing up a blimp is a good effect.
How many people were on that?
We don't know.
Estimates based on what I saw, 2 to 4 dozen.
Sarah speaks up. No wonder why you guys were banned.
Yeah. It then cuts to Gurok flying this old, like, turboprop biplane with Malcolm sitting in the back in a gunner's seat.
Sasha speaks up. Wait a minute. Where the hell did Daviene go?
She just disappeared for a bit. You'll see. You'll see.
Okay.
It then cuts to them now being chased by a similar plane, but this one has Nazi markings. Ash!
Oh man, 11 o'clock, man.
What happens at 11 o'clock, Globnock? Tell me!
Globnock actually looks surprised and dumbfounded as he looks back at Malcolm. 10, 11, 12, man. Shoot them, man.
Looks at the broken watch on his wrist. Ah, yes, I see! Good thinking. He grabs the gun and on the back of the plane and proceeds to shoot at the chasing plane. But in his just wild spray, he absolutely demolishes not just the rear fin, but the entire rear of the plane, shaking it up and down. Globnock, my boy, look.
He turns around.
I'm sorry, boy. They got us.
Oh man.
Snarf, that wasn't in the script, by the way.
No. It shows them fall out of the sky, and barely Gurok somehow is able to land the plane as they're running away from from the plane that is chasing and shooting at them. I know what to do. He pulls out his umbrella and starts to walk towards the plane.
What are you doing, man?
Watch. As he starts doing that at the crashed plane. And as he's doing that, birds fly out of the grassy area next to them that no one could have seen and fly into the other plane, causing it to crash.
Well, man, that was lucky.
Luck has nothing to do with it, boy. Wait. Also, it doesn't matter that they have the journal,
Why's that, man?
because I gave the most important pieces to Snarf.
Okay, and where's Snarf, man?
He went to Egypt to hide. He's a master of a dozen languages, all customs. He'll blend in. He's probably all the way in South Africa by now. Hard cut. Oh, you go.
It hard cuts over to Snarf with holding on to Rolly. This is like, oh yeah, you say this.
I don't know what to do, man. He's still probably here, too.
I know, man. This is Rolly talking. I know, man. He's gonna get us. I just know it. Look at him. Oh no, that's just a really old guy dressed up as Santa.
He gave me these pages and he told me not to let Ash have them. I don't know why.
What? What do the pages even say?
I think they're drawings of Daviene.
That's just a stick woman with 2 circles on her where her chest would be.
Oh god, he flips it and there is actually commissioned art of Daviene. Yeah, let's not look at that. Okay, I'll go hide in here. Okay?
Yeah, I'll catch up. Go.
He runs into what looks like a room. As the cardboard set around it falls over and you see Gurok Gurok with like a mask on just whip Snarf into the back of a truck that drives away.
Rolly reaches out. Snarf!
Hard cut to Malcolm, but we need to go to Berlin.
Oh, Berlin, man?
Yes, I need to get my journal back from that stupid ranger. I mean, your journal.
But if we don't necessarily need the journal, man, why don't we just meet up with Snarf, man?
You know, well, Globnock, you should know. There are clues you've written in there that are only in the journal.
Oh, right, man. Penitent man will pass and all.
Yes, we are going. It just hard cuts to a book burning. As not just a book burning, but it pans over their pictures of the whole group the day they left in the fire.
You see Pequod. Oh my god! You hear Pequod.
In the background, you also see Daviene's clothing drawer being thrown in one. I didn't know that happened in the movie.
Oh, trust me. I did, Ash. I knew it happened.
Is that 3 times Carter had to buy you a wardrobe?
4.
4, right. It cuts to Danria and Malcolm just throwing her against a wall. Give me the journal, bitch.
I don't have it, Malkiana. Sorry. Ash Malkiana.
Yes, you do, as he reaches in her shirt
Oh god!
and pulls it out. You tried to hide it in your bra, but I know that it's not that full.
I swear I didn't even know I had that in my bra. I swear, Malcolm.
He grabs her throat. You would destroy things such as this. You know, all I need to do is squeeze.
And all I need to do is scream.
Oh, that's a good line. I should have written it. Oh, fine. I'm going to go find the Grail without you. As he throws her and runs into a crowd that pushes him forward until he's in front of what appears to be Ash, except in post-production you can see that they have added a bunch of stuff to make him look like old Adolf. Ash looks at him, looks at the journal, and just, you see him exasperated, rolls his eyes, and signs a Sherion Valorius in it and shoves it in his hand. That's not what you were supposed to say! As it cuts to Malcolm and Gurok riding away, in the desert now. It then shows Gurok and Malcolm, not in costume now, meeting with what appears to be a very rich man. And they're saying, yes, we need tanks and weapons for this expedition. You want what? Tanks and weapons, we need them. Tell him, Globnock.
We need all the tanks and all the weapons, man. It's super important. Black bag stuff, man. Arcane Council.
I'll tell you what, give me a date with that girl over there and it's a deal, pointing at Danria.
Oh. Her? You want a date with her, man?
Yes. Mind you, this dude is an old man. Deal! If you give us more trucks, I will ensure that there are benefits involved. No, I just want a date, that's fine. Good. We then cut to Malcolm, Gurok, and Rolly overlooking the line of cars and tank from a cliff that Malcolm had just gotten. There's no danger we are in, for we are far out of range of the tank, as you hear bang! And the car that's now suddenly behind them when it wasn't in the previous cut explodes. What the? Ash just tried to shoot me! It cuts to Ash at the bottom of the hill. not seeing any movement. Looks like we got him.
He says that, and a bunch of extras begin all pop up and begin shooting once again live ammo at them while Malcolm yells.
Cochran, move out! It must be Jones. Get out of the canyon now.
All of the vehicles begin to pull out and drive away. We then have Gurok climb onto the top of the tank behind them, only to have a gun pulled out by an extra and pointed straight at his temple.
Get in the tank.
All right, man. Jeez. He climbs down into the tank.
The guy goes down with him, and you see now Ash in the same uniform. Gorok, good to see you. As you can see, and there's Snarf sitting in the back of the tank, still clutching the pieces of paper. We have both of you.
All right, man. No need to get feisty or anything.
Ash is going to slap him. We'll have what we want either way.
Ow, man.
Cuts to Malcolm, now played by Julius, riding a horse chasing the tank.
Another sharp whistle from Pico.
Ash looks out. Kill that idiot now. He has interfered in our plans for the last time.
Hey, man. Malkiana, I'm gonna get you.
As Ash pulls out his pistol and whips Gurok in the face, with a big smile on his face.
Sasha, you look like you're really enjoying yourself, man.
Oh, it was wonderful, blissful even. It cuts to the tank beginning to turn and chase Malcolm in a cat and mouse game. In trying to get a shot on him, the tank turns and hits the back of a truck that flips up on top of it, at which point you hear fire, and it fires, exploding the truck.
Oh, Icy, don't tell me.
It's true.
At this point, Malcolm was like 30 feet behind the tank when that explosion happened. On the horse now teleports right next to it where he's jumping onto the tank. Ash is also, for some reason, now standing on the tank, and they begin to fight. The fight opens by Malcolm punching Ash in the gut. Ash responds by kicking Malcolm's knee, dropping him to his knees, and kneeing him in the face. Which it cuts to the inside of the tank.
In the inside of the tank, the extra now, not Ash, the extra has Gurok at gunpoint. And Gurok looks over at Snarf, who's in the tank, and motions towards the gun that's suddenly there.
Snarf is on the opposite side of Gurok that he was in the previous frame. Outside the tank, two other Nazis have now appeared on the tank to fight Malcolm. He trips one onto the treads where he rolls over, and the tank goes to thump.
Oh god, you hear Commander attack. Jesus!
Yeah. And the other one, he shoots the other one, only for Ash to hit him in the chest with a shovel, or in the hand with a shovel, causing the gun to fall off the tank. Ash, you fucker, that wasn't in the script! As Ash hits him in the side with the shovel, silencing him.
In the tank, Gurok notices the gun that Snarf has been pointing to this entire time.
Snarf nods his head like, do it, mouthing do it, and it cuts to Malcolm managing to get the shovel and throw it off the tank. No more! As they start fighting again. Malcolm punches Ash, who stumbles backwards, and it looks like he fell off the tank. Malcolm goes to climb in as Ash wraps a chain around his neck and pulls it taut. Ash, you're choking me! This isn't what you're supposed to be doing! Let go! And it cuts to them inside the tank as Snarf is still just mouthing, do it, at Gurok.
As Gurok slowly starts to stand up and reach towards the gun, it cuts back outside.
Um, Malcolm manages to get Ash off of him and charges him. Ash sidesteps and Malcolm falls off the tank, catching himself on a side gun where his pouch loop gets caught, causing him to helplessly dangle. Ash gets a look of realization at what's going on as he yells, "Turn to the left." You hear Malcolm, "Wait, what?" As they do, he now notices that they are against a cliff face that is slowly grinding towards an outcropping. "Ash, pull me up. This isn't funny. It's not in the script. Pull me up now. Now, you gunslinging whore. I knew you were a traitor. Pull me up." We cut inside the tank.
Gurok finally lunges for the pistol, and he gets into a scuffle with the extra holding the gun. They battle back and forth for a bit, only for it to go off and shoot the driver of the tank in the head, causing them to lurch forward onto the controls and turn the tank away at the last second before Malcolm's crushed.
It gets close enough that it tears the back of his shirt. As he climbs back up, "You're lucky." The fight continues as the tank barrels towards a cliff.
Gurok and Snarf crawl up onto the top of the tank, and as Ash tries to kick Malcolm, he kicks Snarf in the face and knocks him off the tank, and Gurok just jumps off of it.
Seeing that they are about to hit a cliff, Malcolm tries to jump off, but Ash stops him and pushes him into the inside of the tank. At the last moment, Ash just falls off the tank, pretends to fall off, and the tank goes over the cliff with Malcolm "No!" in the tank. Gurok, Snarf, and Roly all come to look over the cliff face.
Gurok looks like he's about to cry, and Snarf and Roly are in the background, hugging each other, about to cry from happiness. He's gone, man. My meal ticket, my kernel is gone.
At which point you vaguely hear as Malcolm walks up behind them and looks over the cliff. "What are we looking at?"
Gurok sniffles, looks back at him. "Oh my god, man!" He hugs him. "You're alive, man! I love you, man!"
"Yes, my boy, I love you too." At this point, Snarf and Roly are now crying into each other's shoulders, but not out of joy. We have the journal and the pages. We know where we must go. To the valley of the Daviene's Crescent. It then cuts to them just walking into a big cave. And let me get this one. I gotta find the right thing, one sec. So, Malcolm barges into a cave with a group of people in those uniforms standing, trying to get past the puzzles. "Stand down, men! You can't handle me." Ash turns. "Ah, Dr. Jones, how nice to see you again." The sound of rifles cocking all throughout the area as they raise their British-made rifles at him. Hard cuts to Malcolm 3 feet in front of Ash when he was 20 feet away before. "Ah, boy, you can't shoot me. I'm the only one who can get you through these traps. You've had 3 men die already, you useless mongrel." Ash, deadpan. "True, I can't shoot you. Your brilliance and magnificence, both as a man and as a lover, far outpace mine." Ash pinches his nose and stifles a gag. "But who said I need to shoot you to get what I want?" And he pulls a gun out, aims it to the right at Snarf, and pulls the trigger. It cuts to Malcolm just staring at something blankly. Hard cuts to a wide angle of Daviene back in the movie as she goes to a knee, lightly groaning, goes to a knee, sits on her butt, and then lays down. As you see Malcolm looking at her with ketchup on her shirt, and Malcolm is looking at her trying to get a look down her shirt. It then cuts to him yelling, "No!" as he runs up to her.
Pequod clapping.
"You bastard, look what you've done to her!" He falls to her his knees next to her, and he rips open her shirt, buttons flying everywhere. "Quick, Spackle, give me your knife!"
Snarf, oh no!
Okay, we have to remove the bra. It's putting too much pressure on her chest and she can't breathe.
Rolla bends into the frame. That's not in the script?
Shut the hell up, Roller. Don't make me airlock you. You know I will, you pathetic Lyme disease-ridden tick. It cuts to Malcolm sliding the knife into the center connector of the bra, cutting it, and slowly, cutting the straps, and slowly, almost trying to be sensual, takes the bra off, which anything below, like, the sternum area now has two smiling Agent O faces censoring it.
Everybody starts cracking the fuck up.
And
You
there-
hear Hunk. God bless H&O.
Gods indeed. And there is a small wound on her chest that has a bullet wound. "We must stop the bleeding." He places his hand over the wound as if to stop it. At which point... here. Apologies, I lost my thing. At which point, you see his hand drift down to where it is censored, but you see the fingers close as the camera jerks suddenly and you hear smack, quickly followed by a hard cut to Malcolm standing in front of the entrance to the tomb with his mouth bleeding, one bloodshot eye, and a red handprint still visible across his whole face. "I shall say that with my superior intellect and godly charm, Ash. Goodbye, my love," blows a kiss towards Daviene and walks into the tomb. The next shot, shown from inside the tomb, now has Julius in the Malkiana suit.
A sharp whistle from Pequod seeing her man.
Oh, God. As he's walking, Julius is brushing cobwebs away and reading from the small journal, which the camera just slightly shows it to be a script. All right. The breath of Daviene, huh? Only the penitent man will pass, huh? Oh, God, I'll show you, goddamn penitent man. I'll break your kneecaps and you'll be looking up at us. Almost like you're kneeling, because that's what a penitent man does, you goddamn mother groper. He kneels as a strong wind suddenly blows onto him. Wait. The breath of Dave. Shit, kneel! As he kneels and an extremely sharp saw blade rolls past his face, barely cutting his cheek. Then he looks down, a blade about to come up and cut him again, as he rolls forward past the blade. Holy crap, he's trying to kill me. And he looks at the camera. Oh, I mean, yes, brilliant work if I do say so myself, Dr. Jones. Oh, God. As he stands up and sticks a statue of Daviene into the wheels that are spinning the blades. I'm through.
Cuts to Ash. "Hey, better hurry up. I would hate to see you die, my sweet." Looking almost as sorry as a man can at Daviene sitting there covering her chest.
Julius then takes the journal back out and begins reading it again. Okay. The word of Daviene. Only by the word of Daviene will the footsteps of he will proceed. Only in the footsteps of my mother will I survive. More like. He snaps the journal shut and enters a room with Elvish script on tiles in front of him. Right, okay, I know how to spell my mother's name in Elvish. It's easy enough.
At this point, his foot hits it and it hard cuts outside the tomb to Gurok, sitting there.
Only in the footsteps of Daviene will he pass, man. Only issue is Daviene in Elvish starts with an I. The,
The movie
is it-
cuts to Julius as his foot goes straight through the tile. He catches himself barely, looking down to see thousands of serrated spikes.
Julius pushes himself back up out of the hole onto the ledge.
oh my god, the hell? I stepped on D though.
He flips through the journal for a good minute, looking less and less angry and more confused and annoyed as he begins to stand up and pace slightly as he says,
Why is my mother's name Ianavin? That's. Her name is Daywin in Elvish.
he looks at the camera.
Daywin, not Iayavin. God damn it, this is what you get when you use eNet Translate to write your damn script.
Ash is going to look over at her. Daywin, that's High Elven's dialect, right?
Yes, I grew up in a high elven household.
Not to be offensive, but knowing Julius for so long, I would have thought more of the layman's elven dialect.
Well, looks can be deceiving, Asharian.
As back to the movie, Julius is about to freak out. Like anyone who knows him can tell he's about to freak out.
Fine, fine. I'll just,
And he says through gritted teeth,
go through it correctly.
as he jumps in the order provided by the journal. But on the final E, he still falls through it, having to catch himself again.
But that's what the damn script said.
As he climbs back out,
Whatever. Who cares? I don't.
as he looks down through the hole and takes his water canteen and throws it in, and it completely just stabs through the water canteen, and you could see the water pouring out of it. And you just hear Julius sigh, blink twice at the camera, roll his eyes, and move on. He pulls the journal back out, flips it open.
The path of Daviene, only in the kiss of her lips will you know the way.
He stares at the page for 10 seconds, and then he just yells out,
What? What does that mean? It makes no goddamn sense. Look at this.
He gestures in front of him to the 1,000-foot drop crevice in front of him.
How was a kiss from my goddamn mother supposed to help me with this? And I ain't kissing my mom, you goddamn mother groping son of a...
As it hard cuts to Julius pinching the bridge of his nose, sighing, to which anyone who knows him can tell he just freaked out and yelled for a solid 10 minutes after that.
Right. Okay, I'm calm now.
And he stands up and starts pacing.
What am I supposed to do here?
Well, Malcolm wrote this, and a kiss from my mother.
You'd have to be stupid or brave to try and kiss her.
But he actually tried? As he opens up the journal again.
You know what would Ash say?
That'd be a leap of faith far too... As he bends over slightly and looks at the side of the bridge that has been completely... The illusion has been completely destroyed by him pacing. Far too large.
That makes the answer rather obvious.
As it cuts to a further shot of him.
Yes, I shall take this leap of faith for you, my darling Daviene.
He lifts his leg to take the leap of faith as Malcolm grabs him and throws him on his back. This is my scene, Julius. Walks diagonally away from Julius, so he is no longer in front of the bridge. Where he strikes a heroic pose. And Daviene, my sweet, I shall take this leap of faith to save you, my darling. As he lifts his leg up to do as Julius just had.
Sir, that's not what the bridge. Oh god, never mind.
Malcolm tilts forward and plummets. As it hard cuts to Malcolm now in front of the correct portion with an over-the-top 8-point harness attached to him, steel cabling attaching to a railing above the bridge, with his leg in the same position as he falls forward and hits it. He then walks across the bridge, striking a pose. Ha! These puzzles are child's play compared to the brilliant mind of famed paleontologist and fiancé of Daviene, Malkiana Jones. He begins struggling to take the harness off, kicking dirt onto the bridge in the process. Julius, get this off me now.
Julius slowly walks over the bridge and helps him take off the harness, to which Malcolm just pushes him away and strikes another heroic pose.
Yes, I am the hero of heroes. Haha. It then cuts to Julius in the Malkiana outfit again, walking into a room with an altar filled with water in the center and a selection of cups surrounding the outer walls. As he walks in further, a man dressed as the knight comes out of the shadows, silhouetted with a sledgehammer raised above his head to attack, but only falls back from the weight of it. Julius runs forward to reveal the man is Malcolm, in a knight outfit. You heroic knight, Malkiana. I have been waiting for someone as manly as yourself to come and best me in single combat, and you didn't even need to lift a finger. What a heroic specimen, a stallion. Any woman would be lucky to have you, especially Daviene. But for now, you have come for the Grail.
As Ash and Denaria enter the scene, Ash with his gun out.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. You brilliantly solved those puzzles for me. Now I have the utmost pleasure of gaining my prize. Danry is in the background, watching as cobwebs flutter in the breeze with sparkles in her eyes. You must choose, but if you choose poorly, Ash, eternal damnation awaits you. Ash under his breath, as if it already wasn't here. Louder, Danria, you are a archaeologist. Help me pick the right one.
Oh yes, let's find you that for you, Malcolm. Malcolm? Ash? As she walks over Ditsley, knocking over several of the cups before picking up the most jewel-encrusted chalice and handing it to Ash.
Ah, yes. A cup fit for a queen. The secrets of everlasting life are now mine. May I, yada, 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 as he dips it into the water and holds it and takes a drink, to which he groans and slowly just slumps over on the ground, groaning, pretending to die, but noticeably still breathing and blinking. He chose poorly, the idiotic bastard. He got what he deserved. Cuts to Julius. Now pick, you brilliant stallion.
Julius, who just looks done with it at this point, quickly walks over to the wooden cup, picks it up, walks back to the altar, dips it in and drinks it without any fanfare.
Hitch, you chose wisely, you brilliant man with a brilliant brain. But there is a rule. You must never cross the seal of Daviene, for that is the cost of immortality. Never touching her soft and supple skin again.
To which Julius noticeably gags. Yes, I must save my darling Daviene. I am on my way, my love. It hard cuts to Malcolm running out of the tomb, the cave, and he's out of breath like he just ran a marathon. As it pans down to Daviene, still laying in the lap of Rolly, now with a shirt on.
A t-shirt, mind you, and that's not the right outfit! As it cuts to her now back in the torn shirt, looking more pissed off than ever, struggling to cover herself.
And she grits her teeth, noticeably chipping one of them. Dear, please save me, so the stupid pain may be over with.
Malcolm walks up and just overturns the Grail, emptying it on top of her, nearly choking her.
Waterboarding her ass.
Thank you, dear. And as she stands up, I am saved now. She stomps on his foot and then sends a knee into his gut.
She is now, for some reason, wearing a vest that covers most of her. Yes, thank you, dear. I love you too, my darling. He tilts her head up to kiss her again as you see her arm cocking back.
Right as Denaria jumps in between them. We have it. We have it, Malky. We have the greatest find a paleontologist could hope for. We can fund so many more wrestling shows. She begins to back away from them all as she reaches the seal of Daviene. Maybe now he'll let me craft some arrows.
Cuts to Malcolm. You idiot! You know what you've just done! I'll have your head for that! It cuts to Malcolm, now in a different position, calmer. No! Stop! Don't walk over the seal! The camera. We cut to the camera being shaken violently, and everyone except Daviene pretending to stumble and fall, at which point the ground just slams open beneath Denaria and she plummets in. Julius flying down to save her, and the Grail landing on the edge of the cliff. The Grail. I shall have it.
Daviene kicks it into the chasm while saying, oops.
I mean, no. It is how it had to be. A shame. But I have something greater. As he reaches around and cups Daviene's waist. It cuts to Malcolm looking towards the entrance, where there stands Malcolm in the night suit, waving back at him, to which Malkiana smiles, nods, and waves before they run away. Hard cut to them all suddenly on horses, with Daviene sitting on Malcolm's lap on the horse, to which he goes, yes, let us go. Kicks them, and they ride off into the sunset, Daviene looking terrified, holding on for dear life, because Malcolm cannot ride a horse, and she's about to fall off at any moment. And then the credits roll.
Pequod screams at the top of her lungs so loud that the adjacent birds and the trees all fly off in fear. That was fucking amazing!
I mean, if that's what you call it.
Everybody else laughing. Hunk, Jesus H covers his eyes on his gas mask.
Oh, God.
Suletta. Oh my god. Do we have a body count for how many people actually died during the production of this illustrious film?
Best
All right.
guess? 200 or 300?
Pequod turns to you, Ash, and then back to Julius. Oh, Snarf, help me. Sorry, gotcha, dear. Gets her legs off the cherry, prop them up. She waddles over, gives Julius a kiss. You're my movie star.
He kisses her again. Thank you, dear.
Icy speaks up. How much do you guys remember from therapy? Is more coming back?
Yeah, regularly.
You're aware he produced more of these movies now. And you see her paging through Malcolm's Captain Journal.
I assumed as such from scenes I remember not being in this movie and the presence of the words, "That's the wrong story, Malcolm."
Saris reading the journal over Icy, well, sitting next to Icy. Wait a minute. Did that say Daviene Park? And Icy, I think he means Jurassic Park. As Sasha starts laughing. And Hug, oh dear God. Please no.
Oh, gods.
And Rolly, I used to have nightmares about being chased around by raptors. And Snarf, they were real. Pequod sounds like another movie night to me. Their eyes sparkling, looking up at Juliet.
Yeah, if we can never find it.
Oh, don't worry. I found them.
Oh,
Oh.
yay.
All of them. Commander Integra. Yes, me and Nicole went down to Gateway. We stopped to see Agent O and Lanaya, and apparently they handed us a DVD collection that Malcolm produced. As you see Daviene face palming.
Oh, gods. Why did we have to watch the one where I spend 90% of it in a Nazi uniform?
Sasha, evil uniform, but at least you look good in it, Ash. And Saris, I do agree.
Perhaps I'll wear my actual uniform for you when we get home. And he's gonna kiss her on the head.
Jennifer, wait a minute. How much money did he spend making this movie?
More than we've spent since we've gotten back on Gateway. Let's just put it that way.
Doesn't it say in the journal?
You see her furiously paging through and Snarf. Oh, Malcolm Studios grossed or spent somewhere in the ballpark of like 200 million credits on all the movies we made. And Icy, oh my god.
He had to have spent almost that much on this alone. He bought that tank.
Commander Integra, I never thought my boys from the Headhunters would be big movie stars.
Oh. My face. I go from the hero who piloted the Torgies, and now people are seeing me in Nazi drag. Joy.
Hunk, oh god. And they're gonna be airing these to make money.
At least Julius gets to be the heroic adventurer.
Pequod looks down at the snake. What's that?
Have like Ash or someone explain it to you.
Food.
It's not a kebab. Is it some type of kebab? Souvlaki? What is this?
I'd say it's technically a kebab.
Well, I'm eating it. And she takes it and starts eating it. Come on, everybody, come get food. As everybody starts coming over. Oh, sorry. Everybody starts coming over. And she scarfs it down, and Hunk's just looking at her.
You want to tell her what kind of kebab it was?
Hunk, no, you do the honor.
Oh no, she's not my fiance.
Icy looks at Daviene. Would you like me to get you a plate, or do you want to come over?
I'll come over.
You were a pretty good actor in that movie.
Really? Because I was trying my best not to be.
I think it was pretty convincing, especially when you punched Malcolm or slapped him.
There were many times during that movie where I punched and slapped him. Felt good. Felt good.
Icy starts laughing as she walks over. Hunk, it's Rattlesnake, actually. Pequod looks down at the empty stick of the kebab, looks back up at Hunk, back at Julius, over at Ash, doesn't say anything. Was this actually Rattlesnake?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Where'd you get it?
we found it, and we found it, Hunk killed it and skinned it.
This was pretty good. She looks at Julius. Go get me more. And she looks at Hunk and Ash.
Can we at
Hunk,
least...
oh god, come on, Ash. Grabs your shoulder and hands you a cigar.
Can I at least get something to eat first?
Yeah, can we at least eat and we'll get you some rattlesnake for the goddamn road? Pequod, sure.
Good.
And we'll wrap there.
Alright.